faster. Go. faster.
Patient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Tara.
let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。 立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's hard mode, right? So
Probably for me 15.
I think
10.
count.
0.
Maybe 7.
If I can take out 10 bots with the Marshall, I think it will be successful for me.
1. Oh. Uy.
No armor.
No armor. Di tama talaga yun, di ba?
15. Okay na, 15.
Uy, 12.
Uy, easy.
Easy.
Hard mode.
Easy.
I think it was easier than expected. Literal na hard.
Hard mode.
Micro setup.
What's micro setup?
Ang cute na monitor. I think he would get 0.
I think he'll get 10.
How many do you think you can get?
0. I can't see.
Hey! Focus!
Oh, 1,
Nice.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Easy. 5 more. Oh.
5.
Parang
Only 5.
Only 5.
Sheesh. 5.
I think it's very hard to control this mouse. Wala, isa na. Upside down goggles. Uy, mas mahirap yun.
Ano yun? Ano yun?
What the f...
Tingin ka dito sa amin. Saan mo daw?
Read.
Read.
What?
Tignan mo kami.
Upside down nga.
Tignan mo si Indy. Go, stand up.
No, I cannot function properly. I'm like a different human.
Let's go!
Okay.
No, 1, 2, 3,
Uy.
4. Right.
Yeah.
Left.
Right, Noel, right.
Right.
Left.
Left. Right.
Right.
Left.
Left.
Right. Left. Ito pa.
Right.
Uy, mas madami na sa akin ah. My brain.
Yeah, I think he really likes it.
I think we will fail.
100%.
0% success rate.
Yeah, I think we're gonna...
Yeah, W. Yeah, W.
Tama to.
Yeah,
Ready?
that's right.
Go. Forward.
Left.
Left mouse. Left mouse.
Forward left.
Forward.
Forward lang. And go left.
Forward lang. Forward lang. 180. Okay na yan. 180 ka. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Go.
5. Go. Kaliwa ka. Kaliwa pa konti. Go.
Mouse up. Left. Baba.
Baba ka na konti.
Wait.
Dahan lang.
Up.
1 inch lang.
Up.
Yan.
Stop.
No, right.
Kano mo konti.
Right. Oh.
Ay, direct kaliwa.
Okay, namin try.
I mean, who's the leader, you know? In that situation.
Jeremy is the best.
Yeah.
This is his warm up before we play VCT.
It's like muscle memory. It's all about time when you jump. Speedrun.
Uy.
Shortcut.
Easy.
Checkpoint.
NDG.
If it's NDG, it's
Nice.
Ooh.
very fast.
It's okay.
It's okay. Reset. Grumbling.
Okay, checkpoint.
Focus.
It's okay, guys. I think he's just. I think he's trolling. Yeah.
Try.
Strolling.
This guy really trolls.
He always do this because he's bad at this.
I think
Yeah.
he's pressured.
I'm pressured and
So, thank you for supporting us. I mean, wait, can we do it one more time? Thank you for supporting us. I hope you watch us on our games at the stage 1. So don't forget to buy Team Secret bundle. Let's go.
여보 아닌데요.
여보세요 나야 정말 미안해 이기적인 그때 나에게 그대를 다시 불러오라고 미친 듯이 울어서
世界に勝てば世界にでも世界2位感はない全然いける
ネスさん。
はい
ベロポさんの真似してみて。
無理だって
無理。
世界2位感はない
ベロポさんはむずい。
読めない特徴がない
ベジューサの真似して。
いやえぐやばい始まった
Yo, don't the pick, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, every time Saya said don't the pick, we've lost.
Shut the up.
야 2주 26킬인데?
우리 신참은 뭐하지?
나 초반에 개발라는데 분명히 뭐지?
나도 초반에 개발한 것 같은데. 어차피 스노우볼 그런 거 두 번째, 세 번째 할 때 많이 하면 돼.
맞긴 해. 스노우볼 멈추잖아 지금.
야 나 카르페 8킬 17 했으면 이겼는데? 야 카르페 있는 거 간다
확인했다.
undefeated. Team Secret.
Undefeated.
2-0.
Yung may tumutugtog kanina.
Undefeated
Let's
go, Max. Okay, let's go.
Where's the sun? Where's the sun? Show me the sun. Izu play.
우주 플레이
God. Izu play. God. They go crumble one by one.
일단 가자. 지금 브리미스 먹고 빼고 안 된다. 바로 가자. 이거 한번 빼고 안 돼.
자, 준비됐어?
호카 먹힌 거 같은데?
호카 그냥 버리고 호카 스모크 까면서 갈게.
They still holding guys. They still defend.
롱 DNP.
Can you go 3B?
스모크. 백업 플래시. 엘보. 원래 생각해 막히면 얘들아.
에바 다운.
Play with my wall. Play with my wall. I need long India.
네, tell me if you have okay?
TP. Nice. I shot play. I shot guys. Nice.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Pikachu!
どうするこれスモーク
いらない。
いらないオッケー
俺ここ入る。
行くわ。行く。パラ残すわ。
It's on each.
Nag-play.
Si Yata play. Tara, forward natin.
Go natin.
Smoke ko yung heaven.
Smoke down, all done.
Likod.
Bigay. Wala pa para sa'yo, Noel.
Spike
That's all.
planted. Bakit na? Igre?
サイトパラでいける？いくよ。3、2、1、GO。
Out. Inaside. Nasa side na.
Katabi ni Bash. Katabi mo, default.
Ito. Side pa ka. Back pa ko side. Side ka.
Ito.
Left side.
Nice! Let's go! Katabi na ni Bash.
Naboli
Katabi
ko.
mo na nga eh.
Kinakol ko.
Nothing yan.
2B.
Try to hit B. Let's go to B. Wall up.
Dashing.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Wait.
Magalis yun eh. Left side. Nice, good trade. 4v2, Bash.
Are they heading?
In. We have a play.
Yep, planting. You can stay main, Golu. Leo.
What the?
Where?
Where, Joseph?
On A, guys. On A side. Good job.
Yeah! Yeah, let's go. We can. One B main.
Let's smoke shot, bro. I'm going.
I'm far. I'm a little bit far.
In 1 minute, drone A shot, we're gonna mid to B.
They're gonna trap mid. Please come towards mid, Uju, right now.
Okay.
One mid. They show me.
I'm holding this.
Can you go back?
Yeah, go back.
Can close the door, guy.
I'm trying.
They close the door. It's perfect, guys. This is perfect.
I'm walking up close, okay?
I'm with you, Saya. I'm watching with you.
They stop me. Can you guys go? Go. Just go, Joe.
I TPB.
One more. Two more.
One more.
Pass.
Blessing wood.
1 HP KO. KO 1 HP, KO 1 HP.
I watch your spot, Izu. I watch your spot.
I'm planning.
I'm watching market. One market.
Sound done.
They're gonna take their time and come out.
Two spawn.
Do you have another smoke?
Go, I don't have smoke. I am blind.
I'm ICT. I'm coming lane.
They're red only.
They're gonna come out soon.
I'm blind. Nice. Easy win.
카메라 사운드. 혹시 걸린 건 같은데?
네, B 카메라 형. B 카메라야. 한번 걸릴게. 일단 사이트 위.
30 seconds left.
들어가줘. 아,
삼각 3명.
Spike down. C.
사이트.
Last player standing.
몸에 공 탔어, 나야. C메인 조심.
맞출 것 같긴 해.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
와, 나이스. 나이스.
Oh my god!
나이스.
I'm dashing out here, okay? Okay.
All
Let's
doors
go.
30
open.
seconds left.
5시. One backside. Yoru. Backside. Left side. Emo.
Nice.
And backside.
I can't help you right now. I'm 1 HP. Nice. I'm planning safe.
I'm looking mid, guys.
One spawn.
Can you fight him?
He's there. 2v2. 3v2. I'm going half for.
I'm looking corner.
I'm take a spawn.
One enemy
I'm
remaining.
TP back.
Corner.
Finish out.
One heaven. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
I'm planting now, guys. Cover me.
Yeah.
We're waiting for smoke. Wait for smoke. Then we go.
I can break it.
Killed one. There, can you keep fighting with me?
Yeah, let's go. I'll fight with you.
KO short. Shot, Jake. Nice, Jake.
Yeah, I killed this guy.
Let's go, Jake.
Nice.
Go, man.
Oh my god. El Diablo.
Oh my god, man.
Coming to you live from the COEX Shinhan Card RTM in Gangnam, Korea. What's up, Valorant fam? We are nearing the end of the regular season, and today could be the day to determine the final teams and playoffs leading to Masters Shanghai. Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm your host, joined by William and Sir Quack. It is Stage 1, Week 4, Day 2. Quack, do you know what time it is?
It's Valorant Pacific time.
That's right.
Why am I Sir Quack?
Some more energy, please.
Come on.
It's not
I'm still
Valorant
like-
Pacific time. It's Valorant Pacific time.
I'm
Thank
just
you,
kind of
William.
like, why does she call me Sir?
He's too taken aback.
I needed 2 syllables, so it was like Sir Quack. Because William's 3. It was like too many.
Oh, true.
But it's
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Quack.
Oh,
You-
okay.
Oh man. Oh, Victoria, dropping the ball
You're
already.
screwing up my intro already.
Look at this. Look at what I have to deal with on the desk every time I come over here. This is ridiculous.
It's been a long time since I had 2 of you guys at the desk. My favorites. casters.
My
other favorite casters.
Custards.
Yeah, so what were some of your favorite games, especially yesterday? You guys were both here. How did that go?
Yes, we were here.
Yeah. How did that go?
You dragged that out a little bit. I mean, this whole week, right? Because obviously playoffs still up for contention. So there were quite a bit of scenarios yesterday on top of today as well. I mean, for me, it's a little hard to choose yet because I feel like today's going to be even more dramatic and more important.
Yeah, I mean, today's matches are really going to cement some of these standings right now. But yesterday's matches were pretty fun. I mean, Bleed versus Paper X was always interesting to look at. Definitely wanted to see a little bit more from Bleed. They did show a little bit more, but Paper X, what else can we say?
Yeah, I mean, now we have 4 teams confirmed going into playoffs. And today is a really big day. This is a make or break for a lot of these teams. Like TLN, if they do well, this is, they're going to be secured for the Omega group. And ZETA, they have an uphill battle climb, but it's possible. It's still possible for a couple of these teams, William.
Yes, and even, Global Esports on the side of Alpha, they're currently looking at the matches today and hoping a certain outcome comes out because while they're on 3rd place for now, T1 has a good shot to take that down during their match today against ZETA Division as well.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we have a couple of scenarios here, and I know all of you guys have been calculating it at home and trying to figure out if this team wins, but then the round differential will really matter a lot. The game differential is gonna matter. ZETA is gonna need a full perfect score, a 2-0, to even think about going to playoffs.
Yes, so ZETA's got a pretty big job ahead of them if they want to lock in themselves for playoffs or even have a shot, right? Because even after that, obviously Talon plays afterwards, and that's going to have some matters as well. But ZETA's victory could have big impacts for Alpha Group as well.
Yeah, that's the main thing because all the South Asian fans are kind of hoping for that right now too because playing up against T1, if ZETA can get that win, then, Global Esports would get a much better chance. But apart from that, our second match of the day as well affects these playoff seedings. So that's what we have right now. The fact that if you win, if Team Secret wins, actually, they get to go up in that first top seed, which means, you get a bye in the upper brackets.
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
Well, it is a big deal.
Pending, of course, Genji's match as well tomorrow.
Sure that.
But there is that chance, right? And obviously that first seed matters a lot because you're avoiding that knockout round.
You don't think RQ's going to beat Genji?
No, it's the official broadcast. I got to watch what I say. But we'll save that for tomorrow. But obviously the first seed avoids the knockout round, which is huge. And then you only have to win 1 match to get to Master Shanghai because the top 3 will be able to move on. So it's a huge advantage. And also you're avoiding playing a new opponent, right? Because Alpha's facing Alpha, Omega's facing Omega for the first time in 2024. So that way you don't have to show maybe some extra cards that you were trying to hide for the rest of the playoffs to try to get to that first seed spot all the way to Master Shanghai.
Yeah, teams are definitely doing this, trying to hide as much as possible, because these playoffs are pretty brutal. It starts with a single limb, like you guys were saying, and they want to get through as far and as possible here. Now, Alpha 1 and Omega number 1, we already know we got Genji and DRX currently at the top. Right?
Yeah. So far, looking fairly comfy, right? If you're calculating odds and such, they should be fairly locked in, but obviously not all their matches are done just yet, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow's matches to really see how the seeding shakes out.
That's right. Bleed is facing against DRX. And again, this is VCT. You never know who might win, even though one currently looks dominant. Here we are, a little bit more details on how each of these teams can advance to playoffs.
Yeah, so T1, obviously, you definitely want to win today. If you lose, you're out, and that would be devastating for a team that was pretty highly ranked, or at least anticipated by a lot of people around the world. Now, if they win 2-1, technically they'd have to wait to see how Bleed's match goes against DRX tomorrow. Obviously, most people think that that's fairly favored for DRX, but you never know. Yeah,
but the biggest implication of those that specific matchup also is the fact that if T1 loses and ZETA wins, Global Esports goes up in standings. They get a better chance at, if Bleed loses tomorrow as well at making it through playoffs. Meanwhile, for ZETA Division, it's still going to be tough because they're going to have to contest with potentially, Talon and RQ coming in as well, which is why that second match of the day matters so much because Talon needs this win in order to make it through playoffs.
And I think that's incredible for Talon. The fact that they are one of the few teams that still has their entire fate in their own hands, but also if they win this, they would be tied with Paper X in a 4-1 record so far, of course, pending again DRX's match tomorrow. So Talon will be right up there. They would really solidify themselves as one of the strongest teams here in Pacific so far in 2024.
Really sounds and feels like Omega Group is just that much more competitive because of all the strong teams on there right now.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I think Omega has definitely come out swinging a lot more. Obviously, you know, you kind of just look at the list as well. You got GE, Bleed, T1, all these teams that went through some big changes coming into 2024 that they're trying to work through. Now, credit to Talon. They had a huge change as well, and they're doing just as well. And they look to continue that today in that second matchup.
Yeah, that's right. We are going to be seeing them face off against Team Secret for the second series of today. But let's recap a little bit. Yesterday, I think Achilleos was predicting a DFM win because they've done it before, right?
Yes.
But that was a very long game.
Yes.
Yesterday.
I mean, it was pretty neck and neck, right? And it looked like it could go into overtime as well, all the way down to the wire. So I don't think you can really blame that DFM pick from Achilleos, but GE held it together by the end.
Oh, we're not blaming Achilleos, just making fun of him for being the sole predictor for DFM.
Wait, what? Achilleos picked DFM, the only guy.
The only.
It's okay. It's fine. You know what? I've been that person before too. But yeah, global esports really pulled through in the end.
I mean, DFM made it so competitive as well. I mean, Willem, you were casting it. On a set, it almost looked like DFM actually could have pushed it into overtime. Medusa was stepping up. The whole team was like showing new looks. Cess was kind of popping off in that first map as well. But global esports at the end showed us what they were made of. And then that's why we have global esports potentially making it through playoffs now.
Yeah, I mean, I think just for the GE fans out there, I think the silver lining is that they show that they're on this upwards trajectory, that they know what they need to work on, that they know how to get stronger. So it was an okay note to end their season on so far, I would say.
Yep, absolutely. And today's first matchup is going to be T1 and ZETA Division. Both of these matches are going to be very exciting. T1 had a little shuffle on roles, but let's see how they're doing with Jen over there.
How many?
50.
Hello everyone, and hey Rossi, happy early birthday. Will we be celebrating your birthday and also playoffs by midnight?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Is there anything you want for your birthday?
I already have everything. The T1 fans are the greatest things ever, and I appreciate them so much, so I can't ask for anything more.
Alright, well, hope you have a great birthday by midnight.
Thank you so much.
He is turning the big 2-1. That's a big deal in the United States. He is American, and he's matured so much already.
Sweetest smile.
Yeah, he's just already enjoying life on T1. You know, the supports from the fans.
Yeah.
Obviously in Korea as well. I know Rossi's been speaking a lot about the fans and how much he appreciates that coming from overseas, now helping represent a Korean org. But he's gonna need to help get that win if he really wants the fullest of support, because this team had a lot of expectations coming into this year.
So much. But, you know, the other thing is just the fact that they look a little bit rocky at times, but sometimes still stable. They did pull off a win against, you know, like RQ. It was very competitive against Talon last week, so we're definitely expecting and hoping for a lot more today.
And they switched the IGL role from Carpe to Excurate, and actually, since that move, we've seen a lot of improvement from T1.
Yeah, overall, they look a lot more decisive, but there's still some weaknesses, and I think a lot of exploitable weaknesses as well that hopefully they shored up for today.
That's right. Now, let's also see how ZETA Division is doing over there.
Hello, Sugar0-san. Now, today is do or die for both teams. So what can we expect from ZETA Division today?
Try my best.
Alright, to help you do that and boost your performance, I have prepared something completely Sugar Zero. It's VCT Pacific Water. So here you go.
Thank you. Good.
Okay, I have a question. If you are a beverage company, are you hiring Sugar Zero or Laz for your commercial? Because Laz took a gulp out of the Red Bull, and now we have Sugar Hero taking a sip out of his water.
Look, I want the one that gives you wings.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
I want the healthier option. Just plain neutral water and swish it around your mouth a little bit.
But you have wings and you just fly high over there. Anyway, we're looking at Zeta Division's roster. Nothing has changed here. I think this is a little interesting. We have been eyeing Yoran and Hieroran since the beginning of this year and their performance. You know, Depp and Laz have been the mainstay. Laz continues to be their IGL, but they've been wavering a little bit over the last couple of weeks. Quack?
Yeah, every now and then, especially playing against Gen G last week. You know, tough opponents. It's just tough sometimes. But that said, they have been, you know, trying new things here and there. You know, Depp pulling out the Yoru suddenly on Split. And then at the same time, you've got a very interesting neon composition on Lotus now. So you never quite know. I'm always hoping for them because you know those big names, Laz, Depp, they're always capable of such stuff. It's just you want to watch Yuran and Hiroran kind of start to match that as well.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is that I'm happy to see Zeta Division bringing out new ideas because that's something they struggled with for a long time, you know, trying to figure out their own style of Valorant. So that's great. So the direction seems all fine and dandy, but at the end of the day, a lot of their wins or the close matches rely a lot on hero plays, and you just can't get away with that anymore in 2024, just worldwide, not even just in Pacific, right? VCT doesn't live off of hero plays anymore. You have to win in the macro game. You have to come out with a better plan. And to this day, I'm not convinced. We haven't quite seen that from Zeta just yet.
But hero plays look so cool, but he's got a point.
Yeah, I mean, hero plays are cool for the clips, but doesn't always win you the matches. And you make a really good point, William, about Zeta Division, you know, trying new things, trying new comps, trying new plays and styles and pacing. But there are these times where you see the old Zeta come back in, and I don't mean it in the best of ways. This is the cautious Zeta, where they're really running down that clock, and they don't win those rounds. So I hope, you know, I don't know, I would love to talk to the coach after at some point to ask, like, what are they doing to kind of overcome these mental hurdles?
Yeah, there's a lot to work on. There's quite a bit of pressure, I think, for today's match because this head-to-head says it all. I mean, that's the biggest thing. There's quite a bit of history between these two teams. The fact that they faced off at playoffs, they struggled quite a bit, especially when Excurate debuted. That they showed off that chamber and just basically shut down Zeta every step of the way. And at the same time, this is a matchup where, you know, T1 kind of denied Zeta entry into Champions last year. Doesn't feel good. It's not well, not Champions, actually Masters Tokyo as well. So it's not fun. It's not great. But Zeta wants revenge. Zeta, if they can actually take this win, it would mean so much for the whole, you know, community, the whole org.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese fans have been waiting for a moment to kind of rejoice again confidently, right? Like, you've had some matches here and there, but it hasn't felt very stable. But today, I mean, they've got a big, mountain ahead of them. I mean, sure, T1, they don't look great compared to the expectations. But at the same time, in terms of individual firepower, they've still been firing. They've still been putting up a fight against the likes of DRX, you know, and some other tough matches that they've had. And I would say, you know, T1, one of their weaknesses is that they're fairly simple. But I actually think that's going to work out in their favor against a Zeta that sometimes seems like you said, Victoria, they still don't know exactly which decision to make yet.
Yeah, that's right. And they need to figure out today. Today is the day, and they don't figure this out. That's it for Zeta Division. Now we're looking at Excurate and Laz, and arguably these two are the best chambers in Pacific.
You know I don't like this chart.
What?
I don't think it does justice to Excurate.
That's true.
You are an Excurate fan.
Listen, I mean, Laz is great. I think the Pentagon for Laz is very accurate. I just think, first of all, Excurate I feel is flexing around a bit more, and Laz I feel part of the reason for the sets, and the reason I'm putting this out there is not just because like I'm a fan of Excurate or anything like that. I like both of these players, but you have to recognize that these stats are somewhat boosted with the fact that Laz had to do this for Zeta to get round wins.
Laz had some insane moments, you know, clutched out on Ascent for Zeta Division. Laz is constantly on that Sentinel role. Meanwhile, Excurate has had to play like the Harbor sometimes, swaps over onto other agents, not always on that Sentinel, not always on the Chamber or Cypher. So yeah, statistically it can get a little bit construed, but if we just put them on a head-to-head, we haven't really seen that yet. That's what it's time for today. It's that possible Chamber v Chamber, and I can't wait to see that happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, true. I mean, finally, we've been asking for it since kickoff, and we might finally see it today. The one thing I will kind of point out of all these stats is actually the first kills per round. I think that one's pretty meaningful, right? So Laz, even on the chamber or other Sentinels, he's still doing his part on the defense where he has to try to get that first kill, try to anchor down, get a little bit of information. Whereas Xcure, that number is actually surprisingly so low. It's like some of the lowest that we've seen, where he's not ever really getting the first pick that's really putting them in an advantage. He's usually then going to be the one who's getting info after his teammates get contact elsewhere.
Again, though, role sometimes does affect how those numbers look at all times, but if we just compare Kickoff's match on Lotus against whatever ZETA had most recently on that Lotus, when Laz showed out that chamber finally, he got like 6 first kills, but that's the exact same number that Xcure got when he shut down ZETA back in Kickoff. So this could be a very explosive match if it does come down to that matchup.
You know, I felt like we've been seeing so much Lotus and Pacific, and I was like, I'm kind of sick of it, but I want to see these two teams play on Lotus. These are the two teams I want to see on Lotus.
How funny would it be if one of these teams just straight bans Lotus? First round. They've both been comfort picking it, and they just said,
please don't do that.
You know what? We don't care if Talons play Lotus against us. T1 just bans it out. They're like, we're done with this map. I doubt it's going to happen. I think Lotus is a comfort zone for both of these. They actually have some similar favorites and preferences, I feel, in the map. The only other big one would be kind of the Icebox versus Breeze, but Icebox, I don't think ZETA is I don't think ZETA necessarily enjoys Icebox, so I think, both of them will be fine with that.
What I am curious about, okay, there we go. Breeze, probably Icebox next. I'm wondering about what ZETA's map pick is going to be. I mean, we've seen the interesting, Sunset before. It's the bind.
I like the bind pick. I actually think T1, they've been okay to play the bind, but it's looked weak. I think they've looked very, that's one of the maps where they've actually looked a bit more lost in their decision-making. So I'm okay with this bind pick, and the Lotus is no big surprise.
Aha, here we go. Lotus. Bind, though, from ZETA, we haven't really seen that from them this stage 1. But we do get our Lotus.
Oh, Ascent ban.
The Ascent ban, I think, is smart, man. Against ZETA in a map 3, you don't want to go there.
That's when Depp shows his final form on that jet again.
Yeah, you just never know how long that's going to take. So the Sunset, I mean, hopefully T1, they've shorted up if it gets there. Obviously, T1 looking to close this out 2-0. But I would say overall, the map draft probably better predicted on the side of ZETA. I don't know if it necessarily favors them, but I think ZETA kind of saw this coming, whereas T1, it might have been hard to read the bind pick.
And that's why I'm a little bit worried about how much prep work goes into this. ZETA picking bind feels very deliberate. It feels like they've studied T1's composition, T1's game plan from before, and they're trying to work their way around that.
But the big question is ZETA on bind, you need to have such a good initiator, especially in today's meta with the Sky that's been changed. You need to have an absolute on-top initiator. And I hate to harp on it,
but where are you going with this?
Yeah, Huron's been weak. He's been weak in all the stat departments, right? It's not just about the kills, it's the assists as well. He hasn't really been able to stand his ground on his own. So the question is no matter what composition ZETA has prepared now in stage 1, is Huron going to be able to stand his ground? Can he get the info that he needs on places like B main, showers, things like that to set up his teammates for success? Because if not, T1, I mean, they've been playing this comp for a while now.
Especially Depp on that raise. He needs an initiator to support him. He needs that, support, that flash to allow him to go through. Otherwise, it's very possible for players like Xcure to shut him down.
I'm just going to throw this out there.
Okay.
There's a world
that
the Neon continues on bind.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh!
Okay? Depp's Neon could continue on bind.
Depp is quite fantastic on the Neon.
Yes. And we've seen Neons before, and they've made a splash on bind before.
Not here, but yeah,
well, not
other
here,
regions.
but just overall. Just overall. So there is that world as well. I mean, it's up in the air, obviously. They haven't shown at this stage, so who knows what they're doing. We can see Sages come back. There's all sorts of options.
They've definitely been cooking. Either way, ZETA has. So you're right. There is definitely a world, a very realistic possibility. Now I'd like to invite our coach interview. We got Coach Data from T1. Now we all know Autumn, but today we're gonna talk to somebody else. And it's the first time we have T1 representing with us at the desk. Welcome. Okay, to start off, there are a lot of coaches at T1. Can you explain your role and perhaps how you guys all fit together to make T1 the best it possibly can be?
So it's changing a bit, but when I was originally brought in, my focus is more on player development for their communications, their like individual growth. Now I'm doing a lot more of the overall team communications and just filling in any gaps that that Autumn or Stunner might not be able to address, since there's so much in this game to focus on through strategy or just like the leadership side of things. But it's changing now, so I should get a bit more responsibility in that regard to kind of build like a lot more strategy on our front.
Okay, since you specifically mentioned that you worked a lot on the communications, etc., I kind of want to continue with that. Obviously, the big news with T1 recently is the IGL change, right? From Carpe to Excurit. So obviously, we've seen from results how that's impacted the gameplay itself, but do you notice a strong change in the overall comms within the game from the players when they're on the server as well?
I think the team identity has stayed the same. Everybody's pitching in the ideas on how they want to play the game. Like, we want everybody to invest into the game as it's being played. But as far as distribution, having Kevin IGL allows Carpe to focus a little bit more on his own gameplay. And then we have Danny kind of microing Carpe and Izu a bit more for the utility, because Danny plays very structured. And then he gets to do a lot of the communication for them to allow them to work on their mechanical prowess.
Okay.
It's a pretty good balance.
But that said, then if Excurit, taking on this IGL role, how does he kind of perform with that right now? Is it like more responsibility on his shoulders? Does it affect his gameplay a little bit?
I don't think it affects his gameplay. I think in like longer tournaments, so if we had to play 2 best-of-3s in a day, it affects his performance. But even before the IGL role change, he was bringing in a lot on his own of how he wanted to play the game. He always has his opinion to bring up. So now as the IGL, he doesn't have to worry about imprinting it on the others. He can just say it and they listen and they'll go in the direction that he wants. And he's focused a lot on making sure that he has like a healthy balance. He's changed like his diet, making sure he's getting enough rest, things out of game to make sure that he can have energy in game to do both.
With all of that then, the T1 at the start of the season and the T1 now, how are they mentally? It sounds like they've all been working on it.
Yeah.
Or is it still a work in progress with a long road ahead?
It's definitely a work in progress. For kickoff, we knew we were heading in the right direction, and we felt like we were a lot stronger than we've shown. But then, of course, we've had our stumbles. I think us, Bleed, and Secret have like 3 days in between each match for an average. So when it comes to making drastic changes like the IGL change, making composition changes, role changes, it means that there's a lot of pressure. So our focus for these last 3 games has been to take that pressure off and to kind of just focus on playing the game, because we put a lot of overloading into theory and how the game should be played, and we have to let the players just experience it.
All right, I do have a question. I don't know if you have an opinion on this. Coach Frost from TLN recently has said that he's completely lifted ZETA's comp and completely copy-pasted some of the set plays that ZETA has to surprise T1. But not only that, to give T1 a head start to practice against ZETA's comp before facing ZETA, you guys facing ZETA today. Do you have any opinions on that whatsoever? Do you think it actually gave you an advantage?
I think that it will. I think when we had an idea that they might try and bring the ZETA comp in, specifically for Band's Chamber. I think Autumn had an inkling that it was going to happen. So we know that it would be good for both games. Of course, going into the TLN game, we didn't win it, but we went in with a really strong idea of how to play against the comp, and I think that we can show it today. And if anything, it'll be a stronger showing of the comp from ZETA, because being the original creators, they understand why, they know the core philosophies of the comp, so it'll be a lot harder for us. But I think realistically, if we play the way that we've been practicing and the team is in a really good environment, that we should be able to beat them.
Awesome. Just one last question then. In terms of the map draft as well, obviously Bind we haven't seen from ZETA this stage specifically. So is this something that you guys kind of saw coming up in this draft? Or even if not, just because T1 always seems okay to play the Bind, were you okay with how the draft panned out?
It was kind of both. We noticed against Gen G that the ZETA pick split, and following their patterns, what they do is they delay a map, so they didn't play split for a while, and then they played split. So we knew whenever their last game was against GE, that it was high likelihood that they go in and they see we're 0-3 on bind for this stage, that they have a lot more information than us, that it allows them to make a composition change. So we went in we went in practicing pretty hard on bind, so we knew that it should be the map that's going to get picked. So it was either that or Ascent.
Oh, you guys are on it. All right, I have the last real question. It's a very fast one. You both have awesome chambers. Who has the better chamber? Is it X-Curate or Laz?
Oh, I think it's going to be us.
Oh,
It's gotta be
right.
Oh, yeah.
Hence,
I stand vindicated.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, and the best of luck in your game today.
Yeah, thank you.
GG's.
Good luck.
All right. What rather surprisingly, he agreed with you, William. That X-Curate is the better
send this to
chamber.
Plat Chat. Let Wyatt know. All right, even the coaching staff of T1 agrees. We'll see if it pans out today, though.
Yeah, I mean, today is definitely going to be the day for that showing. But very interesting answers from Data there, and in terms of the mental, and that's just, it's so important, especially this year in VCT, how you prep, how you comms on your teams, especially with each team being so international now.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things to remember when you're looking at T1 is they had by far the toughest schedule coming into Stage 1, right? They had 2 back-to-back weekends of back-to-back matches against tough opponents. So sure, we all still had higher expectations for them. Now, hopefully, they really have kind of taken off that burden, and they should be performing a lot more to their level that we originally expected at the very start.
Yeah, they are making some improvements, and you can always expect more from them. You kind of want to expect more from them. And just listening from that interview, the fact that they sound so prepared for this bind pick, I'm getting goosebumps from that.
All right. Does that change your prediction? Let's put up the predictions out, because now I'm a little bit unsure about my prediction. I'm they are so ready.
Oh my God, they're doing that again.
They knew it was going to be a bind. They prepped it.
Yeah.
They got to practice their comp on Lotus. I don't know, man. All right, first of all, why did you start with T1?
Well, the biggest thing for me, not even looking at the maps, etc., was that, sure, while T1 looks like, again, they're a little bit shakier than we expected, once they switch to X-Curate, both as a double-edged sword, their strength and weakness is that their calls are fairly simplistic, but they're very decisive off of that. And I think simply being decisive is such a huge advantage over a team like ZETA that is currently still a little bit slow in their decisions, a little bit mismatched in their synchro. So I think T1 just comes out with a huge advantage in terms of tempo.
What do you think, Quack? Why did you pick ZETA?
You guys know me. I'm kind of more of a believer. I'm not always the most
You didn't believe
logical.
last week, Quack.
Last week was so confusing, okay? All the predictions went upside down, topsy-turvy. But this week, I feel like this means so much more for ZETA Division. Yes, they're not, the best at times, but this is when hero moments definitely come up. This is when, it's a do or die moment, and you definitely kind of want to believe in players like Depp and Laz in times like these. It's a bit shaky. Yes, you're kind of wondering about Hiroran and Yuran at times, but you can say similar things about Carpe, Izu sometimes a little bit. And I feel like if it comes down to it, when it's a moment where you're back against the ropes, ZETA will come up. And that's why ZETA's my prediction.
All right. And while I believe...
Okay.
They just put Asteroids in less...
Coach Data and then now Asterai. Oh
the
my
prophet
gosh.
has spoken.
I am just walking the path. I am walking the right path today.
I am in red today. Well, Quack was our star predictor last year with picks. I don't understand how you got them either. Just like Asterai. And you know what? Despite it not looking like it is a majority ZETA predictors, a lot of us are a bit on the fence about this, including the Korean casters. We're all kind of 50-50 on this. It could go either way, and for the same exact reasons both of you have stated. We know ZETA wants it so bad, and when you need to get a 2-0, you need to be so hungry for that. And, hopefully they surprise T1 with whatever they have cooked up for Bind. With that, let's go to the stage and welcome the players.
T1. ZETA Division.
Welcoming our two teams onto the stage. We've got T1 facing off ZETA Division. As we said, this is a do or die moment for both of these teams. ZETA Division needs a 2-0 to even consider sniffing playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they have to give it everything they've got today, and not just for the playoff spot, obviously the championship points as well. That'll rack up towards the end of the year. Same goes for T1, but obviously I think T1, they feel that they've maybe performed more in terms of individual status so far throughout Stage 1, given the tough schedule they had. But it's not going to matter today. They have to win as a team against ZETA Division.
They have to win. They have to be prepared, and that mental preparation comes into effect as well. And judging from the map picks, you know, judging from that interview, it sounds like they are ready. Question is ZETA ready for this as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously all eyes on this first map of Bind. What's the composition going to be from ZETA Division? And I just want to put this out there that there is also that possibility, obviously, on Bind. They might return to that Sky, whether solo or double, it doesn't matter. But what that means is Huron, he was playing that Sky during the offseason as well when he switched over to the Initiator role. He started to warm up to it before the patches. This could bring him back to a slightly more comfortable agent for this very important match.
Well, T1 does also have the birthday buff. It's not today, so I don't know how much the buff works when it's the day after. But it's
well, the birthday's the day after.
Okay.
But 21st birthday is kind of a big deal. Anyway, this is ZETA Division's first showing of Bind, this Stage 1. Let's go into this first map of this series. Let's go over to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, do or die ZETA versus T1. My name is Asser. With me now is Paper Thin. I cannot wait to get started.
This is going to be an awesome match. I mean, again, like the desk has been highlighting, a very, very important match for both of these teams. You know, ZETA more or less needs a 2-0 to have any hope of getting into the playoffs, and then it's even not entirely in their hands. T1 basically needs to win, and they're good to go. There are a few other weird things that can happen, but statistically speaking, it's just T1 needing to win. So, I mean, this is kind of what this was like one of the matches I had on my calendar from very early on in this stage because of how important it felt it was going to be with the relative strength of the groups and especially how things were shaking out with Omega versus Alpha. I have no idea how this is going to go, and I can't wait to see these two teams go at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it was, week 1 that we thought that ZETA was going to have a great start. Now they're 1-4 in the standings. They need this W to be in contention for that playoffs. As coming into it already, this is the first time that we're seeing ZETA play Bind here on Split 1.
Yeah, so last year, ZETA was running double duelist on this map with 10 on the Rays and Depp on the Jet, so you are going to be seeing a pretty significant compositional difference from ZETA with Hiroron on that Sky, Laz on the Viper this time, a Sentinel-ish role for him, for sure, Yuran on the Gecko, and it's a little bit of a role change here. It is going to be Rossi on the Sky and Izu on the Viper, so pretty unusual for T1 to not have Rossi on that Viper. I mean, that is kind of the agent that has been his calling card for so long. You know, coming here into Pacific, it was basically the only agent he played. Now he's starting to swap it up. Now he's starting to shift into that initiator role a little bit more, and they're sliding Izu more into a controller style. You know, a lot of times Izu's playing the Omen, but here on this map, it's going to be Viper. So some compositional differences. You know, these two teams, they did play each other on this map last year. It was an overtime win for ZETA, but again, a very different roster for both teams, very different compositions. So this is going to be really interesting.
And speaking of Vipers, Laz picks up the Viper as well, where last time when we saw them, he was playing on the Cypher map, if I'm not mistaken. So lots of adjustments from both of our teams as we are now preparing to get into the pistol again, do or die.
Really, really exciting stuff here. For ZETA, so much pressure to get that 2-0, to give yourself the best opportunity to get through, find yourself in the playoffs. So they have to come out swinging. And certainly with this being their map pick, they must feel like they have a good read, but their map picks have at times left them. We've seen it with Split, where they went into it with an unusual comp, didn't really work out with the Yoru pick on depth, but now looking to maybe contest outside of market, outside the teleporter, both teams stacking up. This one could be hot and heavy off the rip.
Yeah, you can see Hiroron as well, already preparing the guiding light. There it is, the follow-up with the one-way on the Dizzy, the big contacts, but T1 is prepared. Carpe picks up the 2K with the Frenzy, as now Euron is going to get pinched. That's a 3K already. Hiroron's not going to be able to TP through, as, of course, he's going to be hesitant to go over-aggressive, but again, T1 still has that contact. Now, oh, that is aggressive from Death. He really wants to at least punish, maybe even stop that plant, but no, it's not going to happen, and Carpe picks up the ace on the pistol, again, just off of just that quick contact.
Yeah, with a frenzy nonetheless. I mean, what a start here for T1 and Carpe. That double flash start for ZETA just didn't really seem to come through. I mean, Carpe's playing anti-flash the whole time. The Dizzy doesn't catch him until it's too late. They swing out just a bit ahead of that Dizzy. I think they felt with that connection off of the guiding light that they could get a little bit ahead of that Dizzy, maybe use that as step one.
Yeah.
But the Dizzy did come just a bit late, and that allowed Carpe to get that opening double, and then Euron has a really difficult 1v2 there. Swung a little bit too wide to isolate any of the fights. Yeah. And they're just ready for depth.
None of those flashes felt like they had the pop flash attribute. Speaking of which, though, flashes did come out through TP right now. Rossi, he sees it. All of them charging in. There's the Dizzy once again, but he's going to come back. I mean, sure, he's not going to have any support from his teammates, but they're coming around all the way through showers, so this is just ZETA being pushed out of their own site into dangerous waters right now. You do see the positioning from depth. Maybe he's going to find one pick. Not going to happen, as the rest of the players of ZETA now wrapping around on through short. Xgrit gets that big little contact. We do see that Huron is now joining onto the team. One of the taps, but that's not going to be a true tap, as the rest of T1 now just check it out through the smoke. They get that one contact. Side player is just crispy with it, and that is going to be 2 straight quick rounds for T1.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff here from ZETA, but that toxic screen kind of gives it away a little bit for Rossi. He's able to hold on, does a really nice job playing his life, doesn't give anything up there, doesn't hold that angle longer than he needs to, has a good flash to buy himself a little bit extra time to allow those reinforcements to come in behind him. ZETA, turning up the pace a little bit. That's something you do want to see from ZETA, is change of paces, change of ideas. So here on their eco round, at least kind of showing it to T1, at least conditioning them that, hey, we're not afraid to try to push some space on this map. We're not afraid to try to take some territory control. Of course, now T1 on their bonus, getting a little bit hungry here with that early thrash from Carpe. That ace off the rip makes it pretty easy to get into that ultimate quickly. Laz trying to set up a crossfire with Hirodon. Now you've got Yuran as well, shifting in to help it be.
Yeah, 100%, right? Now they got the second chance to use that thrash. Very offensive posture as they go aggressive here onto Long, where you do see them trying to play out through the flash, and then it's perfect this time. Euron picks up the 3-4K! Another chance, maybe, for the other Gecko to get the ace. I would love to see that. If possible, Izu is going to be coming off of Hookah here, as we do see Laz now just picking up a couple of weapons, maybe even the orb charge there as he tries to wrap around. They have an idea of where he's at, and this is a 4 versus 1 after just, again, such quick contact from T1.
The Laz seems very aware.
No ace. Great catch, though, from ZETA.
It's okay, though. Yeah, I mean, this is more what you wanted to see in that pistol round with the combo of the flashes there. Even though there's a player tucked in the corner of Octagon that doesn't initially get accounted for, Euron's able to turn on this very, very quickly here. Steps out, gets one. Here's the shots behind. Okay, those second two are snappy from Euron. That's what you need for ZETA. Everybody stepping up and really contributing. It can't just be the depth show. We've seen that doesn't work against these teams in Pacific. We saw it against Genji on Ascent. He can pop off, but it still isn't going to be enough.
This is something we've kind of heard a lot from the panel as well, right? The consistency of Euron, and when you need him to find those plays in such sticky situations, he can get that performance up. Oh, bit of a pause here.
Don't do it to us.
No.
It
happens.
The T1 curse.
There it is. There it is.
Okay,
all right, we're back. We're back. Whew. All right. Same output here, though, from T1.
Yeah, same kind of movement off the start, using that cascade to take control of Garden, and then just kind of reinforce that area. This time only 2 players for ZETA. I think a little bit more wary that this might be a fake. But with some of that contact, it's not even gets him through the tube.
Yeah, just traces him through. Laz also throws out the snake bite. Now they know that he's going to be on Hookah, and Izu deals quickly. Euron trying to at least assist if he could, coming out of the hole, but he gets tagged down 30. That's going to hurt a lot as he waits for the rest of the team, but Saya player is just too damn proactive, pushes them back. And that's going to be, as you can see on the minimap, ZETA, 2 remaining players, is going to be playing for that save game.
Yeah, B-site, so difficult to retake, even in favorable situations. So for sure, ZETA doesn't want to get involved with it. This is just the same, basically the same look we just saw, right, from T1, and ZETA assumes that it's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so they're like, well, we're just going to see. We're just going to wait this out and just kind of hold 1-1 at each of the doors, right? You got Laz up in hookah, you got Hirodon at the door to Octagon, and turns out it was exactly the same hit. You know, Hirodon gets sniped through the tube by, not sniped, but shot through the tube by a Saya player, and that just kind of breaks the round open. Laz can't win his trade against Izu, so ZETA, just not much else to do in that round. Just not quite the right read, and it's a good sort of, you know, sometimes you'll see teams do this where they show you the exact same look twice and you assume it's not the same look, and that's kind of the gamble you're making.
Also feels like, you know, you let go of the pressure a little bit and then T1's just still up in your face. Right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. This is what I like about, again, how just aggressive T1 can really be. ZETA's, you know, they can really match that, but once they kind of slow down that tempo, that's when you kind of feel it. Again, it's a bit too early, but if that's you know, the tempo of how this game's going to pan out, might not be too good for ZETA moving forward.
For sure. And ZETA is, you know, this year having sort of similar problems in a different way to what they had last year with their very slow play. That kind of bites them because you can read them pretty easily sometimes. And that was kind of like T1 punishing them a bit there. And I could see on the minimap that Yurdan was considering slide through. It's a good check on the showers. So this space given up, and this is going to be a tough hold for Sugar Zero and Laz.
Well, you say that, but then multiple mollies for the moment and a lot of smokes being expended here by ZETA. At least for the moment, that does burn out a lot of utility from ZETA right now, and you can see that they are afraid of that lamps control. That's why they throw out the wingman just to kind of double check. Now they're going to look to re-hit as the Dizzy does come out. There's the nade as well to clear out some form of control here onto Euron. Comes out once again with the 2-3K! Oh my goodness, the hat trick just comes out ever so beautifully here from Euron. Throws out the trash. What's going to happen? Is it the connection? Not going to be. Izu now creating some space, and Euron eats the snake bite, but it doesn't matter. There's no phase in whatsoever, and it turns into the 1-versus-1. Depp a little bit too late to the party, but as you can see, Spike is out in the open, and it's going to be a catch here from Rossi. Can he actually spot out where Depp was? Absolutely not, and that's going to be a stellar round for ZETA.
I mean, apparently Euron's going to be the hero for ZETA right now. He is absolutely just going ham in some of these rounds. Huge multi-kills, but the interesting thing here is I thought this looked really good for T1. Able to take so much control of the space in front of this, but they opt to swing the double swing into the back. And that's not a bad idea, just Euron best them. So I frankly like the way that T1 played this round. It's just better shooting. Get ZETA over the line here, because the way that they take shower controls, they wait it out. They've got the crunch from short and from shower. You know, ZETA, like you were talking about, ZETA had to use utility, but they're getting fast and furious.
There you go. They've done this a couple of rounds now, and ZETA's had enough. Get out. V-Long is ours, and that's going to be the spike down as well. T1 just bombarded by flashes. In the blink of an eye here, Paper Thin, 2 remaining for T1.
This is such a great response here from ZETA, recognizing that maybe T1 would try to go to what had been working for them, taking that Octagon control early, and they get ahead of it, and they just shut it right down. Just tremendous ideas from ZETA to change pace, to get aggressive. This is the ZETA we're going to need. This is the ZETA that we've all been just chomping at the bit to see.
Here on bit of a mistime on the jiggle just for that information. Depp, though, loving the verticality here, but he's also spotted him out, trying to trace him through the smoke, and of course, trace for trace. Vandal's a little bit too much to handle. X-Skirt making some waves, but that's not going to be enough when the rest of ZETA comes in to play.
I'm shocked that Depp didn't drop down off that box. I think T1 thought he would too, because they both spotted each other. Did Izu and Depp, but Depp just held his ground, and relayed the information over to Euron, able to get the spray through. Yeah, X-Skirt comes up with a pretty big triple, but just all of ZETA already here at that point. He was just a goner. So nicely done. This is what you need. Change of paces, change of ideas. Now let's see what T1 wants to do. It looks like now they're considering a hookah push, seeing if they could maybe take advantage of that. They do have the showstopper and a Viper's Pit, so if they can get to a plantable position, could be difficult. Depp has a showstopper as well, and he could be ready. I think, Sugar Zero knows Depp could be up for a big one.
This is actually a good play, though, considering how close they are to each other. Saya player not hitting anything with the showstopper. Depp does. Saya player comes in. It's a bit chaotic right now. High Tide does separate them, a lot of them actually, as the rest of the ZETA players going back, retreating onto Elbow just for the moment as they do regroup with Laz. Dust settles 2 versus 3. Excrit get hit by the Thrash. That's going to be a bad one as the spike is also down. Izu down by himself, 1 versus 3. Gets the first. 2 at the back. Oh my god! Izu is the headshot, but Hiruron holds on. Drew, how does he do it?
Oh no. Izu so close to having an amazing clutch. The dink through the tube just doesn't quite do enough damage there. And Hiruron's able to best him. I mean, the beginning of this round had me scratching my head a bit. I thought Depp was going to pop that showstopper and put it in the door of Hookah.
Yeah.
But he just like ran back. And I was like, you're giving up a lot of space here, Depp. And then Saya actually took advantage of it. Yeah, the showstopper missed, but he still got a kill with the stinger. So like, that almost went really bad for Zeta with what I thought could have been a complete shutdown of that round. But
yeah,
well, it works out in the end. Izu there, so close to having tremendous highlight reel clip for himself. He's been a guy that, by the way, with a huge push out of showers here for Zeta, I think completely unaccounted for. If they can hold the line at B a little bit longer, this could be devastating.
Yeah, Izu's so unaware of this. As you can see, he's just marking too much what's right in front of him. Spider Sense is not tingling for the Viper. He actually gets through. No, he drops all of his utility. That's going to be Depp with the kill. Still, though, that's going to be T1 pushing up onto the B side. Last at the back of things. Reckoning, making it very difficult for his life to just stay alive at the back of things. But now, question is, Saya player is going to push through that high tide. Maybe chase them on the spawn. Not going to happen this time. Depp actually went for the TP, so they know that he's going to be somewhere on Hookah for the moment. Bit of a quiet time here for both teams, as it seems like Zeta are regrouping just for the bit.
Yeah, just looking to set up from every angle and let their utility do the talking. But not much left to speak of. A Guiding Light, paint shells, good opener for Xcurate.
Yeah, that's going to be Xcurate finding a couple of kills, but this is just perfect, systematic even. 1 versus 2, Side player coming around, but they're just too high. Cannot trace them on the high ground. The advantage too real, and Zeta Division keeps clapping back.
Yeah, I mean, Euron is absolutely out of his mind right now. Playing one of the best maps I've seen from him so far. Just so aware positionally right now and so accurate with his gunfire. But again, it's the early round stuff that Zeta is showing that T1's not super ready for. Zeta doesn't play like this. They don't push angles on you early in rounds. They very rarely do that. And the fact that they're doing it is keeping T1 a little bit off balance, making them kind of second guess themselves and giving Zeta time to set up for that retake. Like you said, you know, Depp goes through the teleporter, and then Sugar Zero goes all the way around through spawn, and they're able to come from just about every angle except Octagon. Euron's able to win that big one against Xcurate. That basically keeps that extra flank angle open for the side of Zeta, and they're looking good. I feel like they have a pretty good read right now. It's scrappy, but they're getting the job done.
I mean, T1's cooking a little bit too long too, right? Especially when they already know how much push Zeta was kind of doing. And this is something that we also saw at the cup, you know, when Zeta was still on their thrifty round, right? They pushed like 4 players outside of Shower here. T1 probably just expecting, you know, Zeta's already bought a couple of weapons. They don't really want to go that aggressive, but it's not really aggressive. It's not, is it really aggression or just like controlled reads from Zeta at this point?
I think controlled reads, because they didn't keep like marching their way through market.
Yeah.
I think they were a little bit unsure, you know, still at that point. Maybe there could be a player in market, and they didn't want to, you know, they wanted to go back to their kind of default holds, you know, after that push out through Showers is my guess. But still, it's showing those looks that is a really good sign. And it's, you know, keeping T1 a bit off balance. You do have a Thrash for Carpe. You do have the Seekers. You do have the Pit. Sugar Zero does have that Orbital Strike, though. So a good utility to clear the Pit. Good flash. Izu able to turn it and get around the corner. So back to safety for now. All stingers, though, for T1, so a weaker buy.
Yeah. No one's home, though. So this is actually kind of good for T1 since they do have those stingers for the close range right about now. If they don't get stopped on the plant, that Viper Spit will give them a lot more lethality, I would say, with the weapons that they've kind of purchased. But look at this retake util from Zeta, just kind of flushing them out, especially with the help of that Orbital Strike. Hold on. Thrash actually gets a couple. Rossi now triggering the Seekers. Sugar Zero in the middle of things, and how does he survive? Not for long, as Izu comes in for the swing. Now this waterfall coming out from Zeta Division is turning into just a bloodbath as they get picked off one by one. All angles from T1 as they try to drop into the site.
Well, T1 just reads the map correctly here, where they find the open space to get on the site. ZETA gives it up for free. Not really contested at all. They're hiding in hookah and trying to rotate in from A, and that allows T1 to get way too comfortable. Like the idea with the orbital strike to try to flush players out, and ZETA gets one out of it, but then they're just kind of falling one by one into these positions. Sugar Zero gets trapped at the edge of the Viper's pit at alley door, and not much he can do. And then they're just kind of hopping out of hookah and right into X-Curate's crosshairs. So it's a really good change from T1, but I would have liked to have seen ZETA be a little more aggressive at the point of attack there to shut T1 down. Because with all those ultimates that T1 had to play with, you know, there's a lot of advantages they can create for themselves, and investing that orbital strike as well and not really getting much out of it is extremely painful for ZETA in this half.
I like how we saw X-Curate, you know, rather than fist bump, he actually looked like he was about to shake hands with his teammate. Anyways, Huron. Inside the tube, backing away. Dizzy for Dizzy, though. Huron's holding on to hookah for the moment. He's good, crispy on the hand cannons, but there's going to be the flank coming in from Izu. Huron gets pushed back. Depp now here. This is turning very messy, but Carpe converts. Oh, it's just one coming in, and that's going to be Sugar Zero. A little bit too late to the party, while T1's already aware that he's there.
A lot of damage done by ZETA, but only able to get 2 players out of it. It's not bad ideas here from ZETA. I like the coordination there with the flash from Hirodon, but there's a cove right next to Rossi that he's able to sneak into to save himself from that Sheriff. Carpe doing a great job holding the line, down to 9 HP, but didn't matter. Still got the job done. So now it's ZETA's turn. Take a timeout, rethink what they're going to do. Are we going to see more aggressive ZETA here? Are we going to see them, challenge maybe Octagon a little bit more? They've been ceding some of that space, and that's been opening up the B site for T1, and that's something you would rather not do as a defending team on Bind, is give up B site, because it is so difficult to retake, no matter what the situation is.
Fair. This is like this is also going to be the situation on both sides, right? When you hit defending side, just because they don't really have that sentinel to kind of slow the pace down. If you have the Cypher, you get a little bit more passive information with the camera and so on and so forth. But you can see some of the struggles right now for ZETA, where if again T1 plays that fast game, they have other players on the other side of the site, right? So a lot more forces for T1 to play. It's very simple, it's very straightforward, but of course it looks pretty effective for the past 2 rounds here from T1.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you hit on a really good point. With neither team having a Sentinel, the speed is going to be a little bit more up-tempo, because you have to react quickly to what your opponents are doing, because you don't have the ability to get that info like you're talking about. So you have to be quick on rotations, or else the round is going to fall apart. And that's why this defender side is so crucial for ZETA. If they can make this a 6-6, a 7-5 even, I think you're feeling pretty good about this, because I would favor the attacker side ever so slightly, despite it Bind being usually a defender-sided map. Without those Sentinels, that changes the equation, changes the math a little bit.
Yeah, fair enough, right? Laz using the broccoli on A short. It looks like a broccoli. It's green, all right.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of, there's a lot of vegetables, it looks like, if we're...
Fair.
And then Sky has the cabbages. And,
yeah.
I mean, we're just eating healthy today is what it is.
Valorant's, just reminding us to...
The coach said it before, right? That, X-Curate's been focusing on his diet.
On his health. That's true.
Yeah.
Props to X-Curate, right? Maybe his skincare as well, learning from Forsaken. I mean, his skin's looking glowing right now.
Yeah. Forsaken is... I'm jealous. What can I say?
Yeah, both of them, actually. Anyways. Moving forward, T1. All right. They're about to explode onto this one, but Sugar Zero, well-timed on the volley, actually, here. Cooks Carpe to a crisp. So even though there is going to be that reckoning, it's a teeny tiny hole where these mollies just get that full control, right? They can't really push through this, and it's 20 seconds. This is going to be brute force from T1. They're going to have to come through with this one, but the flashes is perfect, and that is just going to be ZETA picking them off very cleanly.
What responses from Sugar Zero and Yoran there. With the mollies, with the timings of everything, knowing that with that reckoning there, they can stagger their utility to basically buy enough time so the ult runs out.
Yeah.
With this. First the molly, then I think the mosh comes in, and then the wingman, then the dizzy. That's just so beautiful. That Dizzy hits so many people. That is just beautiful from those two. You can't execute it much better than that.
100%. Gotta hurt those T1, right? They've been kind of just grouping up and brute forcing their way into these sites, but it ain't gonna work that time.
And look at this, Depp went for a judge. They're really expecting that maybe finally T1 is gonna try to push U-Haul. They've been completely ignoring that space the entire half. So he's gambling that they're gonna try to make a play for that space. But right now we're seeing it's a pretty heavy Showers investment, kind of looking like one of the earlier rounds. They use the high tide to cut off half the site. Looks like maybe a close plant here.
Oh, do hear that the Showstopper has been used by Saya player, so... Oh, he's bringing down the payload, and that's going to be Euron down. Is Saya going to be able to escape this? So he doesn't need to escape. He's the one. That is the Grim Reaper tap. Oh, he just went in for the jump spot just so that he can maybe move around. And he is just doing so much damage inside of Labs right now. Almost even whipping out the Showstopper. Not going to happen this time as Laz remains on the flank. Spike planted already, and he's already been spotted too. Now he's going to be using a bit of his utility just to kind of check out corners. Cove delays, high tide delays, everything is just made to make Laz's life a living hell. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, this is kind of I think a bit of a misread here by Euron, expecting maybe that Showstopper wouldn't go all the way up to heaven. He gambles a little bit by holding himself there. You know, if he runs down the ramp back towards spawn, he might be able to at least keep himself alive or at least make it more difficult. I mean, maybe thinking that if he plays that unexpected position, he's going to kill Saya before Saya can, you know, comfortably pull the trigger on the Showstopper, but he was close. He got Saya down to 8 HP, but then Saya got 2 more kills after that, so that kind of ruins the round a bit for ZETA.
It is Saya player, right? Now moving forward into things, we saw how gritty that first pistol was. What's going to be the play right now for ZETA, considering that we're kind of almost similar in terms of the comps here, right? Are they going to go for that aggressive mid control? Do they have something for depth that we have seen loves to go for those lamp controls when we've seen them during kickoff, where he just kind of double satchels in? Granted, again, that was a different composition all throughout, but still, that was one of the kind of main plays that ZETA kind of did at the start of their attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally really impressed with Depp's raise this year. I think he's improved on it a lot compared to last year. His blast pack movement in general, really, really good. I mean, Hero, okay, 2 health, excuse me. It was, I mean, it was low health, not 8, it was 2, but still, he gets the heals then a little bit. That allows him to hold that angle.
Nice, guys, good job.
Depp doing what he can. And yeah, steady as always. Saya is a very, very sort of mellow player, but he doesn't look like it when he's in the game. He is so fast, so furious. And now looking like an A hit here from the side of ZETA. T1, though, is very ready. There is no doubt about it. I mean, they've got so much util on short that if there's any push through there, there's going to be the double flashes into Saya players. Follow up with his raise stuff.
Oh, that is a great bait from Excurate. So the quick little cascade here actually baits out the Dizzy and the Flash. He's going to throw out another one possibly as he's trying to time it, but he's called in the help of both Carpe as well as Saya Player. So they're throwing it out for this hard contact right now. That nade is going to catch Saya Player. That's unfortunate. High Tide will be used now to keep the delay, but not enough as the rest of ZETA just barrages into the site. Spike's gonna get planted, and Excurate not willing, not courageous enough to go for this push. Rossi tries to convert, zigzags, but Depp is gonna be true with the shots, and that's gonna be 2 versus 2 as the round continues. Izu spotted? No, Depp actually throws out on Lamps his paint shells, so he does not aware, but Euron doubles up for that pinch, and it's all down to Excurate. And this is going to be difficult because he has no idea where the first one will be. And that's going to be Depp picking up the 4K clean from ZETA.
Depp, I don't know if he needed to go that far out, but okay, it worked. I was worried because Depp was alone, that Euron wasn't going to be able to back him up quick enough before Excurate was going to be able to reset and react.
Yeah.
And the beginning of that round, like, I was watching that and I'm like, yep, Excurate's been watching his brother play this agent. Like, his brother does that same kind of stuff with those cascades in Showers. He's trying to bait out utility. He's trying to isolate fights, you know, and overstack those angles. But ZETA just responds better. They're just prepared for it enough. that they can outduel T1, and they win a huge pistol round after a even first half. That's a nice feather in the cap for Zeta. They've got a couple rifles that they're investing. Laz and Depp, the superstars for Zeta, gonna grab the super weapons in this anti-eco, see if they can get it done. And looks like for now, T1 is opting to not really get super aggressive on this. There is a couple sheriffs. Maybe if they can find some picks, they might go for this, but otherwise, see if they're just, considering dying to the spot.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, especially with Euron like on 3 charges right already before he gets his own ultimate. I mean, do you really want to thrash that early? Anyways, nice nade though. Out in the open, he's going to be fighting back. Got the assistance of both Depp and Laz. Dust settles, it's going to be Izu to remain. And that's going to be all said and done for this round. Maybe a pickup onto the Sheriff. Depp, do it. Yes.
Appreciate that, Izu.
Please buy the T1 bundle.
It is a sick bundle.
Yeah, it is. Every bundle is a sick bundle. Get your hands on one now.
I do have the T1 bundle.
Ah.
It is one of the ones I have. And I have a deal with Talon that if they qualify for playoffs, I'll get the Talon bundle.
Oh, okay.
So that's a little bit later.
As I said with Victoria, I am still handling my finances.
Fair enough. No, that's fair.
I'm just being a wise spender.
You should be wise with your money. That's
exactly.
Absolutely responsible and reasonable of you.
Yeah.
But I'm a little disappointed you're not as much of a degenerate as I thought you were.
How dare you? No, I'm kidding. I mean, I have one bundle. I'm just going to be happy about that. I have the Paper X bundle. Anyways. Speaking of, monetary and anything, this is the first buyout that we'll be seeing from T1. Yeah. That's about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, a little bit of space control here by Zeta, but they're opting to make a little bit of a play. I mean, that flash confirmed what the wingman would have anyway. The Dizzy coming in as well, going to bounce right back and be collected as Rossi is a good angle.
Oh, okay.
One.
Actually drops down. Sure, he's going to take damage, but still survives. So they're going to be, again, quite aware not to push through the site, especially when a threat of a guiding light's going to come through, if ever.
Smart by Euron here to sell, to keep feet planted. But they're actually just changing towards Octagon, so I think maybe it would have been better to hide your presence. But
oh my gosh, he is risking that third peak. Throws out the snakebite for a bit of that delay. He will just back away as upping that wall is going to be where he really wants to play with this one. This is where it gets really tricky.
And big rotations.
Oh, that's a spike as well. Drop down. Saya player reading it beautifully. That's going to be the pickup that has to happen here from Zeta Division. And they are scrambling on this one, Paper Thin, as they, again, had to still pick up the spike on Hookah.
Yeah, I was going to say there's rotations coming in from Carpe and Xcure, but it didn't matter. They were like all the way through spawn already. Did not even matter. I mean, they're just held at the point attack. And again, so you do have the flash confirm onto Euron, who's trying to hide behind the box.
Yeah.
Saya just snips him out. But that kind of keeps T1 planted, and I think off that flash confirm, Zeta should have changed directions to A instead, at least explored that, because they're revealing that their presence is still there. And again, you might be trying to, sort of double fake T1, right? Like where they're like, oh, you faked the information, you're clearly going back to A, but that's not been Zeta's MO. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I want to see more of changes of direction, changes of ideas after util contact from Zeta. Because sometimes, and the desk was talking about this, they get a little too readable. Here comes the showstopper.
Oh, Depp. Does that
actually hit? That actually did damage.
Yeah. Rossi's down to 18 out of that one. Gotta put that into playbook. That's gonna be quite difficult for Rossi here. Yeah, he's not gonna get that heal anymore. Bit of a contact that we're seeing right now on elbow as both teams really not wanting to let this up. There's the flash coming in right now from T1, the push out, and it's getting a little bit bloody here as there is that separation that we're seeing. T1 now onto the site, uses the code for that bit of cover. Hiroron baiting in the shots, and he is perfectly baiting in Excurate. Drops down as we see Zeta Division. Again, they're not even afraid. They're not sweating on this post plant.
Yeah, you can see that once they commit to an idea here today, that they are really hardcore on following through. Like, there is no stop once Laz makes a decision. They're like, take elbow, and they're all there trying to do it together. And that's making it a bit difficult for T1 because the trades are going to be favorable for Zeta in those situations. So, you're either going to have those crossfires that eliminate 3 or 4 players at the cost of 2 for T1, or else Zeta is going to keep kind of winning some of these scenarios. Now, been a lot of B hits. And this time, Zeta trying to see if they can take advantage of that. Big push out with the Thrash, gaining some info, getting Showers control, but it's a quick TP.
Oh!
It's a catch on a Carpe.
You gotta save him. They're pushing for Carpe's body right now. Seekers comes out from Rossi. Actually, Sarge manages to get the fight. How does Depp do that? The run and gun. Beautiful from the duelist. Child of God, as Saya player goes in for the hero plays, does allow Extra to go for that sandwich. And unfortunately, even though there were some plays that was happening from T1, and Zeta Division just got refragged for days.
Want to give a huge shout out to Hirodon. Doing a really good job on this guy. 11 assists. He's been really on point with those flashes. In that case, to set Depp up, he's just been night and day compared to what we saw in Asova, for example, in the previous matchup against Gen G. He was struggling mightily, not just with his shots, but with his util. But here, on this guy, looking a lot more comfortable. Looking like this has been practiced and seems to be right in his wheelhouse. So really excited for Zeta. If Hirodon is playing well, then you got to feel good about Zeta's chances, because he's been kind of the weakest link for them.
Yeah.
So if he could step it up, certainly this is a team to be feared. Again, they almost took a map off Gen G. They almost sent it to map 3. Who knows what could have happened? That's how good this team is. You know, they're challenging just about everybody they play. It's just they're not quite able to close it out sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. And I like how for the past 2 rounds that we've seen here for Zeta Division, they've been kind of, well, not kind of, but really making sure that the big ultimates have really good follow-ups, right?
Yeah,
the first one was that
Showstopper,
right? They made sure that they got as much value as possible. Same with the Thrash here. As you saw, you talk about how good the intent was from Zeta Division, and you know what? They're not wasting any resources whatsoever. It's not just those out-of-nowhere ults just to kind of Hail Mary something. It's all lots of thoughts behind it.
It's got follow-up, right? Like that Thrash had Depp playing behind it, as well as Hirodon with the guiding lights. So exactly. I mean, it's really good stuff from Zeta. But now you have some big ults to worry about from T1 with the Showstopper and the Reckoning available. It is an eco, though. But T1 has shown that they're willing to invest those ultimates if they feel like they've got a good opportunity to get value out of them. So certainly Zeta has to be cautious, and you can see they're worried about, you know, off a contact, an immediate follow-up from a Showstopper is a absolute threat that they have to consider, and there is a quick rotation here from T1. They see Zeta and they slide players over. So this is one of those situations where I'd really like to see Zeta throw a little bit of a fake here. You know, throw the Trailblazer out and then back off.
Zeta probably kind of read this as, you know, we do know that they're going to be saving, so might as well just go for this play. All right, there it is. Bringing in the Boombayas. That's going to be Saya player with the first pick. But I mean, this is just a shooting gallery that, again, Zeta has got the better firepower, and they're chasing for the kills here. Guiding Link has been activated as well, and this is going to be at least them getting that free space for now. Picking up the spike as well. It's going to be the rotation. TP's all out to Showers, so Xgrid going to be by himself here. Oh, actually hits the headshot. Has the Reckoning to delay. He's going to push it out, and this is making it 100 times more difficult for Zeta. They're going to get slowed down, and this is just a test of how well they can really stick up to these kind of sticky situations. Saya player around the corner. Carpe freeing up a bit of space as he tries to push it onto Lamb. Saya player so aggressive. And the 2 players of Zeta Division, they're a bit far from where the spike is here on one more kill. He's going to have himself that ultimate, but the sandwich left and right, front and back. And that's going to be T1 picking up Thrifty.
And this is what I'm worried about. It's like Zeta just tries to fight this when they don't need to, if that makes sense. Like there's no reason. I mean, you know that Showstopper's there. They're initially cautious of it, and then they're not. And it's like they forget about it, or they just decide they're going to challenge it anyway, just sacrifice Euron. But I don't think that's necessary. I mean, I like the TP, but the holds behind it are like in these cubbies, and they're just read perfectly by T1. And then Sugar Zero there in that situation
guys, let's go.
Doesn't quite process it fast enough, but you need to push one angle or another if you're stuck in that corner.
Yeah, and I'll just
because you're just going to get sandwiched.
100%. I'll just add to it. I feel like a big factor as well was just how much body shots we've seen from the Sheriff. So, you know, Zeta just seeing their HP just go down lower and lower. It's like, we got to rush things. Maybe.
They're a similar look to the start of this round. Just Sugar Zero over on the other side. And Flash confirms that there are players here, but this time around, T1 has opted to not contest control of the Octagon. So they're just going to seed this over. This is looking like that round that T1 had their thrifty win. They had a bunch of stingers. The only difference is there's no pit anymore because ZETA used it last round.
Now they're all here on Octagon, so he might actually decide to just back away onto Hookah. Yep, that's going to be one thing. The wall, I'm not sure if ZETA reads this, but
they've lost their opportunity.
Yeah. The push out as well from T1 on outside on mid. Oh, so we can see Saya player just denies Dap. That's going to be the fly swatter for you. The isolation of Blast. They can't push through into a system. And now ZETA, they're crumbling one by one. Euron is down alone on B-Long as Sugar Zero gets spotted outside of Hookah. And that's going to be the clapback for T1. They are mitigating this lead one more to equalize.
It's that hesitation that cost them. It's a good timing on the Trailblazer from Rossi. He sniffs that out so nicely and gets a ton of info and immediately calls in the reinforcements for T1. And they're able to get there well ahead of ZETA trying to execute. So ZETA misses their window. That's all this is. I mean, ZETA could have at least maybe got a plant down. I don't know if they win the round because of the firepower difference, but, you know, just with the gun difference. But it's still, it's like you're seeing those old problems for ZETA start to creep in again.
Yeah.
So we need to see, I think, something a little bit different. Play for this orb for Depp. Get this showstopper. And set up off the back of that. But right now, they're really far back. They're expecting aggression out of T1, and they've read it correctly.
They're actually going to be pushing around this push from mid from T1. As you can see, ZETA wrapping around a corner here. Saya player has been spotted already. Now they know what's up. Nade being thrown as well, but this is a separation, 3-2. Two players of ZETA. Both the controllers actually on shower right now. Thankfully enough, there is that bend right around that's going to allow them to go for the long rotate, but there is no chance that T1 allows this. Still, of course, T1's got to be careful because Depp going to be able to get a little bit of damage in. Huron now comes around the corner. Saya player pockets himself in, and that's going to be the spike down.
Spike down.
Both of the remaining players of ZETA Division, they try to creep up from that map control. Unfortunately, again, T1 not allowing that rotation to come in.
Right here. Right here.
This is so tough now. That spike down, I mean, it's going to have to be just tremendous gunplay. Good smoke could help too, of course. Maybe rather save that all.
Oh.
Sugar Zero getting it started.
Oh. And he's going to finish this. Wow!
Oh my God.
You saw Excret second guess himself. He actually looked the other way. And this falls back. You talked about the gunplay. ZETA has it in spades for days. And now it's all down to Carpe. Former shot caller here for T1. Got to bring in the big plays as he spots Sugar Zero going in for the cross, throws out the mosh pit, knows that he can isolate one of the fights against Laz. Not going to happen as ZETA somehow win the round.
I mean, it's one of those rounds that's got me very confused for both teams because ZETA reads the early part of this round very nicely. They clearly had a read that if there was a big ult that's one away, if the showstopper is one away, that T1 was going to push for space and try to take advantage of the fact that likely your opponent is going to want to get that orb to get the showstopper online.
Yeah.
So ZETA reads that. Then, when they're falling back and there's some contact, you know, Depp gets one, he re-aggresses for the second. Maybe a little overconfident on that, but whatever. But then they don't read that there could be more players pushed up. Like, they just assume that that's the front of the formation for T1. It's actually not. They've already slid into that corner, and they don't recognize that. So that almost costs them the round. And then T1 just kind of loses it. Where's the showstopper? Hello?
All right. Bit of a miscomm there, if not a misread here from ZETA. Unsure what was happening on that one, especially when they were trying to use the thrash. Probably expected that maybe someone was on Hookah, so Depp was just, you know, very confident. He could have just pushed with Euron's ultimate.
He seems uncomfortable with the showstopper today, if that makes sense. It feels like he has opportunities to use it, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
And it costs him a little bit because his opponents are anticipating it, and I get that he's probably thinking, I can surprise them.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just got to go for it and get that space. Now you have the op here from Saya player as well in A heaven, so tough situation potentially for ZETA. As they are spreading the map. I do like that. I do like that they're confusing T1.
30 seconds
T1 doesn't know where they're at, and they've, you know, guessed incorrectly as to where ZETA has moved to.
Yeah, Laz can always just go for that TP and regroup with the rest of the team. Izu If he hears this Dizzy be thrown out, there's the smokes, here's the flash, there's the Dizzy, and there's the perfect timing on the Showstopper, so he can't really throw his Snakebite out in the open on the entryway there of Hookah to really stop them from coming right in. That's going to be the plant on the spike, and of course the force onto the post plant. Euron now using the secondary of his Thrash, and they're pushing this. What the? Push coming in from Euron, and Sugar Zero all the way onto Elbow. I love it. T1 was so focused onto the site that they forgot that the bend, the elbow was just still a possibility here. Rossi, no abilities left. I'm sure he's got a regrowth, but he can't use that on himself, can he? 2 versus 1. There it is. Coming back into the swing. 2. Oh! Okay, one more.
Nice try, man.
This is going to be perfect. No! Rossi! Heron! He swung him! He saw him too, and Rossi's just like, come at me, bro. I got you. What?
He reads that perfectly. He anticipated the Dizzy. Look at where his crosshair was. He knew that Dizzy was coming out, and he was going to clear that first. Was ready for the jump peek. He read every single moment of this situation perfectly. That is phenomenal from Rossi.
Oh, he saw the first Driggle too, and Huron's like, maybe I got this, and he went for the wide swing. No way, that's how it happened. That could have been match point for Zeta here, Paper.
I mean, and again, it's like every time Zeta has a really good idea, then they have kind of a bad idea on the back of it. Like the way that they held that initial push onto the site, right? You talked about it with the elbow control, phenomenal. Euron hides himself in the tube. Xayah player has no idea. Gets, shot in the side of the head while he's got a Showstopper out. Okay, great. That's your round. It should be done.
Yeah.
But they don't send a player to flank somewhere. Like, you had the opportunity there to go through alley, come all the way around from the defender spawn, from that door, and create a crossfire that way, instead of just kind of 1v1ing, giving those opportunities to Rossi at all.
Yeah.
Like, you could have played that a lot differently as Zeta, and I understand it's a tense situation. Now, that being said, all the credit in the world to Rossi, because he read that incredibly well. I mean, that was flawless from him.
Yeah, and speaking of the man, he's 19 kills, top fragging alongside Xayah player here, who has picked up the operator. So, I mean, now we're going to be seeing how effective he can really be as the sniper here on Bind. But that being said, these thrifty rounds, they've been kind of brutal yesterday when we saw the matches happen. Not this time, though, as Xayah player gets the first pick. Depp, he has his Showstopper. Ooh, he wants to explode with this one, but there's not really much information to be had.
Oh, he gets the right round for it. But maybe I think if they get a pick here, oh my god. Xayah gets tagged down to 7.
They're waiting for him too. That's going to be Carpe down.
Okay, now you can pull the Showstopper.
Yeah. Seekers used. Xayah player holding. Sees Laz getting a little bit too familiar with my buddy there. And that's the pushback. Oh, Spike hasn't been planted, so they denied it. And that's going to be the 2 players of Zeta now wrapping around. Depp, I mean, he probably wants, he could even give Heron the rifle here, and he goes for maybe a heroic ultimate. Unsure.
Okay, Rossi playing anti-flash.
Oh, there it is. Collateral. Rossi had to, be the bait for my great mate. It's all good.
And again, this is one of those scenarios where I feel like Zeta could have risked it with the Showstopper to get space, to get the plant down, set up for post plants. Instead, they're pushing space, and they're paying the price.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they're not pushing, if you have the Showstopper popped and you want to push space like that, fine. Then I'm much more okay with it.
Yeah. 100%, right? Because we have seen teams just kind of play off of it just because, that sound cue, everybody's afraid that they're going to get caught by the Showstopper. You kind of play within that scramble of the other team. Not really being, I guess, well utilized right now by Zeta.
It's like every time I think I have a read on what Zeta's going to do, they do the opposite. And it is kind of interesting. It sometimes works. Here we go.
There it is.
Showstopper. He's got him in the corner.
That's going to be Rossi down too. Hold on, Excurrent here. Cove actually gives a little bit of separation, but that's going to be a package that you do not want to open. 2 players of Zeta coming into this one. As Carpe also gets picked off. Thought that maybe he could sneak by at the back of the site, but not going to happen this time. Zeta with their advantage, pushes through still, and that's going to jettison them into match point.
This is what you want to see out of Zeta. Just everybody on the same page. This is when their rounds have been working for them, is when they're decisive. When they all just kind of like agree, we're going to do this thing. and they use that showstopper beautifully. Set Depp up for the one and done. That's okay. He dies. You give away Xcurit's position. Laz able to get up on those boxes, use that cove against Xcurit essentially. Beautiful stuff. That is awesome. Love to see it from ZETA.
Yeah, that was the one we were definitely waiting for. Now Izu here. Yeah, I mean, he's far removed from the situation. We still have one more round. We'll see if it's going to be ZETA getting there first. Again, they need that 2-0 to get better chances, which is closer now than it was before, but T1 can push this, if they can, into overtime with just one more round.
Yeah, it feels like it wouldn't be a ZETA match unless there was an overtime. That's just the way things go with them. But, yeah. I mean, this is great. Great. Everybody doing the right things at the right time. Everybody doing their job for ZETA. Now one more round is all they need. Just a little bit of a weak economy for T1. So it's a Guardian that's going to swing in from Saya player. And again, full force is ZETA except for Laz. Laz is watching for a Showers push based off of that toxic screen that got set up through the TPs by T1. That toxic screen covers so much area. That's crazy good for T1. And that's got a little bit of confusion for ZETA, but they're going to try to at least take control of Octagon. But nope, they don't like what they see. And I think that's the correct decision here, is get the heck out of there, recognizing that there's too much T1 presence. And with all this free space, all this lack of sound and information that Laz has, he can say, okay, this looks relatively clear. Now, T1 is making a decent read off of this, but they're playing so far back. If ZETA can get this plant down, get into post-plant positions, you know, that Reckoning might not have too much impact. We'll see.
Ooh, there's a gap on top of this one. Nice little use on the Dizzy there, too. Wingman's going to start playing that spike in. We'll see if this Nate can actually stop it. Nope. That's going to be the retake right here for T1. Side players making a lot of noise on Heaven as the rest, Xcurit and Carpe, now working their way onto Lamps here. That being said, though, High Tide and Reckoning have been used to separate the side as much as possible. That is a beautiful flash from Heroron, as Saya player cannot really do too much. Izu gets with the big plays, and that's going to be Rossi now alone by himself. 3 versus 1. Play the retake if they can, but it's not going to happen. Whoa, okay. Rossi's done it before. Can he do it again? 30 HP this time. But now they've got that left and right? Laps and Showers, and that's going to be a great finish here for that first map for ZETA.
Yeah, nice play here by Depp and Sugar Zero to get ahead of the retake. Uses that blast pack really nicely. And yeah, you know, Depp kind of panics a little bit, switches to the shorty, but he's got the backup, he's got the follow-up, and ZETA really well coordinated on those last couple rounds. Good decisiveness. That's what you want to see. When ZETA's all on the same page, they look rather good.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyways, we're going to give it to the panel. Dissect this first map. You guys have it.
I caught it. Thank you. Thank you, Asarai.
Good catch.
Thanks. I wanted to say you're on fire, ZETA Division, because they took their first map pick Bind, showing it for the very first time this stage 1. It did come a little close. Will was a little excited at times, but they couldn't quite get there. They weren't as cohesive as ZETA was on this very first map.
Yeah, I mean, I think ZETA, the way they played that last round really sums it up, right? What really caught my eye on that last round is you see the Reckoning coming out on that retake. Old ZETA would have backed out. They would have said, yo, back out. We got post-plant lineups. We have one person in Showers. We're fine. They push out with a pop flash. Those are the types of decisions you see from a team that wants to win, and we saw a lot of those from ZETA today in that first map.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. ZETA Division backs against the wall. Now they are in this with that fire. You know, Euron is popping off in those first few rounds. T1, on the other hand, although it was really competitive, Rossi had insane clutch moments. That was incredibly smart how he anticipated the jump peak. There were some rounds where you could tell that there's definitely some kind of comms issue going on, because they were committing to some like really drastic situations, like rushing into the teleporter and everyone just kind of dies. Or even the one round where they actually got market control pushing out on defense, and they had numbers advantage, but ZETA Division just held steadfast and were able to fire back against them. That's why we're seeing the post-plant situations. ZETA wins out, in the like 2 more rounds over T1. I mean,
Saya does his darndest, right, in terms of the overall kills, but like you said, a lot of T1's wins were off of those heroic plays, and a lot of their movement as well. It was very reliant on, hey, I believe I can go in and fight and win this duel, whereas ZETA was definitely moving a bit more as a team. What's funny is, almost, I think halfway through that second half still, most of T1 actually had a positive KD, whereas ZETA, only 2 people did. But by the end, they were able to continue on as a team, even if it relies on some of these multi-kills. Obviously, Uran kicking things off with incredible 4Ks in the very first half. And Huron putting up some strong numbers today as well on top of those assists.
He's definitely kind of improving a little bit by a little bit. A little bit shaky at the start, right? He didn't have too many kills, but once he started to get going, once he started to go along with the team, you know, just kind of relaying off of depth if depth falls, he finds those trades, and that's what we've been needing from ZETA all along. Question is, can they keep this up? Because it's not as if T1 looked bad. T1 had some incredible rounds. I love round 18 when they got a thrifty win off of a timeout because they just relayed and worked off of utility, delayed so well, and just set up perfectly for that TP pinch. You know, they went through teleporter, X-Cure was on the other side just to keep ZETA inside of showers. That's the stuff from T1 that keeps them alive.
Yeah, and obviously with these highlights right off the bat in the pistol, you see, again, even though the timing was a little off from ZETA, ZETA came in with ideas where they take initiative, even when they're on defense, right? You see that setup with the Dizzy out through the roof, things like that. This is the type of ZETA that people wanted to see with the introduction of Uran and Huron. And just because it didn't work out in the first round, they don't give up. They still know what they've prepped. They know that they are trying to take the tempo away from T1 every inch of the way. And by the end, that keeps them just far ahead enough to be able to close things out on that close 13-11 scoreline.
So that's ZETA Division, you know, coming in with improvements. It's not exactly like that old ZETA Division that Victoria's talking about. If they can keep up this new Atarashi ZETA Division, you know, be more decisive, more confident, don't back down when you have utilities and ultimates thrown at you, they might just be able to take this 2-0.
I mean, there's a real chance.
Possibility.
And now I do want to just touch on the Rossi and Izu role change as well, right? When I saw that pop up on the screen, I thought it was a pretty good idea, and I think we saw in game that it worked out okay as well, right? Rossi seemed a lot more proactive on that Sky. Izu usually seems to always wait for a teammate's call, something like that. And Izu, when he's left to his own devices on some of these controllers, he plays very crafty. So overall, I think it's a good idea, but there were definitely cases where it seemed like it needed a little bit more time to cook in the oven. So for now, ZETA's going to lead the scoreline 1-0.
This is a great step up from the entire team, from ZETA, as we've been talking about. We are going to be going to Lotus, and you guys have rightfully pointed out that, you know, hero plays are cool to watch. And we saw a lot of that happening last year, and we did see it earlier this year, and it's been proven hero plays don't win you the game. They don't win you the match. So to have each of their players step up today, that's what we really need. Now going to Lotus, this is going to be interesting. We did talk to Coach Data a bit about this. You know, T1 got to sample a bit of ZETA's composition already from Talon.
Yes, and I mean, that was a close game as well, right? But I think Talon showcased that just right off the bat on paper, this comp with the Neon, with the Gecko, you know, with the Chamber, it counters the reliance that T1 has on their Chamber quite hard, right? The Neon, not only can you shove them out with a relay pole, you can draw away the crosshair, then there's the follow-up trades. I mean, Talon utilized that quite well. Coach Data rightfully pointed out that he thinks ZETA might have extra layers to this composition as the one who's been cooking it up from the very beginning of the stage. Curious to see if T1 has the answers to it, because the way they were trying to counter out this composition, they were also focused maybe a bit too much on the Chamber, whereas I think they need to figure out how do we make sure that we're not so confused by this Neon, right? How do we make sure we can ignore the Neon and take out the second line of entry and defense so that we can dwindle their numbers?
And I think that's where you need to see players like Carpe, Izu, maybe even Rossi to come into the fray, because they've been sitting on those roles for quite a while. They are playing the right agents. It can work out, but the thing is they have to be prepared for it, because that's the thing about this composition. You got the Neon, everything's rushing at you. If you're not prepared, sometimes, you know, you get your ankles broken. That's kind of what happens to X-Cure sometimes, because it's just that fast. You have to be ready. It's not going to be the easiest thing, but I also want to say, although I did predict for ZETA, right? It's a little bit interesting, because what Coach Frost was talking about with Talon is the fact that T1's kind of whole game plan was to shut down Governor and Ban. And then they have their best player, which is actually Jit Boys, who comes in to fulfill the rest of the kills. ZETA's not the same. If Dep gets shut down, if maybe Laz gets shut down, who's next? Do we have a Sugar Hero moment? Is that going to happen today? Because if not, then maybe we actually also have a third map.
Now, before we go into the agent composition, because I think there's a lot to just like break down here before we go into it, we got our own game.
Oh boy.
The Guess a Game game. Oh, we love it.
Let's
okay, the question
What's
is,
our ranks?
which player is going to record more multi-kills? So it's not who's going to get more kills, but more multi-kills. It's Xcurate or Laz, our 2 chambers today.
Or a tie.
It could be a tie.
And I'm told that if you vote for the tie, you can double down.
Yeah.
You can
So
double tier up or double tier down. Chat, you do not live life on the edge, I see. No one going for the tie.
They don't.
Or multi-kills?
Where-
No
where's
way.
Chat?
No
Oh,
way,
they're in
Will.
gold.
Multi-kills. Okay.
You guys, chat, you need to...
I mean, listen, I
Join
will
me.
say this, is Xcurate heavily op-heavy, right, on that chamber. Laz, sure, but he also vandals a lot. He's a huge rifler on that chamber. So take that as you will.
I already told you my pick, even though I know you're probably trying to bait us. He, by the way, likes to bait you into choosing the opposite answer. Just so you know, Quack. I want you to
Take
have
that
all the
as you will.
information.
All right,
He's not
okay.
a team player, but I got my vote.
I'm nervous, but all right. I got my
Don't
vote
be
too.
nervous. It's okay. It's just
I'm at
rank.
cold.
I'm picking Laz.
Oh, well.
He's picking a tie.
I'm going for the tie.
Really?
I got nowhere to drop. I can't drop 2 ranks. I can only gain 2 ranks. I can only drop 1.
What happens after
So I got nothing to
iron?
lose on a double down. I got nothing to lose on a double down.
Just your dignity,
Will is
your
a
pride.
gambler.
My dignity and my pride were thrown out when I have, like a 40% prediction rate on the matches this stage? Get that out of here.
He's going to stay at iron, and then every single prediction, he's going to double down every single time.
It's just a double down. It's the double down meta now.
You know what? You would be the first one to hit iron if you do. If you do.
You just watch. You just watch.
You know, it's
a
really
tie.
hard to hit iron. It's just as hard as hitting Radiant in this particular
point.
game. So I think a win's a win. Now, let's talk about agent picks. So it's likely we're going to see 2 chambers.
Yes.
But we're only going to see the solo Gecko, at least last time, from ZETA. Do you guys have any thoughts on that with the solo initiator and that solo initiator being Gecko?
I mean, I think the Gecko's fine there on that solo side, just because also you have the Neon, right? The Neon can take so much space on her own that the Gecko follow-up, the Gecko just to clear out other sides of the map, you still get those cooldown refreshes. It's okay, in my opinion. You don't need the Fade when you already have the Neon, who can already push out with her own relay boats, and of course the fast lane as well. Meanwhile, on the side of T1, you really got to watch out when you choose to use the Fade and raise Util, because if you're only focusing on the chamber, then the follow-up from the Gecko and the Omen right behind that Neon, that's going to crush you. So you're going to really have to make sure that you save up that Util.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Timing that util, being prepared, getting the right reads, because that's what it all comes down to. You have that seize and raise nade combo. Meanwhile, I mean, that's what the Gecko is so good at, because you're able to flash off of the walls and you're able to surprise your opponent. So the team with the better reads might be able to perform better on this map.
All right, well, I'm very curious what our casters think on who is the strongest chamber of them all. Paper Thin and Asarai, take it away.
All right. Do I answer that first? Or
You're the prediction expert. You're Asarai Al-Gaib, my friend.
No. I got lucky ever since.
Tell me I'm going to die. Tell me I'm going to die.
No, you're not. All right. At least with how I feel they play, I feel like Xcrit's the more explosive one, and Laz being just the consistent one, if that makes sense, right?
I think you're absolutely right. And I think, for me, the bigger difference is I think Xcurate's the better opper, and I think Laz is the better, solo duelist type.
Holding angles kind of player. Yeah, fair. Oh my God. He was prepared for that. Laz gets tagged down.
Sorry,
though.
Laz. I didn't mean to curse you there.
We start this off with a bit of tag damage on ZETA. Here on just a bit of decay, though. Ooh, interesting pinch play that we see here from T1. So they put a lot of emphasis on B just to flush out Laz, as we saw, and then they back away after nothing gets scanned by that haunt.
But you have the trademark here on C, so ZETA's able to pause and wait this out to see if it is a fully confirmed C hit. It is not, and so they're able to continue holding this space outside of Rebel by A main, and it's going to be depth there. He's got that ghost. Prowler not going to confirm anything, so ZETA, now they're shifting over to B. ZETA hasn't fully read that this is potentially a hit, but T1's also confused. Both teams here trying to get information, nobody giving much up. And so they're left scrambling to try to figure out exactly who's going where. And for ZETA, I think they get a little bit lucky here that T1 doesn't continue their aggression towards A. Now on to B. Laz is shifting in. This could be tough. Let's see if they're going to shift over to C through the door. Yep, they just scooch by. They're going to use a haunt to try to sell a bit of a fake. And it is a full-on C-push now for T1.
Yeah, that was like, what, 2 scans as well from the haunt that we saw from Carpe, so that's going to give them a lot of information that this is going to be that C play. That being said, though, oh my gosh, Laz just gets blast packed by Saya player, holds the angle, and they're still actually willing to fight this. Topsy's going to be there, Euron by himself, throws at the snakebite to actually reposition himself, and he actually picks up the smoke. Not much juice left in the tank, as you can see on his meter, but he can at least keep that isolation if he can. Cannot get the first pick onto Rossi, so everyone else just pours in and punishes them. So that's going to be pistol here picked up by T1.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting pistol round, to be honest. Both teams kind of playing with each other in terms of lack of information given over, and then it's just enough of a fake onto B to buy a little bit extra time. ZETA opts to try to over-aggress from spawn. They send 4 players that way, and T1 just responds better. X-Curate good with his headhunter where Laz couldn't really find connections. I mean, a good blast pack by Saya to break open that space to also confirm the information that there were more players of ZETA there. That allowed T1 to come in. And now ZETA just taking the haunt down, but T1 wary of this angle. They send a Prowler, try to get more confirmation, but ZETA's just hiding, trying to set up a trap.
I mean, this could work, actually. If Laz TP's out, that's still 3 players of ZETA Division waiting. Not really going to be checked out. Now they know that Dep's going to be there. Actually just doing it by himself. He's going to get trapped around the corner here, but, I mean, they're all prepared for this, and that's going to be the 4K for X-Curate. Sure, a bit of pistol damage here from ZETA, but T1 shrugged it off.
Yeah, this is really nicely handled by T1. They read this situation very, very well. Once that toxic screen is down, X-Curate has a great angle. Keeps the distance between him and his opponents. That's a big part of this situation, is not giving over those close quarter battles. So those classics, those right clicks can really sing their swan song. Instead, it's the Vandal from X-Curate that does the heavy lifting for T1. Nicely thought out there.
Ooh. X-Curate. He immediately picks up the operator here on attack. Does this actually net him anything? That's the question here, though. Saya player not waiting for an answer as he just charges right up. This could get a little bit bloody as Sugar Zero's around the corner right now. That's going to be the 2K for them. Carpe swings out as well. You do see that there is going to be Huron assisting the rest of the team, but this is a full commit that we're seeing from T1. Sugar Zero, hero moments. X-Curate still got on the operator, has to plant down the spike. Does have a rendezvous, 2 versus 1. He's baiting for someone to maybe push him while he tries to plant that down. Not going to happen this time, but this is where it gets tricky. Now he's actively looking for a fight right here. They lined up, but not going to work out. The dash from Depp, too good.
Yeah, this is honestly a pretty good round for T1. I mean, yes, you're going to seed over the op. I thought maybe they'd consider saving it, but X-Curate, I think, making a fine call, in my opinion, to try to go for the 1v2.
Yeah.
With that op, with how consistent he's been in these couple early rounds, you have an opportunity to really break ZETA's back. That's a good seize, but Sugar Zero able to find at least one out of it. A little bait and switch there from ZETA. That's what makes this comp difficult sometimes, is how good Depp is at using that speed and maneuverability of the Neon against you. And there's often somebody there to back him up. Something ZETA has shown us time and time again that they can play off the back of that aggression from Depp very well. X-Curate does have that tour de force this round, though, so you can see that the measured risks from T1 with that operator in the 3rd round, because they know with how well X-Curate is playing, they will be able to get into this tour de force potentially in this 4th round. So managing their economy nicely, and of course ZETA knows it, and they're being a little bit more cautious. You do have Sugar Zero up on top of that rubble, allowing the one way there so Hyodong can pick up his util.
Oh. They're actually readdressing that A site, and Laz is still holding with the op all the way on stairs. So this could be good. Oh, okay.
What a snake bite.
Yeah, that's going to flush him out too. All of those smokes, though, is flushing out Sugar Zero, but this is where it gets tricky because now they think that they have that safe space, but Laz is still waiting for a chance to go for that strike. Nice little smoke as we see. Does give them that control outside of Rubble and still kind of obscures the vision here for Laz.
Yeah, Ult Orb going to be picked up. That brings in the Nightfall for Carpe. Going to let it loose. He's going to catch Sugar Zero, I think, just on the tail end of it. Laz has to TP out as well.
Yeah, this is just going to be perfect here for T1. Flush out everything. No kills, though, so this is going to be a 5 versus 5 on that retake. Saya player committing the net. Okay. That was interesting.
I was watching it.
Yeah. Oh, that was a great bait and switch. Actually picks up the 2K. Dev is so fast. The Roadrunner, if he can actually just bombard X-Grid at this point, he's alone. He can't really play that aggressive because his TP's right outside of tree here. They're trying to wallbang him, but he's just straight up defusing things. Can they even stop him from going all the way? They do not. What a defuse from ZETA Division on this retake.
Oh, and okay, we have another important moment coming through. It is going to be Saya player reaching his 1,000th kill in VCT Pacific. Congratulations, Saya. We saw it Munchkin the other day find his 1,000th. Huge from Saya. Been a tremendous duelist for T1. But I mean, these bait and switches, just saw it in the previous round as well. It's so difficult to deal with because of how fast Depp is to react. He's so good at restabilizing after a dash. Getting his aim under control. Laz with that op again, has to back out, doesn't like what he sees, doesn't have any help just yet. You do have Euron sliding in, but up on top of the mound. Izu, find that shot. Nope, Laz is gonna give up the angle.
Yeah, knows exactly where, you know, Laz is gonna be holding that. They just do not want to challenge it for as long as possible. Now they know Laz is gonna be here. Euron is assisting just in case. Saya player.
It's all fake.
Yeah. They're backing up onto A here.
And they bought a ton of attention from ZETA. You know, now Sugar Zero gonna have to come up pretty big. Depp within range to help. Sugar Zero just has to TP out because of the util. T1 really toying with ZETA here, making them second guess where T1 wants to actually make their hit.
Ooh, Saya player heard all of that too, so there's no Dizzy for a couple of seconds here. That's the contact or utility they didn't want to play with. The timing's going to be perfect for Saya right now because Euron's not going to be expecting it. Upgrades into the Phantom as Huron now playing close and personal. Izu gets knocked down. Huron, here's his time to shine. Gets that coverage with the smoke, and he's playing around this perfectly up until Saya player gets him! Laz! Too quick with the trigger discipline on the op, but it's op for op shot. We're going to be seeing a fight right now between both of the snipers, and now it's down to Depp. He's down to 4 as well. The pistol! You don't need it because Depp's got the headshot. He's got the reaction. He's got the clutch.
I just love the way that Depp utilizes his mobility as Neon to set up Laz there. I mean, he's done it time and time again, and it keeps working because he's so good at it, and then he's so fast. I mean, this is great here. Keep that showstopper from killing him. Great anticipation. That reaction from Depp on a Carpe was absolutely disgusting. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, even that one on X-Grid as well. Was he looking somewhere on the side already, thinking that Depp pushed in? Because he did not feel like he was ready for that swing from Depp, for sure.
Yeah, you might have thought he headed towards Waterfall side.
Yeah.
I think that's the assumption there. Now look at all these ults. You don't have to use the Tour de Force, but you have the Thrash, you have the Overdrive. Here we go.
There it is. I show you my power. Ka-chow! We'll see how it goes as Depp is rushing in on the back of the side. This is ours now. Hold on, though. May actually fall pretty badly for them. Sugar Zero, a bit too much on that one, and that's going to leave immediately Laz by himself. Thought that was going to be quite different, but ZETA, you know, kind of overbit the thing there. Situation there.
Yeah, that one pretty aggressive, but you're trying to rely on Depp having, you know, couple great rounds, and just trying to Emperor Palpatine him there. This doesn't quite go through.
Yeah,
I don't mind it from ZETA. Again, I like it when they show aggression like that because they don't do it all the time. They don't do it a lot, and it's now in T1's head. That being said, T1 reads that beautifully. I mean, just perfectly positioned.
There we go.
Well, they see each other. Yeah, and Saya's like, never mind. Let's let somebody else deal with this.
Now has to try and save this op in hand, but he's been pretty good at just exactly that, right? Remember the time where he got pushed and he had like a shorty in hand, gets the clutch still? Dude is insane with how he reads that position, so should be able to save this one into the next round.
I'll be curious to see. ZETA's funds are pretty low. If they toss this op over to somebody else and then bring out the Tour de Force from Laz, I would like to see that, but I don't know if they're going to. Looks like they might just stick with Laz on the op. We'll see. But this is just so well read. Yep, they're just expecting him to come out of that corner. Izu reads. every single player. That's a great transfer, too. So nice from T1. Great anticipation.
Yeah. They're probably also thinking, what the heck is happening with the push that they're kind of doing with us? Trying to toy with us here with the speed of depth. Well, now they're doing the same thing right now for that Rumble control. We've seen how effective the stuns can be. Ooh, Laz is alone. He might have to be forced to TP out right now. And safety. Is it really his safety or their safety if he needs to get TP'd out there? Great pick on the Saya player.
They're in there with him. I mean, Laz is showing that consistency, that speed that you need out of his chamber to get these rounds that are very difficult winnable. Clear the trademark.
Xgrid also being spotted by the trademark here. Thrash used for that retake. They're not seeing anyone on the side. It's a double swing coming around from T1, and someone actually got hit here. Could be bad. Ooh, Depp got caught on the steps. Not going to be too good. Paranoia's been used up. The smoke. Rossi finds him through the smoke as well. That's going to be Huron. He's got two already, and he whipped out his knife. Unfortunate as he tried to reposition quickly if he could. Not going to happen this time as Xgrid was all up in his face.
Oh my. I mean, it's not a bad eco for ZETA.
Yeah.
All things being considered, but now Xcurit's got an op again. Laz, did he use the tour de force?
Oh.
I mean, yeah, Depp just couldn't get up there. He got spotted where he couldn't see. Like, his head was still behind the smoke, so he couldn't see through it while his gun's sticking out.
Oh my god, bro.
It ain't easy.
Yeah.
All right, Laz is going to use the tour de force here. Okay.
All right, now it's his time to try to go in aggressive.
Yeah. Now you've got the Nightfall from Carpe to worry about, as well as the Pit from Rossi. So you want to try to prevent them from planning as best you can, but there's that Nightfall. Huron's going to get caught. He just takes the nade to the face.
Yeah, you saw that he wanted to kind of capitalize on that snake bite. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen in Huron. What is up with him trying to play around these utils? It blows up in the face of the two young ones, the rookies of Zeta Division. And that's going to be, well, the site taken. There's still Laz with the operator here, so he can do some damage. Izu is caught in the slow! And that's what they wanted to happen right then and there. The push out, Rossi holding with the shorty at close range. Sugar Zero making the impact. The sandwich actually looks good, but Laz unfortunately falls to Xgrid as he picks up the 3K. You thought it was going to be possible, but T1 holds their own.
I mean, this is just the rookies not having the proper reads, not having the proper protocols in place to deal with that utility from Carpe. I mean, I don't know why you're sticking around on that Nightfall. You could have dodged that Nightfall, to be honest. I mean, the shorty's a great call here, knowing that Depp's going to be running at you, trying to get point blank on that B site.
Yeah,
that's a really smart stuff from T1. But I think for sure Zeta, you got to make it clear to these rookies. The fade util, don't mess with it unless you got backup.
Yeah, 100%. He tried to play tricky, right? Get that one up, but T1 at that point just so sharp with how they kind of follow up on their plays and such. Man, Laz had some sick plays as well there. So now, just gonna try to iron things out if they can. A couple more seconds into this timeout. Same thing with T1 here, though. You did at least hear, you know, in that player count with Rossi that he's feeling that pressure. 2-round differential. Again, this is still up in Zeta's alley because they got that first win on Bind. So there's so much, I guess, just again pressure for T1 here to not really lose too much control here against Zeta Division.
Yep. And you're not in the danger zone yet for Zeta. You're much, I think, probably more comfortable on your attacker side with this comp on this map, I would assume.
Yeah.
So, like, it is what it is, but there's little mistakes that are costing you rounds that should be easily cleaned up. A lot of Rebel control taken, fast, pacey stuff so far from T1. Are they going to continue all the way to A this time? So far, they've been really good at changing angles, but so far, Zeta's been holding on. Now the Paranoia going to land right onto Sugar Zero. As Xcurit spots out Huron after the smoke goes down.
Yeah, Depp actually holding close, and they're not able to scan out against Sugar Zero. Unfortunately, Stinger, limited amount of bullets, and that's going to be all up onto Laz. He got money. He has a chance. He has a time here. Double stack on tree for T1. Well, Xgrid is holding on steps as well as the possible flank here from Laz, but he's already onto the site. He's gotten here earlier than expected, so he's got a lot of time to at least work with before that spike explodes, so he can at least take his sweet moment to maybe clear as many angles as possible. Gets close into the corner, the double swing. That's a double up as well from T1.
Yeah, I mean, you see that so many times at that angle where there's two players in tree, just holding a high-low, one crouched, one standing and just waiting for you with open arms. Almost impossible to break. So, not much you can do there. That's, Hirodon kind of caught out in the open. This retake is just a little bit ahead of T1, actually. I saw the relabel come out from Depp before the Paranoia came out from T1. So, he's just kind of... They panicked a little bit, to be honest. And that cost them some util that they maybe could have used to shut down that retake. But back into the buy round now. Laz back with the chamber. Has to get the heck out of there. Yeah, no way. With all that util.
Yeah, they exactly know where he's going to fall back as well. So that's going to be T1 pretty confident to push in onto the Z side. No matter who's going to be here, as long as it's not going to be that threat from Laz there, should be fine. Rossi now throwing out the Viper's Pit as well. So this is going to be a retake through the Viper ultimate. We'll see how that goes. The rest of T1 is scrambling a little bit. X-Grid with same position that we saw from him. Saya player going to get caught right now as he falls right back. That's good retake utility right now for ZETA, but they only get that heaven control as they fall down to the site. The jaws of T1 come in for the chop, and that is going to be a quick little bite, and ZETA is down 7-3.
Yeah, and this is just great stuff from T1. Just another call to hit A again. It had been left relatively undefended by ZETA previously, and this time it's left completely undefended by ZETA. Get the plant down, you get the pit down. You're able to dodge the initial util dump in terms of losing any players. And then they just set up the crossfire, and all of ZETA coming from the same direction. That's stuff I don't like to see. Got to spread the map a little bit there, ZETA. And they're trying to rely on Depp breaking through and opening up space, but T1 anticipating it at drop with that mosh. Here we go, big congestion.
Oh, Taya player. He's stunned, but Depp can't really see anything through the Paranoia. I take back what I said. I take back what I said from Depp, but maybe that's going to be too much for him to handle. Thankfully, Laz was there to assist, so dust settles. It's a 2 versus 2. All players now playing outside of A site. There it is, another ultimate from Carpe. They're trying to run through the baby door, but no! It does not open in time. Unfortunate. Laz right now gets thrown everything, and he cannot push through this. Snakebite and Viper Smoke as well, right in front of his face, as Rossi is going to be holding the position. Teammate planning. Shorty in hands of both of the players right outside of Baby Door. They back away, and that's going to be another double up here from T1. This time, Spike was planted not really in the face of Tree, so maybe there's an opportunity right now for Laz to sneak in.
Upgrade gums, but they're going to hear that.
Yep. Opens the door. 2-on-1. He can isolate here as he keeps rotating in, but T1, you know what? These guys, they know how to dance as a duo.
Yeah, T1 here is just like, yeah, okay, we're going to keep hitting A until you can stop us.
Yeah.
And at least this time there's quite a bit of congestion. Saya gets up high, sees a freebie. Hirodon gets a little too far outside of that smoke trying to go for his util. I don't know how Depp gets 2 in the middle of this. That's just absolute madness, but still though, I mean, near impossible for Laz in those clutch situations like that, especially as a chamber. That's one of those situations where you are limited. You don't have much util that you can use. You have to rely on just your gun.
Yeah.
And now you have the ult popped for X-Curate as it's the last round in this first half.
Aaron's got his thrash. So he's feeling confident right now to challenge things. He has that distance. T1 not going to allow that to happen, actually. No TPs right now that they're seeing here at Link. Josiah player, as he scans everything, basically brings it in. Laz does not take damage from that showstopper, as he was a bit farther away. But this is going to be a retake right now, the 5 versus 5. Depp coming in. Oh, what a paranoia! The swinging from Carpe, they were so prepared for this one. And right now, that is going to be big punishes coming through. Out as Laz comes in for the swing, leaving Rossi by himself. He's got the rifle in hand, but Sugar Zero was there to just intercept. What a retake here from ZETA Division.
Yeah, this is more what you want to see on these retakes, is coming from different angles, playing off of each other, bouncing off the utility. I mean, a phenomenal paranoia and shot from Izu, but it's just not enough. Too much ZETA for them to handle.
Yeah.
A nice thrash as well, gets a connection. So that's much better thought out there from ZETA. An 8-4, I mean, Zeta, again, like slightly better on their attacker side on this map overall. So that's got to be a little scary for T1. It's going to be in the back of your head. So you want to have a good start. You'd love to get the pistol and really shut Zeta out of this and just dash Zeta's hopes of making the playoffs at all, because the 2-1 basically makes it near impossible.
Yeah. I do fondly remember that, I think it was Will that mentioned, it's what was it again? That the Neon is a pretty good counter against the Chamber when you're on the attacking side, just because you can use that relay bolt to really flush out, you know, force that reposition without you really getting that contact. If you know how to kind of angle the hits of the stun, just because you're gonna, you know, mess up maybe Xcrit's confidence if he gets hit by it. So something to kind of just watch out for as we're heading into that second half, especially when, you know, Xcrit starts to bring out that operator in the later rounds.
Well, you could even see it when Xcrit was trying to hold post plants, right? Like, Depp was causing him nightmares. It's so hard to keep track of that as a Chamber. And you saw it a little bit with Laz in a way against the blast packing of Saya, right? It's a similar concept where it's that speed that's tough to keep your aim in place to take him down with that Headhunter and the Operator in particular. So yeah, it is something that Zeta has in their favor, is depth, and that util and that speed of the Neon is absolutely going to be what I am keening in on for sure, because it's given a lot of teams a lot of fits, and Deb will start pushing angles that you don't expect them to. Like, he'll push all the way into spawn off his speed, and then he'll catch players completely flat-footed back there.
Yeah.
So you got to be so ready for him, and it's tough. He's so good at it.
He does this a lot too on non-Neon duelists, right? So you kind of add that speed boost. You're absolutely right. Ooh, they're crossing.
So
it's like 3 players of T1 waiting on
I hate
this.
watching this. I get like a pit in my stomach that Xcrit's just going to pull the trigger.
Drop the smoke. Let's see who's the real contact. Oh, Depp just sees them. All right, that's it. That's it. No more contact here. Let's just go on 3. It's a lot more easier for us. Let's just go for this. Yeah, that's going to be that. Zeta go for this post plan quite quickly. Look at how far forward, though, 4 players of Zeta are holding into this one. That's going to be the smoke, excuse me, drop down. What a beautiful flash coming in, but they could not capitalize in time. Euron, though, hits beautiful 2 shots. Depp not falling behind. A Saya player a bit too far from the situation. Tries to sneak one in, and he is cut. 1, 3 more. It's going to be difficult. Uses that nade to isolate, but Depp coming around the corner, and that's going to be a round win here for Zeta.
Yeah, that's massive for Zeta to get this pistol round win. Really keep themselves in this map for sure. And it's good patience here on the part of Zeta to just perfectly sneak in by the tree door, wait it out. Depp gets a little bit of contact, but they know he sees 2 players there, and he's like, oh, they've got 2 in stairs. Onto site we go. It's very unlikely that there's going to be a 3rd on site.
Yeah.
You know that on Lotus, they're going to have to spread the map. So that's good recognition, good play calling from Zeta. See if they can keep it up. Saya is going to grab a Marshall, as he is wont to do in these eco rounds. He is damn good with it. Now, oh, there you go. There you go, lads.
Yeah. Put it on the board on these Chamber 1v1s. No players at all here for T1 on C Mound, so they just put the one-way smoke, just 2, right? And kind of coax maybe Zeta to push on that A site, but Zeta's not biting for this, at least for now.
Exactly. Zeta's super worried that they're going to just flood from some angle and try to overrun them. But, the Chamber player is going to want to get out there and find some value out of those Headhunters. And again, that's the one thing where I do feel like Laz is better than his Chamber counterpart is in those 1v1s. Now, Xcrit is phenomenal. We saw it in that first half. He's absolutely insane. Do not get me wrong at all. I just think Laz is a little bit more reliable. And I love the way that Laz, they have so much confidence in him that he can just sit by himself on the other side of the map. They do this all the time on Lotus. Get the plant, and Laz can just chill, do his own thing. He's so reliable that the rest of the team can just focus on themselves. And he can get information off that. He can make his calls off of that. It's why Lotus has been such an effective map for Zeta.
Now Zeta Division. All right, they're just going to be coupling up. This is just a slow round for T1 on this retake. You can see that they're just trying to clear up as many angles as they possibly can. And Laz, another one as he pushes forward. And he's just picking up all the kills, charging up that tour de force if he can. And He's so aggressive too. Might be able to catch Izu. You talk about the 1v1s of Laz, and it was a little bit skeptical, but now I'm a total believer, 100%. Give him the ace. Come on, we haven't seen an ace at this point on this game, or in this map, excuse me.
Yeah. We got one ace. We got the pistol, the opening pistol round ace from Carpe. I mean, Laz he's otherworldly, man. He's just, he's so clean.
It's like they magnet their heads on his crosshair too.
When he's on, dude, he is he can beat just about anybody in the world when he is on. He is that good. just a slight laugh from Laz.
That's a hero's chuckle.
Yep. He's got the Marshal, a Spectre, but a couple rifles. Oh my god.
Ooh, they're trying to run through this. Plenty of smoke being thrown right now by both teams on rubble here.
And I think
ZETA,
with that Marshal, with that Marshal there, they're going to try to maybe pressure Laz, try to shut him down. I like this from T1. Yep.
Yeah.
This is so smart. They know they have a gun advantage.
Spike planted.
Pushing back as far as they can, delay as well. Euron has 2 snake bites. If he wants to, he can just throw it right now at the entryway towards Mound, so he's going to be able to cut as much timing as possible here as T1's just scrambling right in. You do see that Excurate wants to sandwich all the way through Waterfall, but he's kind of unaware of how far we see like players like Sugar Zero really are here on that C site. A couple of relay bolts being thrown right now by Depp to slow things up. Paranoia comes in. Great delay tactics here all throughout here for ZETA Division. And Euron, he's holding this perfectly, and T1 are falling apart.
Call out sick next time. Yeah.
That is nasty, SRI. That is nasty from ZETA. The way that they keep staggering that utility, one after the other. It's Snakebite, into the Mosh, into the relay bolt, into another Snakebite. I mean, it's so beautiful, and Euron holds this angle so nicely, and then the backup from Yutaro to Depp. So well timed there. I like what T1 does in that round, though.
Yeah.
It's just the protocols from ZETA were better. That's just all that really was to me. There's a Thrash for Yutaro, but now you got an Odin for Euron. Odin go Burr. Oh my god.
Yeah, you saw Saya's Chrome Dome right on the crosshair of that Odin that Euron was holding. Now, ZETA, they got everything in the bag here. I mean, in terms of this round at least, right? T1's low on creds. They got so much control on these 3 avenues going into the sites that you don't really see T1 anymore kind of fighting for it.
Yeah, Excurate needs to knock a couple down if they push his angle, if they have any hope. You know, there's Sheriffs. They're good with the Sheriffs. Don't forget, Carpe, Izu, absolutely nasty with those Sheriffs as well. So damage can be done.
Oh, he went back.
Yeah, this Thrash used to clear the site. Excurate. Let's see if he's going to be able to find the angle. Wingman is not going to be used to plant. A little bit of a fake. Get the plant in on the other side. See what T1 can do.
Yeah. Oh, that Paranoia's going to hit a bunch of them too. Here comes ZETA Division, still holding around the corner. Great damage. Oh, that's going to be a catch-off. Look at this one. Still, they hold on true. Excurate, does he have himself a moment? Not going to happen. Laz shuts it before it can even be a possibility.
That's 4 in a row to start this half for ZETA. I mean, this attacker's side is so fearsome for them. They're doing a great job reading the map, finding the open spots, getting the plant down, and their post plants really, really good. Sugar Zero gets up on the box. See all the time with the Omens and the Razes, and if there's a Jet, sometimes they'll get up there too. Depp so clean as usual. Excurate, nasty stuff. Fortunately for him, it's just Laz waiting with that op. Now, you do have that Viper's Pit for Eurodon, so good ult cycles for ZETA to boot on top of just fantastic rounds. They can get another plant down. Some damage is taken through those snake bites of Rossi. So the early damage advantage is going to go T1's way. Now, can they find any benefit on it? Is Laz going to push this angle is the real question.
It's like making a step every 5 seconds.
He's waiting for the contact from the rest of his team on the beat.
Yeah. Oh, Excurate is looking the other way as well. He's not feeling comfortable anymore. That slow coming in and almost a refrag to come out from the player, as you can see. He's looking a lot chaotic. Dust settles, 4 versus 2. Great flick though from Laz. That's good damage. Now Sugar Zero, he has had his moments in the past. There it goes. Quick little plant and traces the bullets back into the smoke, excuse me, and that's going to be extra with 3.
Good patience here from T1. And it's the trademark really just sends this round completely awry. You know, Depp can't do what he needs to do. And his sort of trademark is, well, that's the name of the ability. But like his, you know, sort of signature ability with the neon is cut out from underneath him. Makes it easy for Xcurate. That makes the timing a little bit off between him and Laz to push that angle, right?
Yeah.
Because of that slow. Because you're waiting for Depp to go in with that neon speed, and then you're going to swing that angle as Laz. Instead, they're not able to do so. So one little piece of utility sends that round spiraling the wrong way for ZETA, and T1's finally able to get on the board in this half.
You want to play?
Still,
Let's play.
plenty of creds right now for ZETA. Depp making a quick little burst into Mound as the rest of ZETA follow him. They're actually bringing in Laz into this play as well. That's only going to be the one player to kind of delay things, and it's going to be all onto Izu's hands. And he's holding on pretty fairly well. Maybe even better as he picks up the 2K.
He hit them all with the paranoia. He hit the whole team with the paranoia. And they kept trying to push, and he just shut them right down.
Oh, Laz knows. But that smoke kind of separates too. Izu does have assistance from Carpe here. Door was open, so they're kind of thinking, have they gone for that rotation? But since we do have that trademark from Xcurate on B main, that's not really the case here. And T1, I think, have a really good grasp, but look at how far back some of the players on A side are at. The side players all the way through spawn. Oh, the contact's going to be here. There it is. They still know that it's going to be right outside. Oh my god. Hero shot coming out from Laz here. Not going to get a pick though. And that's the first play. Not really working too well here from ZETA. Quick little TP out. Sugar 0. Rossi, stab him. Show him the knife. There it is at the back of things. And that's going to be spiked down as well. Laz, he's got his ultimate, so there's no real need to save this as he goes in, rushing into the A site to maybe get a pick if he can.
10 seconds
Good luck.
left.
They're not going to give him anything here. Maybe the one. Nope, Saya player's too fast for Laz to reaggress, and that's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. I mean, Izu wins this round almost single-handedly. One paranoia. Yeah. Again, it's one piece of utility that sends ZETA spiraling 2 rounds in a row. And I almost want to take a timeout. I need to see ZETA start spreading the map a little bit. I mean, it's just insanely good stuff from Izu.
Yeah, I was about to say, too, he got stunned as well by the relay bolt, so that was not an easy position to be in. I thought that ZETA Division was just going to be able to rush right in. That was, honestly, good execute in terms of what they were throwing out for ZETA, but Izu still somehow manages to pick up those really stellar picks, or really stellar kills.
Yep. It's starting to get a little bit dicey for ZETA. It has to be in the back of ZETA's mind that we have to close it out on this map. T1 knows it. T1 just wants to win so they get in the playoffs. I mean, it's everybody needs so much out of this game. The amount of pressure that these players are facing right now is immense.
The kerfuffle that was the first and second week of Split 1 has put us into this position where everyone is just, oh my god, I gotta get this win. This win condition, or sorry, this playoff condition for me has been laid right in front, and I gotta go up against this team that still is a big threat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the scary thing. If either of these teams get into the playoffs,
yeah,
probably gonna happen potentially. It kind of depends. I mean, if T1 loses in this map, then they're out, and who knows about ZETA. But T1 in particular, everybody's still gonna be very scared of them. We know at their peak what they're truly capable of.
Yeah.
And it is scary, scary, scary.
Not an easy game for both teams for sure. Saya player, though, starts off this round after the timeout with a quick push out with a showstopper. And everyone else is backing away. Laz now holding the angle here. Saya does not have anything else to actually kind of just peek through on this one. Xcurate, what a bait and switch. Will get caught, unfortunately, by the mosh pit. That's kind of interesting. So he drops right down and just takes the full brunt of that. 4 versus 4. Still, ZETA in sight.
That's because Laz is going to need help. He's going to get pinched if he stays there. Swept through the door. All right, retake on for T1.
There it is, a couple of one-way smokes being put. Izu TP's right in. Gets that first quick contact. Hiroron holds heaven. Quick little flank coming in. And Saya player gets hit. cannot get his weapon out in time, and unfortunately, Carpe's not going to get that damage as well. And all right, that's operator out of the hands of Laz, and maybe even out of the hands of Dap, but round still goes into the hands of ZETA.
Yep, and the Ops recovered at least one of them because Execura top was up there. And Hirodon able to get a big mosh kill. Good anticipation of where players might be going. I don't think that mosh was necessarily intended for the chamber coming down off that box, but
yeah,
it still worked. I mean, I think he's just using it to delay as they, try to get the plant down and everything.
Yeah.
But hey, take him where you can get him. Dep has an overdrive. Looks like they will be using it. Oh, well, maybe not. He did go for the rifle this round, so maybe saving it. Laz, once again, a B push. This time he's got some backup. It's that trademark right around that corner, but it's not going to be held close. Maybe
power of friendship.
Yeah, power of friendship, absolutely. Going to work to at least maybe get the plant down.
Oh, right in front of his face, too. That's going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Hirodon once more. Another one if he can. Does know that Execurate has the tour de force in hand. What a peek from Execurate, but Laz was right there for the refrag. Actually uses the quick bounce back. Izu now onto the site, starting to defuse it. They're going to try to pop a couple of shots as Rossi's holding the angle. But he's actually allowing him to just go in for the full defuse, and that went over the heads of ZETA Division. What just happened?
They just weren't in the right places, and T1 recognizes it, knows that they can sneak Izu in there, and Rossi can just hold one of the angles. If he can cut one of the players off, ZETA's not expecting necessarily a player to get in there that quick. It's a good start for ZETA. Good relay bolt connection to set up the follow-up from Hirodon. And then he just chills. I mean, you can see that they hold their triggers because they're not sure what to do off the back of this. They're still trying to figure out where Rossi is. They don't know. They find out way too late.
Yeah.
That's a huge win for T1.
And the one person who can actually go for that shoot through the smoke has an operator, right? So
it's true.
Lowers your chances.
Lowers
your chances, yeah. Okay. Take a breath first. ZETA Division.
There.
They still have the money. You talk about this, Dep has that overdrive as well. They're waiting right now, maybe just to put T1 in a false sense of security. They kind of abandoned this approach onto A. You can't see that T1's going for that rotation.
See if you can bait him to come around this corner. But they're wise to it. That Prowler, so smart there from Carpe, knowing the space that they had given up. And that could have been taken. There you go, overdrive, Nightfall to answer. He's just going to use it to break the door.
Okay. This is going to have any kind of repercussion as Saya player does only get Dep. Does allow Rossi to stay around and get the first kill, second as well. Does not push through the mosh pit as that's going to take away his life. Izu now as well going in for the challenge. Does not allow Hirodon to stay into the side itself. Laz now coming in. They hear the footsteps. Goes in for the swing. And Izu stops him dead in the tracks.
Now the win may be out of ZETA's sails for Stage 1. 1 round away from facing essential elimination from the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be miraculous now. They looked good at the start of this half, but T1 now starting to play really, really well, set up some of these traps. And Rossi's having a great day today. He's been not having any of those dizzies. We've seen him cutting down before they even get to send out their flash. And they are really reading ZETA very nicely right now. I mean, in particular, Carpe in that round. Prowler to check the orb corner.
Yeah.
And then the Nightfall as well. That sends Dep scrambling to try to get something on B, and he's very weakened at that point because of the decay.
Spider sensors were tingling. Saya player's getting really close to this one. Ooh, I don't know what's going to happen to this. I mean, Izu's giving as much support as he can, too, as you can see. Oh, they know exactly what's happening here. First little contact. Yep. Whoa, Izu traces through the smoke, gets a couple of picks. Sugar Zero does retaliate in time, but he's down to 11, 3 versus 3. Rest of T1, as you can see, rotating in right now. Excurate has his TP back just in case, so he wants to take as much of a forward angle as possible. Not going to get hit by the snake bite, so no damage done at all. Huron pushes through on Waterfall, has to go for that proactive play, backs away as well, knowing that Laz is going to be alone by himself. There is that big flank coming in from Rossi too, and now the retake happens and the hold for ZETA has to come true.
It's going to be so difficult. This flank angle, It's timed well.
You're on the side already. Oh, this is close. Great positioning from Euron. Rossi's taking too long for this. I think he kind of realizes that maybe they're on the mound or something. That's the first pick from Excurate. Now they know where Laz is. Time is ticking down. They need to move right in. Rossi running right back in. Laz picks up the rifle in hand. 1v1 onto Rossi. Is there going to be enough time? And I think he just barely had it.
Easy. He's got it. No problem at all. No problem at all.
Yeah.
Only 0.36 left.
I was still looking at the monitor because I needed to make sure. But yeah, there we go. So we're gonna go to map number 3 for this one.
Yeah, and now Zeta's playoffs hopes are all but dashed. And T1 one map away from finding themselves potentially going into those playoffs.
Woo! Yeah, anyways, panel, we got ourselves a map 3. What do you gotta say about that?
T1 brings it to a map 3. And yes, this does mean Zeta's chances at playoffs are completely gone. However, this still does really matter for them to win this match because championship points means they still have a chance to go to champions. So it's absolutely not over. It's not end of the road for Zeta yet, but just for Shanghai. That said, T1 did come back. This was a really close round, and I still don't know who has more multi-kills.
Yeah, this one's a little hard to track while we're watching the game, but I'm pretty sure it was a tie, so I think we can just call it a tie.
Okay, William.
We'll some highlights.
It's a tie. Yeah,
both
sure.
teams had a lot of multi-kills, you know? Yeah, it's a tie.
No.
Yeah, okay. Well,
it is not.
No, we got agreement from Quack. It's a 2v1. It's a tie. I'm calling it. But overall, obviously, guess and gain aside, much better look from T1. Goes again to show that even though they don't have a perfect record here on Lotus, that it is a comfort zone for a reason. The calls are a lot cleaner. They have a lot more variation in their calls as well, and very good reads against Zeta's patterns.
I mean, it was incredible how they played. There were so many rounds where, they were just prepared for it. Zeta, of course, tried to come out swinging, but Excurate was shutting them down with that operator still. I mean, even starting things off with a multi-kill on the Vandal and whatnot, afterwards then swapping over to the operator. Zeta tries to adapt around a little bit sometimes, but they also look a little bit too wild almost, like just kind of committing to some crazy fights or diving straight in without any clear utility to make sure that it's safe. So because of that, there were some fights where Zeta just loses outright, and then T1 comes out on top. I mean, Excurate was getting a lot of kills, but Rossi was defending so incredibly well. He was getting a lot of the right reads, even getting a knife kill in a round. And,
yeah.
Isu also stepping up as well.
Yeah, I can't believe Rossi had the absolute confidence to go for that knife kill, by the way, because that was insane. Because the score was like 8-7 or something, right?
Oh,
I mean, they were not clear in the lead yet.
It was very close.
Yeah, and if he dies there, the plant still goes through, and like it's a 2v, 3 or 4 left, but it was risky, and he just knows that he's in the clear, that he's able to go for that kill. So T1 feeling a lot more comfy. Obviously, we can see on the scoreboard here, Laz. He's doing Laz things still. He's putting up a lot of the kills as that chamber. But I like that you pointed that out, Quack, that it looked a little bit too wild at times, maybe putting a little bit too much trust in the tempo that the Neon can bring. Whereas T1, whether it's that Talon match or not, they look a lot better prepped for that Neon this time.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And Lotus is just one of those maps also that it could have swung the other way easily. We've seen this happen across all the regions when it comes to Lotus. The first half, you really still don't know, even though it looks like it's a severe lead on one side. But I guess in this case, T1 continues to dominate on Lotus.
Yeah, and Depp, of course, some really good highlights as well in terms of pure aim and his own reactions. But again, how well did Zeta utilize the Neon this time for their advantages? And also the Gecko, right? It seemed like, yes, when they were ready for certain retakes, when they were ready for certain executes, the Gecko and Neon, the timing looks good. But outside of that, how much, other pressure is the Gecko putting on? It seemed a little lacking. It seemed like Zeta was a little bit tunnel visioned on the one mission that they had in each round.
It really is those tiny moments. I mean, we're seeing the highlights right now, and the times where you see the Neon shine is when Depp knows that he can come in with that slide up against, players like Excurate sometimes in those tiny little one-on-ones. But on a macro plane, it's a little bit tough. It's sometimes T1 just being so darn prepared for it. Izu had some rounds on the C side where he was just able to out-frag and out-duel a lot of the Zeta players. I mean, like that one especially. It's just a little bit difficult, and absolutely right. They were committing to it. They were focused on that solo mission. It doesn't quite work out all the time. So needing to see some more mid-round adaptations or some innovative ideas from Zeta Division, because if the game plan doesn't really work, then maybe you need to call the timeout. Maybe you need to rework it. Otherwise, you're just going to come in with the same solution. It doesn't always pan out. And then, you know, you're thinking about the next map as well. Is it going to be that Phoenix? Again, Rossi's been looking better and better today, so it's going to be a tough fight.
It's getting closer to his birthday, you know? That's
Exactly.
why.
That's
yeah,
why.
The buff it's channeling.
It's getting stronger
Yeah,
with
it's at
every
like
minute
60%.
that passes. But what if his birthday is on America, U.S. time? I don't know.
Oh, well, that's
true.
If he was playing tomorrow, it would be like
zones.
really strong. So we got our guest in game.
Listen.
Can we have a recount?
Yeah, we need a recount. We need a recount because what I'm being told is that it's a 6-5, and I'm sorry, production, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Surely it's a 6-6.
It was near the end too when X-Gear really stepped up with a multi-kill.
You know, if he just didn't get that multi-kill, if he just waited until Rossi crept up into the site,
yeah,
then I would have won. I would have doubled up.
I'm literally being told in text that the count is accurate and we're all
sorry,
being
William.
D-ranked, but we're not being
Well, don't be sorry.
D-ranked as hard as William, but we're going to do that last. I'm back
No,
down
we're
to
all
platinum.
D-ranking the same because I can only D-rank 1. Don't worry about me.
Put him below. He dropped him right off. He's not even on the board anymore. It's okay,
He's
William.
giving
It's
me this
okay.
really hurt
It's
look.
all right. It's all right.
Sorry. You can keep it until you're
You know what? I
back on the board.
quit. I'm out of here.
He's outta
Will's
here.
out.
Oh, no.
Will's done. All right.
We still
No more
got one
guessing
more
game
game to
for
go.
William. Taking it away.
You still got a chance to redeem
You know,
yourself.
William will live on in my own heart. Okay. William will live on in my own heart. There we go.
We do have
This
one
is
more
where
game.
I belong. This is where I
If
belong.
you double down on the next one, then maybe you could
I'll
bump
go with the
yourself up to
Tactibear.
silver.
Yeah, there you go. I'll be with
Okay.
Tactibear. Yeah, see, the Tactifriends aren't ranked.
Yes,
We don't need ranks for our own self-esteem out here. It looks like Tactibear's a kangaroo, and I'm just in his pouch.
Yeah, the baby
I'm
Joey.
I'm just the baby
You're
Joey.
now William Joey Cho. All right, so you're wrong. You're wrong.
We're all wrong.
too.
You're wrong.
We're
I'm
all
wrong.
wrong.
And we've all D-ranked together. It's good. We got one more game in the second series, but first we still need to complete this first one. Yoran has been pretty on fire today. And Rossi as well. And like you were saying, maybe it's his birthday buff. It was we inch closer to his actual birthday.
I mean, if that's true, he's going to really put up some crazy numbers because 2.0 KDA on that Viper here on the Lotus. Very impressive. And Euron's numbers, they look bad in comparison, but honestly, it's okay, right? I mean, Euron was doing okay in this one. Obviously, on the first map, he was really firing off when he was playing that Gecko. So overall, Euron, I think, starts to escape that kind of rookie conversation. I think he's really starting to find his own place in Zeta Division. He's really been that catalyst for Zeta. But when you're up against the likes of Rossi, the clutch factor just a bit stronger on Rossi's side.
Gotta agree. Euron's not quite there yet. I mean, he's definitely showing a lot of improvements, but it's definitely not quite matching up against Rossi, especially in that 1-on-2 from Bind. So as we move on into the next map, like that's the thing that we're all thinking about, because although we've seen all these fun compositions, like new looks from Zeta, T1 definitely looks incredibly confident. Every single match, every single map so far has been competitive, has been really close and tight.
And the real question is does T1 also stick with their comp on Sunset, right? They tried to bring out that Neon, and it was not successful. It did not look very good. It looked very out of sync, just even within their own timings. And even Saya looked a little bit uncomfortable still on that Neon. We've never really seen it in pro play from him before in official matches. So curious to see if they stick with it. It's against the Phoenix. You're expecting Zeta to stick with it, though I guess it has been a week or two now. So I'm curious to see. I mean, surely both of them may be retooling just a bit.
Did you guys expect us to go to map 3 today? You both have
Yes.
opposite predictions.
Yes.
You expected a
Yeah, I expected it to be a 2-1. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think, while I was pretty confident in my T1 pick, I did not think that Zeta was just going to fold over.
Yeah, absolutely not. So Sunset's going to be a very interesting matchup.
Okay,
Phoenix
so
remains.
yeah, so Zeta not changing things up at all. They still stick with the Silva. They're still sticking with the Chamber. But T1, they will go back to the Raze, and then you're adding in the Gecko as well. So there are a lot of projectiles. There's a lot of set plays that you can do. I mean, on the attack, especially because there's no Cypher, you're a bit more free to use this utility wherever you so wish. That KO is going to be really good against that Chamber as well. And then even on the defense, the retakes are going to be explosive for T1.
I can imagine the spirits for Zeta Division are, you know, a little low right now, knowing Shanghai opportunity, it's done, it's over. But they need to remain really strong and continue fighting for that championship point, Quack.
And that's when they really, really have to, you know, dig deep and just pull out whatever they've got. And that's why I'm also still kind of, again, looking at the rookie players, right? We might have talked about Yuran, but what about Hiroran? He has to step up right now.
Absolutely. All right, let's go over to our casters for the final map of this series. Asterai and Paper Thin, take it away.
We shall take it away. And we are bringing you here on this last map. Man, what a journey this has been for this series. Lots of ups, lots of downs as well.
Yeah, and now for Zeta, your playoff hopes are all but gone. There still are weird worlds where it happens, but it's very, very unlikely. And for T1 now, you've got an opportunity here to maybe give yourself an opportunity to get to Shanghai still.
Yeah.
But Zeta, like they said on the desk, still wants that championship point. You still want to get the win.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, can you do it? You know, a retooled T1 comp going up against this Phoenix comp that Zeta has been running. Only catching a glimpse of Euron with that 0 point. Now, all of Zeta just kind of backing off. They don't really feel comfortable. Try to take contact here. Laz gets up on the box. Oh, it's so dangerous.
Yeah, has to back away quite quickly here. 4 players of T1 are already here, ready to address on Boba. You can see that Izu's already preparing his paranoia. Throws it out. All of them are blinded. They're coming right in, and the flash actually hits Dep's teammates. This is not looking too good for the first round here for Zeta, as all crumbs crumbling down. Izu picks up the 3K, and T1 decisive strike here on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, some util combo problems on pistol rounds have cost Zeta. We saw it back on Bind. Now we're seeing it here, where they're just not quite in sync. And not exactly sure what happened with Depp here. He just, oh, no. I mean, it's a good flash as well from T1 to start buying Rossi that space, but the attempted counter flash doesn't really work, and that's just round over. Good recognition from T1, reading how Zeta loves to stack up from their defender side. Try to push. They were doing it a lot on the other maps, and this time they're just like, yeah, they're probably going to do it again.
Yeah. Without the threat of Tripwire, they're just charging right in, right? They can just go whatever the heck they want in terms of positioning, and Saya player just on it at this point. Very sharp on the contact, spots out Depp that was kind of trying to maybe capitalize on a classic play there. Inside the smoke, though, there will be that 1 kill onto Saya. Sure enough, that's going to be another round for T1.
And all the maps starting exactly the same. T1 pistol round wins.
Yeah.
The pretty clean eco round wins. And so for Zeta now, guns in hand, has to start now. Depp just standing there hoping he could right-click faster. They can pull the trigger. He cannot. Carpe, some big kills. T1 all business right now. Want to get their job done.
Yeah. This is where it gets a little bit tricky, because Carpe is too off of his thrash. Even though this is a gun round for Zeta, you already know what kind of follows up after that. Euron still alone by himself here on B. Sure, it's going to be, as you can see, Laz somewhere close. But as that blade actually hits him, no more smokes for a couple of seconds, and they start charging right in.
And it's, Laz is only a one and done there. Carpe able to trade him out quickly. Yurdan thinks about contesting, but the spam back makes him rethink it.
Yeah, no way. Now Carpe has his thrash. This is where he gets a little bit difficult. Thankfully for Zeta, though, plenty of utility to utilize. You can't see that Izu is going for the wraparound here as he plays onto Market. Door has been closed, but he can open this, and he has a paranoia of his own. Rossi tries to run away. They're still not really on the trap itself. Great flash, it actually stops Depp. Hits the thrash right straight up his face. Euron comes in for the hero plays. Tries to find him inside the smoke, and now Izu inside it, trying to look for Sugar Zero, but only had a pistol to really contest. And that's going to be the retake done by Zeta.
I thought T1 was going to steal that round underneath Zeta's feet there for a moment. They had a great setup. You know, it's so difficult to deal with that B main post plant on this site. And with that lurk from Izu completely unaccounted for, it just kind of came a little bit too late. I mean, the nice thing about having a Phoenix is those B main setups are a lot easier to clear with the curveballs.
Yeah.
And the Phoenix utility, the hot hands as well. So for what it's worth, you know, those typically sort of unbreakable post plants that we see all the time in B main are a little bit more tenable for the side of ZETA.
Yeah.
Because of that Phoenix.
You gotta love that, right? This is why they started picking up as well. Especially on mid too, as you can see, on the, possibly on tiles, but we haven't seen that at all here for the past 2 rounds from ZETA. They are backing away. Still know that they are a little bit weaker on that firepower. Rossi now charges right in with a null command, so he's going to be the spear tip here as he comes right into the B site. Charging, clearing, getting all this bit of information. Now they don't really have to play that too aggressive, as they don't want to give a kill possibly to Depp that will have his run back just in case. I say that, and they're setting up for some kind of flashes here. Goes in for the contact onto the corner, and Rossi still gets the kill. Oh, there it is. Depp pushes them back with the run it back. Has the curveball, but they can stop him dead in the track. That's a double up for you. Laz down. Saya player in a 1 versus 1. He's going to win that duel against Depp.
Yeah, I think Laz kind of second-guessed himself a little bit. Didn't have his gun quite out when he started trying to peek that angle, tried to wide swing it. Saya was getting ahead of him because Saya wanted to shut Depp down right after the run it back.
Yeah.
As soon as he cleared it, he knew where that started. And it just, it's too easy. I mean, it was probably over anyway. An immediate timeout from ZETA. I mean, you gotta get their heads on straight.
Yeah.
You'd love to play spoiler to T1 for sure.
You just feel that overwhelming confidence right now for T1, right? Like every play that they do, they're like, yeah, there's nothing really that can stop us as long as we can threaten with the blades. Because you talk about how, sure, Depp has to, you know, play that curveball around the corner, but there are certain angles where Rossi can throw out his KO blade.
Right.
If that spots out Depp and he doesn't throw out the curveball in time, then they don't really have any kind of clapback in terms of, I guess, counter flashes, right?
Right. No, exactly. I mean, these retakes are so predicated on Depp being in position and landing good utility. You know, it helps if Yuridon can find value, but he was stuck in a bad spot on that. He was the one holding down elbow, and I think he got caught by the no command, so there was nothing he could do with his Sova utility, of course. But yeah, I mean, ZETA with a weaker buy that round, I get what they were thinking. Just overstack B, hope they push through it. Even if they pop the no command there, you know, you've got a tremendous crossfire. You gambled, you lost. It is what it is.
Yeah.
The only thing that concerned me that round was Laz not having his gun out when he swung. I mean, that was the only thing that kind of...
Oh, okay. Quick little charge as well. Sugar Zero preparing himself for that response. Gets thrown out a little bit by the mosh pit. They're really committing a lot of this utility here. Sugar Zero's a little bit trapped, get sprayed down through the smoke. All the reads right now from T1 just perfectly gets a pick off and then some. Now Laz trying to back away. Izu's got the high ground. Might not be prepared for this as Laz is playing on that off angle, but that smoke is just perfect. Saya brings in the payload, the delivery of the ultimate. That's going to be down Euron as well. Gets that quick little refrag, all down to Depp, but he's low as well as outnumbered. And T1 still keep the rounds brought in, rolling in.
Did Sugar Zero not have his TP there when he was stuck in that corner?
I was not aware.
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. It just, but I want to see it a bit again. I mean, they're just util dumping this corner, and they know that he's stuck there, so they could just spray because he has to walk out.
Yeah.
He's screwed. Euron screwed. Laz walks out by himself into the combined fire of 3 or 4 different T1 players. I mean, it's just the things that made this comp so good in its first showing just aren't able to be there anymore because teams have kind of figured it out.
Yeah.
And if you're not able to contest one of the chokes, either at A main or B main early, it seems like this comp just falls apart. I mean, that's Laz being Laz.
Yeah. Is that going to pull the trigger here, though? Oh!
Main punch.
Did not really do anything there. Big little recoil.
Spike planted.
And this is, I mean, that's a good starting pick for Laz, though, but this is weaker weapons for ZETA. Still, they're about to go in for the 4-man punch. They set things up as well. Easier prepared for the counter Udo. There it is, flashes them back out. Depp coming around with the curveball, but look at Excurate. They can't really flush him out of this position. He's just pocketing himself pretty well, and this turns into a firefight where T1's just got the bigger guns.
Yep. And it's, again, really well handled by T1, anticipating these flood retakes from ZETA. Paranoia, everybody again. I mean, I've seen that way too many times.
Yeah.
Where Izu's paranoias are just perfectly placed. And there just isn't much that ZETA can do after that. They're completely trapped there. Like you said, there's not much utility left to clear Xcurate out of that spot, and he knows it, and he can just chill and wait.
Yeah.
And they have to push him, and then he can just wait for the reinforcements, and ZETA is just dead to rights at that point.
100%.
It's the tour de force, though, for Laz in this round. Euron does have his Viper's Pit, but it's another 4-1 split for ZETA, and all you have to do as T1 is find that weak side and exploit it, frankly. And then you have to, you know, force ZETA to show that they can play good retakes, because so far they really haven't been. Got a Thrash to clear some angles. I mean, literally no one's even watching it. This is a full. This has to be full-on retake play for ZETA. Hirodon can do nothing but sit back and watch. He cannot get involved. And here we go. Now they are shifting over. Lad's just going to be the one to continue to watch B. And there should be no ambiguity about this.
They're taking a while, though, so now ZETA is getting a whiff of what's kind of happening, and they're moving back all their forcers here on A, so at least, right, if they start to push in onto this A site, there will be more players. Thrash now being used for the second time. No one's home for the moment. I don't know if it actually caught a whiff of Depp and the rest of them at the back of the site. Side player is just going to throw out the nade here just to delay while they plant the spike, and it's going to be a retake once more for ZETA.
Curveball. See if they can get anything off this.
Ooh, Izu repositioning right behind Rossi as well. Laz hits the first shot onto Izu. Do they know, though, that Rossi's pocketed himself onto the corner right now? No. Actually gets a couple of kills. Now it's all going to be down to Carpe. Trying to figure out where Laz will be. Gets a little bit too antsy and actually falls.
Well, this is good news for ZETA. If you can play retake like that, then things can be very different. You know, seeing that Thrash, everybody's playing back on A, giving up that space. Just saying, we're going to, again, cut you off at the point of attack on B if you're going to try that angle. And otherwise, we're going to give you some open space. Some good shooting from everybody.
Yeah.
And that's much better from ZETA. Good patience there. A lot of util had to be expended early for T1 to make sure that the plant was successful. That gave ZETA just a little bit of an edge, it feels like. Now you've got tons of ults again. Still have that Viper's Pit. Have the Hunter's Fury for Hirodon. See if they can find some value off of it. It's going to be Laz and Hirodon on A this time. That wombo combo of Depp and Sugar Zero with all those flashes and paranoias and stuff over on B. Mid, something that has been tough for this ZETA comp to deal with.
Yeah.
They've tried a couple different ways to handle it. A lot of trying to put Depp up at top mid to try to cover this angle that Hirodon is currently exploring with that Owl drone. That didn't work. So now they're just kind of giving that space up again. Just saying, okay, well, we're just going to have to be a little more diligent with rotating based off this contact.
Oh, the timing. Could have been something there for Saya player. 3 players about to burst into this. Is Hirodon prepared for it? Oh, he actually gets caught by the Dizzy. That is unfortunate. And the follow-up is Xcurate using his...
What?
What? No! Laz! 2K! One in the front, one in the 80, and he gets another one. How is he single-handedly breaking apart the hearts of T1 as Carpe once again in the same situation? Clutch if he can, damned if he don't. T1, how does this happen? How is Laz the superstar once more? And now Carpe by himself around the corner here. Gets the first contact. Depp throws out the molly to flush him out, and that's going to be that.
What in the world, Laz? You
what?
Frickin' monster. Unbelievable stuff. I don't even know. Look at how quick he is. That is so stupid. Unfair. Jeez.
Oh my
Good God.
I am in awe. We are all in awe of how much a god of snipes Laz truly is.
I mean, that first headhunter shot is outrageous how fast that is.
Yeah.
I don't even think the crosshair had reappeared.
Yeah.
And he was shooting.
That's a strength, honestly, of the headhunter. There's no whip out time or lesser whip out time compared to any other weapon. But still, right, to be able to capitalize on that in such a sticky situation. Anyways, moving forward, Zeta, they secured themselves around. I know. It's probably the best play that we've seen from Laz so far today. Just today.
Yeah, just today. I mean, he's nuts on the chamber, and you can see why we begged for him to play it. Because when he is on, again, there's few that do it better.
Yeah. On every map, just put him on the chamber, right? Anyways, there it is again. Carpe's prepared. Laz this time fully blinded, cannot hit a shot with the operator. Does get that high ground. Thrash. Carpe has been having this ultimate multiple times right now. Huron trying to assist Laz here, but he's going to get pinned down to the wall. And this only leaves Depp by himself. That door is going to close up on him. Yeah. Maybe not, right?
It'd be ambitious.
He has to run it back if he wants to play it.
I mean, he could play the... I could see it where he plays the run it back to, like, try to get a couple guns out of T1's hands. Like, look at their economy. Like, why not?
Yeah.
But he cannot win this round.
Making expensive, though. All right, just going to be good for the one. Still, these executes from T1 on the offense, you see how strong it really flushes them out, right? Because there's nothing that's going to stop them at the front of things, and you get that kind of just annoying combination of the flash drive and the dizzy. There's really nothing much that you can do against it as a defender rather than just to back away.
Yeah, exactly, and you're making a great point because Jordan there tries to challenge, and he probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have much help there. There's no mollies to, like, cut other than his own, the forces of T1 in half, you know what I mean, to, like, try to isolate a fight or two. Instead, it's just a flood take from T1, and you don't have the ability to really shut that down. Depp going for an aggressive play, but is thwarted by the U-tilt from the Cypher, so not going to be finding any value out of that one. Now, that being said here, there's quite a bit of Zeta hanging out on this B site, so this could be a bit different. Now you can challenge these entries because of the util you have available. You have the paranoias, you have the snake bites, you have the curveballs, you have everything to throw at this. Even the run it back potentially as well.
Yeah, but Rossi has his null command, so all that gets null and void. A couple of mollies though. Oh, never mind, that's just gonna be enough. Yeah, good damage here from Zeta Division. Before the null command comes out, they throw basically everything that they could. And you're absolutely right, now it's down to Izu. He's gonna get flushed out here, thankfully enough. The smoke does give him a bit of leeway to move around, but it's only just gonna be for a couple of seconds. And Zeta Division, great response against T1 here.
Yeah, it is. Exactly that, a great response. It is identifying immediately the problems that cost them the previous round and addressing them. So that's what you want to see from Zeta. Good read, knowing when they can contest these entries. That's a huge part of this with this comp. Because your util advantage in close quarters battles is massive for Zeta.
Yeah.
It's just finding the situations to use them.
Yeah.
That's what's hard about this comp.
Finding that little bit of timing as well, if you can. They definitely do.
Well, T1 wants to take a timeout, wants to see if they can make this an 8-4. I think they're going to be on a weaker bye. I'm pretty sure I'm seeing stingers and other things in the hands of T1 players coming into this round. So,
yeah.
I mean, again, with Zeta with this comp, it really comes down to their protocols, them understanding when they can fight for these takes, these executes, and when they can't, and backing off of them has been kind of the do or die for them in these rounds. Like, their retakes look good for the most part, other than a few early on, but they seem to have figured that out. But when you run into this Zeta comp, when you run into, like, Depp and Sugar Zero in particular, forget about it. They just wipe the floor with you with those staggered, you know, flashes and nearsightedness and mollies and everything that you have available to you.
You talk about that, and look at the positioning here for Zeta, right? Both of those players, Sugar Zero as well as Depp, actually playing at the site itself rather than at first contact. So Laz is going to be, you know, first contact, get that quick little rendezvous out as bait.
Yes.
And try to reel them in into a false sense of security here where, again, that setup is waiting for them.
And it's so often a 1-4, right? Where Laz is the one, so that's why you want to try to sell this. Laz is going to hold just a little bit. Izu lining up the paranoia to send it down that alley, potentially. But T1 pumps the brakes. They're going to talk this out. They're going to think it out. Sending a smoke through mid just to maybe divert a little bit of attention, potentially. But right now, it is going to be, looks like a big time execute. Laz, though, not even going to have to TP out. Still able to hold this angle. No contact just yet. Nice shot, Laz.
Yeah, you really just cannot let Laz be in that position. Here it is once again, though. Flash from Rossi does not get any contact whatsoever. Blinding light, or excuse me, curveball. Stops Saya player dead in the tracks. That's going to be all down to him. This is a huge just defensive posture here right now for Zeta Division.
Left.
And it's perfect. They lose only Laz in the process. And Saya, 20 seconds, not going to be aware of Euron possibly. And there it is. Zeta Division one more if they can to just keep things equal.
Yep, and now you got to think that this is more likely the round that this timeout was for. You have the showstopper. So are you going to be able to use it to get past those initial defenses of Zeta?
Yeah.
If you're going to make a B hit, for example,
Nice.
that's the real question. Zeta's going to be aware of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Zeta's just playing way back on this round. Maybe they go for the tiles crunch here with where Sugar Zero and Depp are. That, and you could, throw the recon bolt up in the mid as well, potentially. Yeah, here you go.
Yeah.
And nobody's home for T1.
Lots of pings from T1 as well, as you can see on market. So were they trying to read the situation there if they could, right? Any case, should be still aware that deja vu could happen, but Saya players bringing in the joy, the payload if you can. No kills whatsoever, but it will push them back as far back as they possibly could. Hunter's Fury
oh my god!
Oh my goodness, actually picks up two. And now it's a scramble for T1. Kills coming in from both sides. Sugar Zero gets another. The trap down, and it's only Saya player by himself. The pinch comes in from all angles, and T1 panics. Zeta Division pick it up.
Man, it's a beautiful round here for Zeta because they get so much info off that mid push. Even though there's nobody there for the tiles crunch, they're like, oh, they're not here. Well, they're probably not going anywhere except like straight into B, and then you can just check real quick over into A lobby. Nobody's there. Okay, now we know there'd be. We can set up Hirodon for a great angle for that Hunter's Fury. Laz and Euron this time read the situation nicely, back off as soon as there's any contact. Showstopper doesn't find any value.
Yeah.
And that's what you need to do as Zeta. So good adjustments for both teams, but Zeta there finally find their footing enough to make it a 6-6. Oh boy. This one's so intense. I mean, so much to play for, in particular for T1 right now.
Yeah.
They need this win so badly.
And this is it too, right? Now we're going to be seeing Depp playing in as that spear tip here for Zeta Division, which is going to be a lot more difficult to manage now that they're going to be, on the attacking side, where he can dictate a lot more of those curveballs into play. T1's got to be prepared for that one, as we are readying ourselves to get into the pistol. Just look at that. Just systematic picking of individual players from T1.
The confidence, something Zeta's going to need if they're going to continue here. Let's see if they can find yet another second half pistol win to start. They've done it every time so far. Or is this going to be T1 able to flip the script a bit? Carpe having a really solid map. Rossi continues to have an absolutely phenomenal day today. He has been an absolute monster.
Yeah.
Some big clutches. Some big multi-kills for T1. Side player, Xcurate, a little bit quiet so far, but this defender side, especially for Xcurate, can be tricky for teams to deal with. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Hirodon in particular with those shock darts to clear Xcurate's utility as this half wears on.
Ooh, 4-man push here on A main. Euron might not be prepared for it. Spots out Saya player. Actually spots out Depp there. Now it's just gone to stun. Gonna go for the flash. Okay. Laz fully blinded. No way Laz wins this. And Carpe took a little bit longer, but he's gonna be able to finish it out. So now the balance has been broken. And T1 pick up 2 pistols this time.
Yep, huge win there. T1 just saying, just stack and push and see what they do. And you can tell that Zeta's not ready for it at all. It's a scramble to try to react.
Yeah.
And that's advantage for T1 in that situation for sure. What a drive-by it was.
Yeah.
Little fade away from Saya there.
It was a byproduct kill. Euron trying to run back into cover. It happens.
It does. I don't know if he has a headhunter and a sheriff for Hirodon. An early spot gets a ton of info for T1, so Zeta's like, maybe not. And maybe we shouldn't necessarily just try this. But they're going to make a push up mid. There is the camera just around the corner there for X-Curate. So you can get a pretty good read off of that. And it's in an interesting spot. My guess is that it's either right outside that smoke or right inside of it.
Yeah.
I would think he's probably positioned it so it's right outside that smoke so you can't see it and clear it. Oh, wait, they're aware.
Oh, right on top of it,
They
too.
know about that, yeah.
Yeah. But you can't see the T1's actually waiting for this, maybe baiting out. You know, if they've tried to break it, someone peeks out and tries to get a kill. They're trying to do exactly that, but it's a bit too many. Rossi now feeling a bit confident, gets the first, will fall down to Sugar Zero. That's a Bulldog as well if Zeta can pick it up. Not going to happen this time as the rest of T1 making sure. Smoke's being corralled around. Carpe's by himself, throws out the Dizzy. Has to hold on to Elbow for the moment and tries to pocket himself here onto the side while the rest of Zeta now goes in for the full 4 punch. Paranoia hits him, stops him dead in the tracks. There's the pinch. Izu tries to trace it all back. 20 seconds. These curveballs are so perfect. I would say from depth. Very expensive round right now for T1. Could even come around the corner here and could even be still winnable. Saya player pushes them back. Can't really plant the spike right now, as both of them had to reload the weapons. The collateral comes to swing, and Saya saves the round.
Oh boy. For a moment there, it looked like Zeta was able to flip the script, and like you called it, the curveballs are beautiful from depth to break that side open to get a couple gun upgrades. Still, though, that is a tremendously costly round for T1. Oh, the spot there from Hirodon. So good with that recon dart. Oh, they just line up for it. They're not ready.
Yeah.
Huge, huge play for Saya.
At what cost, though, right?
Yeah.
As you mentioned it, expensive round.
Well, they've got an operator. I mean, they were able to cut enough cash in the previous rounds that they're able to somehow make this buy work. This is crazy that they have this much money.
Huh. That's Zeta also putting out the smoke on B main. Right, so they're going to be one off if they want to execute somewhere. So playing a slower game just to have those kind of smokes right back up since they only have Sugar Zero to really prep things up. Sure, they have the wall here from Euron, but elsewhere on the map, right, going to have to wait a little bit more.
And they're so scared of something coming through mid. Laz can work this corner with his rendezvous as a bailout tool. So you can try to push this market door. See if there's any contact, at least have the escape. Maybe create enough of a distraction that you can make this A hit work. Owl Drone not going to see anything. And Zeta thinking, well, nobody's here. Look at where Laz is. He's going to sneak right in there. The real question is Saya going to catch him?
Ooh. Laz is probably going to be checking the B side too, right?
Yep.
No. Goes around the corner where both Rossi and Carpe are still looking at top mid. But they're backing away all the way through B main, especially now that Laz has creeped up onto the site. They might not know about this yet. They definitely don't. And Saya! The timing could not have been worse for him, and that opens up the B site for Zeta.
This is brilliant stuff from Laz. This is what you want to see from him. Getting his own info and using it against his opponents. So smart. Now he has that op, too.
Oh, man. I mean, what are they going to do at this point? You can't see the positioning from Izu still holding on Boba. This might be a lost cause right now for T1, but they're edging even closer onto the B side, so they definitely want to go for this fight. No more wingman to use for you know, a defuse. So it's going to be somebody here from T1 that's going to at least, yeah, I was about to say, it's going to at least force the 3 players to kind of fight the 3 versus 5 while someone defuses. That's not going to be enough for T1, so they're just going to save the weapons.
Well, what a thief Laz is there, stealing that op away.
Yeah.
Stealing that power weapon away, forcing that save out of T1 because they invested tremendously into that round. And, I mean, the good news is you keep some of those guns, but it's going to be a little rough in the economy for Saya. Just left on his own there, not really reading that Laz was going to be able to scooch through market, get behind him. What a timing there from Laz, too. I mean, right as Hirodon is peeking, he gets that headshot.
Yeah, that was perfect. That was beautiful.
Yes, this should.
And now this time, I was about to say that X-Crit been spreading out his utility you know, his tripwires and everything all across the map, just to make sure that that doesn't happen. And the one round that he actually leaves market open is when Laz actually does his magic. Oh, timing.
Oh, that was close.
He knows.
Spike drop.
Well, Spider sense is tingling.
And the smoke there, leaving Zeta sort of unsure as to what to do, but they're expecting this. You can see Sugar Zero and Depp are holding this angle. At least Sugar Zero was. Oh,
actually went the other direction, and it's Sugar Zero hitting in the head. Depp down to 1 HP. Okay, he can pick up an orb, right? He has to pick up an orb and get that running back. So they're moving back onto that A main just to do this. Ooh.
And he can heal himself a little bit with the wall.
Fair. Huron's pretty far deep on mid, top mid.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to watch for some of these rotations. He's just got to play so carefully. Oh my God. Okay, clears the camera and then backs out.
Yeah.
They did get their running back going. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. It was ever in doubt.
Yeah.
Tripwire's going to get spotted as well. That's going to be Depp pushing into the site, clearing everything, and allowing his teammate to plant it right back in. Huron's going to be joining the rest of the team. Molly actually pushes them back, but Huron's so prepared for it. This is a risk, pushing through that decay, and as everything is just said and done, it's all Izu by himself. Little by little.
Guardian, too.
Yeah. Slowly creeping in. Where's this spike planted? Oh, okay. I was about to say, maybe he can get into the site and then start defusing, but that headshot from Depp makes it exorbitantly more difficult. All right, he's doing some things. He's doing a lot of things. He's doing everything! Izu! T1 could not be here without you!
These clutches for T1 today, SRI. Outrageous. Outrageous. Should never happen.
He got tagged.
They just walk in one by one.
Shameful performance.
One enemy remaining.
Another one.
I mean, Hirodon's got to push that angle at the same time that Laz is holding there, but Hirodon pauses to just wait, and it cost him the opportunity. Carlisle looking the most stressed I've seen him all year.
Yeah.
Junior trying to keep a positive mentality. T1 starting to feel like after that clutch that maybe this match is within their grasp. I'm
sorry.
I know, dude.
We're still processing.
Yeah.
I'm letting that sink in for everyone right now. We saw Laz do it. We saw Izu do it. Who else is going to be stepping up to the plate?
It's been crazy. These plays that have come through. I mean, Izu just insanely accurate on all of that. So ready for all of those angles. Credit where credit's due. He played that literally as well as he could.
Yeah. I was actually expecting maybe a shock dart to come out as well from Huron here. Did he not have anything else left?
I didn't catch it.
Yeah. Just as like a, a just in case maybe here for Zeta.
But that's a backbreaker for Zeta.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
That's a must. That's a must-win round.
These series leading up into the playoffs have been closer and closer and closer. Saya player now bringing in the pain on mid. He clears up so much positioning too for the rest of T1. As you can see, that A main push comes through to shove. Huron holding the spawn for the moment. That's going to be a hit between him and Izu, who is backing away. Contact between them is going to be quite important. And somehow Izu manages to back away as the rest of Zeta here on the flip side is still pushed back on B main.
Yeah, I like the call here from Zeta. Don't try to force it. Try to start spreading the map.
Oh.
Going for a pick. Yeah. I think he got the tag on the Rossi. That was about it. Izu's still here. Oh.
Yeah, man is risking his life for the team just to get that information.
You have to be so careful with the spike right now as Zeta. You can see they're really worried about somebody coming through mid. Izu can take a smidge of damage through that box. But it's just a lot of attention for a change in direction. It's just a matter of Zeta can catch T1 or T1 catches Zeta crossing through. Now some shots to clear that door. Probably gonna pause Carpe and Saya at the top mid. Oh, what a shot.
Yeah. You can see that ZETA is really panicking right now to get any form of map control. Maybe a pinch play coming in from Laz, but he's down. A slow and burn on the timer as they plan to spike in. Excurate holding the angle right now on Boba as the rest of his teammates about to explode on Market. He's alone by himself, but he's kind of playing this off angle that they might not be expecting, and he explodes for the 2K. That's going to be perfect. Euron now getting exposed from the neural theft. Sugar Zero way out of bounds, and they can start defusing the spike right here and now. Euron, first to go for the contact, will fall to Izu, and T1 puts us into double digits.
It's so interesting, like the counterplays, you know, Sugar Zero TPs into the defender spawn, but once they have that neural theft, it's like, well, okay, that angle didn't matter.
Yeah.
At that point, it didn't matter anyway because nobody's checking this angle. I don't know.
Nice, guys!
Yep, Excurate's feeling it for sure. But that you just can't be walking out into Boba like that without clearing that box.
Yeah.
It costs you, and you can see why. Now it's a eco for ZETA. T1 in firm control of this match. Looking to send ZETA packing for the year. Ooh. Not for the year, for the stage. We're not
too
quite
early.
that far yet. Yeah, we're not quite that far yet.
It's just begun.
Yeah. Also, ZETA's never beat T1. Interesting factoid in Pacific.
Cover going out.
Fair enough.
Surprisingly enough.
Yeah. That was with the former roster 2 of T1, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going back to last year.
Yeah. With 10 and Crow?
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. For the
A+ on the day.
Ah, yay. I can now go home with smiles.
You're welcome.
Sleep tight. Sleep good.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Well, speaking of sleeping, packing home, T1, they're 3 rounds away. They're already creeping around the map. Laz is going to be holding the lurk once again. Viper Pit placed right now for ZETA. And they 4-stacked this Viper ultimate just so that Carpe, confident on the fight against Laz, did have the help of Rossi just in case. And they have the Thrash to clear things up again. Scanning everything, checking all the angles, making sure they still have a little bit of time, but they can't really, you know, bait this as long as possible. Great shot from Hiroron. And again, they're holding on. Side players gotta have to get things started. Time's ticking. Boombot around the corner here. Izu gets the first pick. That recon dart pushes them all back. Sugar Zero as well. And they find Euron. Just throws out the snake bite, but there's no time right now to defuse for T1. And this is perfect.
It's a great hold. Ah! I mean, the fact that Hiroron wins that battle up towards spawn is ridiculous. And that allows him to be alive there at the end for that double shock dart. But it was pretty much over. The Bulldog, the one investment in that round for Sugar Zero works a treat. Just able to get to that plant, get that pit down, and make it work. Sugar Zero on 5 HP, just walking away from bullets. Rossi comes bouncing out, shuts it down. Oh, and look at this shock dart. Boop.
Yeah.
Ah.
They were okay with Euron dying as long as he has that decay. They still had the decay on the other players of T1. The peek out. They've been doing this like 3 times now.
And he's heard so many footsteps there, and he just holds the angle.
Fair.
I guess he just felt he was dead to rights, but I think he might have had enough time to back out at least and try to play his life a little bit longer, but decided to just crouch it down and sit out in the open and hope he could get one before he was done.
All right, now they're playing a lot more crossfire heavy. Sugar Zero around the corner here. Paranoia used. They do bait it out. Fragment also played out, but again, Sugar Zero's playing this carefully with the rest of the team. Now they're going to be pushing up onto Boba. The combination with that recon dart could be good, and it could allow Depp a couple of kills, but in the process, they actually take too much. Never mind. Depp and Huron got this. It's all down onto Saya player, onto the site. Opponents are low. You can't see this is going to start to defuse that spike. Huron coming around the corner will not allow that half on the defuse. ZETA Division, they lose one, but they're not going to lose this round.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It looked like for a moment there, after they cleared market, that T1 was going to be able to bully their way through, but they're not expecting Depp to be holding that angle. then him and Hirodon can just hold the triggers. And with the time ticking as fast as it was, Saya basically had to hold that almost all the way through. Now you got the tour de force. Now you've got another Hunter's Fury for Hirodon. And talked about at the beginning of this match that Hirodon was going to need to step up today. And he has. He is having a tremendous sunset. 18 kills for him so far. Now it's T1 who's going to be on the back foot economically. Sheriff's and a stinger for Rossi, as they have completely gambled on B. And all of A has been left open for the taking for ZETA. But it's really interesting, SRI, like the compositional differences, right? Like, ZETA wants to play you up close and personal. They want to get in your face and use those trades, use those curveballs and other things to just out-duel you.
Yeah.
Whereas T1 can spread a lot more of the map, right? Not only with just the Sentinel that gives you information, but you have so much long-range utility. Your flashes from Rossi and Carpe can reach for forever. You know, you've got the nades from Saya, and that's just Laz catching a player lurking through mid.
Well, that hurts. Well, you're absolutely right, right? A lot of contact-heavy plays here. Xgrid risking his life for a proper twofer if he could. Only good for the one. And this is just, again, ZETA marching their way into the site. Yeah, I mean, they do have a smoke from Izu, so maybe they can get closer. Fair enough. Oh, okay, no, you never know, you never know. Izu's still here. That curveball once again slapped away from the hands of Depp. Now Laz coming in, does not have the angle on the spike itself, does get hit by the blade, so he's going to be deactivated for a couple of seconds. Fragment gets thrown right into space, and now it's going to be a scan on through the smoke. Half on the defuse, Rossi coming right now for the contact, but there's just too much to handle. And wait!
They got the defuse!
What? The buddy, the little bro!
The little bro!
What? Lil bro!
Oh my goodness. I couldn't see it through the smoke.
I thought they won it.
I didn't see the defuse timer.
Yeah. Well, you kind of think of what? He prepared it just in the nick of time, favorite thing.
Oh my god!
In the nick of time. They had to have heard it, right? But then
I don't know if they did. Oh, I kind of wonder with all that shooting that was going on that they missed it because it was so short.
Yeah.
The time from when it was let go.
Yeah.
Plus, you had just killed Carpe, so you're like, oh, okay, we got this. I kind of wonder if it got missed because they didn't start spamming at it.
And Rossi bought enough time, right, for them to at least look at him first.
Right. No, he did great.
Yeah. This is just one of those rounds where it gets so chaotic that at the end of it, you can't believe what just happened, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I thought ZETA was fine. I was like, oh yeah, they got this.
And that was through a Thrifty as well, right? All of these things mixing up together.
This
is not an easy game for both teams, for sure. I mean, obviously, we're here on map 3. But the amount of times we've seen these individualistic hero plays has been mind-boggling for me.
Oh, it's just...
yeah.
It's been such an intense map. Depp just bouncing around out there. Just having a good time. Waiting with Laz. They've got to expect that somebody's pushed up here based on those smokes.
Yeah. Side player's alone too, so he could get caught out here. But
Depp?
No. Okay, he picks up the 2K on the heavy hitters too as well on ZETA division. And he's going to be able to escape. Shock Dart being thrown out right now from here on. That's a little bit too late. Euron coming around the corner here. If he pushes up, Tripwire's going to spot him. Now they're going to be aware. I mean, Izu's still there just in case.
I must wait.
Oh, no.
The trap set. The trap sprung. It actually works out. He's going to be able to find one. Trades the weapon. Second tag of the neural theft, but he's already too low, and Izu finds it. One more round. And T1 finishes the series.
I don't know what happened with Depp there. He has all the time in the world. Just can't get the shots down. I don't know exactly what was going on. I don't know if he thought about switching to a curveball, but
Nice, let's go!
it it didn't go good, and Saya is so good for 2.
Yeah.
Just individually setting that round completely off kilter for ZETA, and now they look like they are potentially done for this stage.
Last legs for ZETA right now. They got everything in their pockets, though, that to turn this around, right? Heron's been good on that 1 Hunter's Fury play. Depp has the threat of the run it back. There's a lot of options here available for ZETA.
Oh my god, this mid-crunch, though. So dangerous now for ZETA.
Oh, it's close. Drone coming right in. There's the Dizzy for the first contact. Paranoia as well. It's not blind a lot, but they do get Heron in the process. There it is. The delivery on the payload. Last is down. Depp holding on. It's good for the 3K. Runs it back. He's on the ultimate, so if they actually take him down, he's going to be able to come back into the site itself. Now, that does allow Sugar Zero, as you can see, to plant the spike on A. And T1, lost in the sauce here, has to just recompose themselves and get that map control back. As well as, you know, just run back into the A side and start defusing that spike if they can.
Well, they're going to have some individual battles that they have to win.
Oh, Euron. He's got the perfect pinch play if he could. Rossi's now working by himself here. Zaya's just too far. Yeah, he's way too far. Probably just going to have to save the weapon for the moment.
Yeah, there's no reason to make a play here.
Yeah.
Okay, ZETA keeps themselves alive, just barely. It looked like it was going to be GG. With that setup that T1 had, they read that mid-push out so well. It's just, ZETA's just barely able to avert disaster.
Yeah, 100%.
I thought they were done. I thought they were cooked when I was looking at the map. I'm like, well.
But this is also the first time that we see like a contact on mid-play, right? Just here on triple. Yep. And that's where usually you kind of see Depp getting the most value in the previous maps or previous sunsets that we've seen here for ZETA.
Yeah, well, I mean, the good news is Depp is pretty damn good at this game, so he's able to bail out ZETA.
Shutting them down.
Ooh, I like that angle.
But really, I mean, T1 played that round extremely well. They had a great read.
Oh, yeah.
They just got outplayed by Depp. I mean, so many of these rounds have come down to that. Like, one player outplays the other team, and that's round over. It's been an absolutely wild 3 maps.
That's what happens. Get those diamond, not rank, but like, you know, those stellar plays. Diamond in the rough plays here. It's because of how brutal the conditions really have been. Any case, here we go again. ZETA Division now coming into that A site.
Camera?
Yeah. They're not gonna break it though.
They don't see it.
Ah. That gives a lot of information right now, but Depp has his curveball prepared. Rossi intercepts. Oh, that actually saves them, but it's straight for trade. 3 versus 3. Crash coming in, actually gets the connection onto Laz. He's got to back away, but Extra's not going to allow it to happen. Smoke right in front of his face. Huron now around the corner. Huron's going to have to hold the boom. Oh, he gets the win. Huron, the rookie's going to have to go big, but no! Just at the nick of it, and that's going to be T1 taking the series off of ZETA.
Unbelievable tenacity here from T1. Tooth and nail the whole way. Both teams with so much pressure on them. But T1 has more in the tank. A better game plan across a couple different maps. Lotus and Sunset able to run it back themselves. Take down what have been 2 pretty good maps for ZETA. But once again, it is going to be ZETA coming up short of making playoffs here in Pacific. They've been close so many times, and they just cannot find a way in. Tremendous, tremendous performance here from a lot of T1 players, a lot of ZETA players, everybody stepping up when they needed to, it felt like. But man, oh man, T1, if they can get it together, if they can keep this new X-Curate-led T1 firing, they can definitely be a threat in the playoffs.
100%. Now they're taking their bows. This team's going to be pretty happy about what's to unravel in front of them as they're heading on to the playoffs. We'll be seeing them by next week to see how this kind of fares out against the other teams. You know, this upgraded form of T1.
Yes.
An absolutely monstrous team. Anyways, we're going to give it to the panel, give ourselves a break, and the panel to just break it down.
Thank you, SRI and Paper Thin. That's right, T1 takes this series, and they absolutely needed to win to continue to qualify for playoffs. This was a really close match, and boys, I mean, you could see ZETA fighting for those last rounds, but couldn't quite get it.
It was so close. It was such a nail biter. I mean, what a marathon of a match. Both teams having some streaks throughout, and then at the very end of it, you know, although there were clutch moments from Laz in that one round, like being the true chamber, at the end of it, there were some like crazy things happening from T1's side. You know, Izu having an incredible clutch, just managing to perfectly isolate the angles and duels, and then also Carpe's wingman getting the defuse. Although ZETA has some ideas, by the end of it, T1, you know, were just a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, I mean, T1, not only are they prepared, but like you mentioned, the heroics, right? And they start to pile up when it becomes a full best of 3. So, just as the caster said, I think a lot of this comes down to the tenacity, but you could tell at some point in the second half, T1 felt that they were winning, right? The way they were playing, the way they were pushing out, they knew that their reads were good, they were confident in their plays, and you start to see that the more you watch VCT, you can tell when a team starts to feel that win right at their doorstep. The way they start to take those swings, the way they start to push out and just have faith that they're on the right read, it started to show from T1. So I think it's a really good way to end the regular season here for T1.
Oh, absolutely. I do need to make a minor correction from earlier as well. There was one timeline where ZETA still could have qualified for playoffs, but it was, you know, they had to win this very match to even have that chance, but now that chance is now officially gone. With that, can we safely say T1 has qualified for playoffs? They are in contention for third place with Bleed, but I believe production has just confirmed with us that they do make playoffs because the round differentials, they are just so much in the lead right now. There's like no way Bleed could do it even if they beat DRX tomorrow. So congratulations to T1. We got 3 Korean teams in
awesome
playoff contention.
Yeah, I mean, well, T1, I mean, they sneak in. They sneak in at the last second. Let's not skirt around the issue, right? I mean, T1 definitely kind of just barely get their foot in the door, and they're like, hold on, like we're just about to make it in. So I think for them to have a good showing in playoffs, to give faith back to the fans, they're going to have to come back stronger. Like even today, even that sunset, if ZETA had course corrected a bit earlier in that first half, this flips on its head.
True. I mean, in my mind, maybe not exactly like just sneaking in, but you know, it's like if the lift door was about to close and then like Rossi or someone cool just like, bam, snaps it right there. Stop. I'm getting on this lift whether you like it or not because we deserve to be here. We are good enough. And they show it. You know, all these maps, all these games, they have been competitive. They have been really close, really tight. And those hero moments definitely put them back up on top against ZETA. So, you know, that confidence was starting to show. That confidence was flowing within the team, and I think they deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think what we saw again today is that T1, the individual firepower is there, right? The individual decision-making is there. It always has been. I think that's why a lot of people rated this team very highly. It's overall, how much can they translate what they prepped into the server, and also how good is the mid-rounding? I mean, that's been the theme overall, I think, this year, not just in Pacific, but throughout the entire world. And here on Sunset, T1 started to take the lead back in that entire aspect. I mean, same thing with Lotus, right? You can tell even the first kills favor them, and then they're able to convert on the majority of them to finish off the lead.
And I have to ask you, especially William, there was a beautiful chamber play by Laz. Is X-Curate still your chamber of choice?
Listen, that whip around 180 with the headhunter, okay, listen, that one might be the one that convinces me to board the last train for sure. I mean, he showcases that he is very, very good on that chamber. But then again, like, X-Curate wasn't playing the chamber here on Sunset, so I don't really know. You know, I'm gonna wait off on it.
We're talking about like between op duels, maybe X-Curate clears, but that clip, you gotta admit, I mean, not only did he get the headhunter, he pulled out the operator and re-peaked and got the third kill.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a highlight to be saved for sure. But again, something that we've kind of hinted at, it stands out to me on the stat sheet. It's the 3 clutches, right? 3 clutches, T1 wins by 3 rounds. That's not a coincidence, and quite frankly, those clutches converted to a lot more in terms of momentum. So if it wasn't for those clutches, or if ZETA course corrected a bit earlier in that first half, right, and where they were starting to get a better read on, oh, T1's just stacking, how do we course correct this? Things could have been different. So I think for ZETA fans, not all hope is lost. It's just unfortunate that they had a rough going overall in Omega Group that they cannot secure their own spot into playoffs.
Yeah, I think that was a good point. You know, there were just definitely those few rounds in the first half that ZETA lost a little bit too much. It was difficult for them to come back. Although we had a 6-6, it's still a little bit painful for them. They had some good rounds. They had, like, round 18 came up with a thrifty win. Really good ideas of using depths, run it back to really clear the entire site and create a lot of that space. But then, you know, T1 by the end of it, that confidence off of those clutches, the confidence to come in for those kills, to come in for those swings. I mean, Saya player had a round where on defense he was able to take control, so much control over B main, and that just gave the rest of the team so much information.
And I also just want to take this chance to point out, obviously, I myself included, but a lot of us have kind of pointed out Huron needing to step up. For ZETA, listen, he tops the board, so I want to give him the props where he deserves it. Right, he comes out on the Silva, he's had some good utility here on the Sunset. Obviously, he put up the frags as well. So I think this is why a lot of us wanted to point out that Huron needs to step up, is that he's shown that he has the mechanical prowess to do better during the offseason, back in Challengers Japan. So it's good to see that when he gets going, he'll get there. But obviously, again, just a step too late.
And I think we can say the same for Carpe as well. Now that he's off of the IGL role, we wanted to see him do more for the team now that he doesn't have those distractions from making all those calls. And it looks like he's also been performing better.
Yeah, I mean, he started off today with that pistol ace. I mean, overall, his fragging power has definitely been more consistent, I would say.
I think the whole team, I mean, again, like kind of like what Paper Thin said at the end of the cast, it's not just T1, it's not just ZETA. Both teams really stepped up today, and they just gave us such a great match, such a great series. I mean, we had incredible moments from both teams, really. But by the end of it, it was really just the fact that, you know, maybe ZETA just a tad late, and T1 was just that much more, you know, in tune with things.
And you know what, this goes very much along with what we really did predict, which was this, I wouldn't say a full, you know, coin flip, but we were really kind of on the fence about this. And I think this also goes for the next series today, too. Today is such a big day. Like Paper Thin said, he marked it on his calendar. Today's such a huge day. We kind of knew if things went according to the script, the RXs would have been in, the Korean teams would have been in, at least two of them anyway. So for this to play out the way it did, this is going according to, you know, as
going
Asteroid
according
plan.
to Asteroid plan.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
you guys doubted, but it's going as planned by Asteroid. I casted with him yesterday, got a little bit of his wavelengths, you know, transferred over to me.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, now I get it, right? I see it. I see the truth of VCT.
That's why we got that
Is that
text at
so,
the end.
William?
Yes.
Is that so?
Listen, I gave up my guess and gain rank to get my match predictions correct again, you know?
Whoa.
Yeah, I can't have everything. You can't have everything. But overall, I mean, it was a close match. And I think for T1, again, they're not out of the woodwork yet. And one thing that stands out to me is, while we've talked about some of the rookies on the side of ZETA, Izu continues to kind of take a long time to warm up. So I would love to see him come out swinging in their next matches, right? Because obviously when he pops off, I mean, he has some very impactful rounds. If he can do that from the get-go, I think T1 would have a bigger lead in most of their matches.
Very true. I mean, he definitely took a while, although he wasn't always present. But there are some times, you know, when he's on the breeze, for example, picking out that Yoru, he's just able to pop off. So it always is a little bit of a guess and game kind of thing, right? And you never quite know. The potential's definitely there, and we hope to see more from T1 in the coming playoffs.
Now we only have 3 matches left
Oh, man.
before playoffs. Gen G, DRX are in 2 of these 3 matches. But first, we're going to go to our MVP for today and our victors, T1.
Hey guys, I'm standing here with T1's Rossi. Now, massive congrats, Rossi, with this win. T1 qualified for playoffs. Long 4 weeks for T1, but you still made it. So, what does it mean to you to be able to advance to playoffs?
I'm just blessed by God, honestly, for giving us another chance, because we really didn't deserve it. We were playing really bad and we couldn't close out games. But I think we're starting to figure things out after a really strong start, in my opinion. Like after AVL and kickoff, we were really good. And then I think just something happened. I don't know, not too sure. Maybe our confidence, and we just kind of lost a bit. But I think we're on the right way back to our original form.
Right, now I want to start with that change on the bind. You and Izu swapped roles. So can you tell us what led to this change?
Basically, I was Viper on like every map, so I just wanted to prove to everyone that I could play other agents. That's basically what it was. No, I'm joking, but the main reason was because I'm a very vocal person, and I do a lot of the secondary like IGLing. So we thought it was best for me to be a part of the main group instead of lurking, because I would be able to see more and I get a lot of information. And yeah, we just thought it was best for the communication purposes. And I mean, we still lost, but I know if we play that again, we will probably win.
Your Sky was really good too, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Now on Sunset, we saw another comp change. A lot of people were like, "Oh, what happened to Saya's Neon? It looked like kind of like a mini boo." But was this comp to counter Zeta's kind of a chamber comp, or did you see something in this comp that was better than the other one?
I don't know. Maybe it was a counter comp. Maybe it was. Maybe Saya will be on Neon. We don't know. Find out next time in our playoff match if we play Sunset against. We don't know.
All right, will you be playing Sunset though? We don't know, right?
We don't know.
Okay, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But that Sunset, actually, Zeta just kind of slowly coming back, quickly coming back. A lot of things happened. There was that 1v3 from Izu and that defuse from the Wingman as well. So what was it like just playing that down to the wire last map decider?
Honestly, I've played for a while now, so like I don't really get as nervous as much. So I'm just thinking logically, and honestly, it was very frustrating to play because we were making a lot of mistakes. We won both pistols that game, and we still barely won. So honestly, they probably should have won that map, but they played a little worse, and they made a bunch of mistakes. So I'm blessed by God that He gave me and my team a second chance because we really didn't deserve that one. So it was just honestly just frustrating. I just like, oh, what are we doing,
I guess it was kind of like a little birthday present from God, the second chance. Would you say that?
Nah, God's always with me. He always gives me presents.
Okay. And your mom's always watching, probably with the global feed too. So anything you want to say to her?
Yamma, you're my best friend, and I appreciate everything you do for me. And yeah, I love you. But she already knows all this, so like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Go to sleep or something.
But happy late birthday. I'm pretty sure your
so
mom's
much.
smiling and wishing you a happy late birthday. Lastly, what's your mindset heading into the playoffs?
Just don't lose 13-11. I'd rather lose 13-1 than 13-11 because it's so sad.
It keeps happening for you, right?
Always, every time, even today. So I want to punch a hole in the wall. Honestly, it's so frustrating.
Hopefully that doesn't happen, and you walk away with that 13-11 or 13-1 win. Any wins a win. But yeah, massive congrats once again. We'll see you in playoffs. Hope you guys celebrate your birthday in the playoffs as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And that was Rossi, everybody. We're heading off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, it'll be Team Secret taking on TLN Esports. We'll see you soon.
When we are apart, I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, joined by William and Quack. Just finished the first series of today. We are going to go into the second series, and things are getting a little heated between Team Secret and TLN Esports.
Oh, maybe they are trying to she's gonna. Oh, yeah.
Hello, Borkham. Now, Secret's already in playoffs. Talent still need to get that spot. Will they qualify for playoffs today?
I think not, because I want other teams to make it to the playoffs. So,
such as?
I think ZETA. Yeah, ZETA or RRQ. Any of them.
All right. Anyone but Talent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jen, you are such an instigator. Such an instigator.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Anybody but Talent, he says.
Yeah.
Well, one of those options is gone now, but RQ obviously still has to play their match tomorrow, so Borkham might get his wish.
It's possible.
Zeta's definitely not going, but maybe RQ? Maybe? There's a world?
Yeah, obviously, to make that happen, Team Secret does have to take down Talon. And obviously, if they win 2-0, that kind of makes it even more likely. So, Team Secret, here's the other thing, is that they could still contest for that first seed as well. So not only is it about championship points, but they could try to boost themselves up into a better spot going into playoffs.
And it's entirely possible for them to make it happen. This team is on the up and up. I mean, Envy, Jeremy, Jesse Vash himself has been popping off and getting kills.
Yeah. I want to know what mouse he's using now.
Exactly.
Whatever that new mouse
I wonder.
is.
I really want to know what's happening with the old mouse. Like, is that fan still playing Valorant? Is he able to play Valorant? Like, I just want to know. Are you winning? Are you winning, son? Like, that's what I want to know.
All right, let's see. Let's see what Talon has to say.
But he got none?
Hello, Cruz. Can I steal you for a minute? Now, I just talked to Borkin a second ago, and he said he wants anyone but Talon in the playoffs. So, anything you want to say to him?
Who?
Well, Borkin? You don't know him?
Who?
Borkin who?
Who?
Okay, never mind.
Frog, bro. Frog. You know Frog?
Things are definitely heated between these two, and this is crazy. Secret has already qualified, like William was saying, but Talon needs to win this to also qualify, and it looks like this is going to be personal.
Yeah, and Cruz just calling out Borkum straight up, right? Hasn't heard of him, thinks he's too quiet.
What time is it?
Well, I will say that's the thing, right? Is that Borkum's been making a pretty big impact this stage. I would say exceeding my personal expectations. So Cruz has his work cut out for him today.
A little bit. But I mean, at the same time, just both coaches, talking about it, or at least for Talon, just thinking about how Talon operates. Cruz as the IGL is on a whole other level compared to Team Secret. There's definitely a little bit of history between the two teams, and it gets spicy because if you remember from kickoffs, they played like 3 times. Talon started things off very interestingly. You had that neon from Governor, and nobody expected it. Nobody knew that it was going to be that explosive. But then, just talking about each other, talking about the players, Team Secret stacks themselves up, and they say, like, each and every single one of us were definitely better than Talon. And they show that they definitely made it happen. They denied Talon so many plays inside of that kickoffs.
Yeah, but this time around, Secret is looking stronger than ever. Like you guys said, they looked a little shaky at the beginning of kickoff. They looked a little shaky at the beginning of stage 1, but they are definitely in their full form at the moment. Team Secret anyway. But Talon, they are also figuring themselves out. They're in contention they are in that 3rd spot right now, but they just want to get into that playoffs right now. And do they have what it takes to get that spot confirmed, like chopped and confirmed?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this one's a true 50-50, just given the power level of both teams. I think at their best, it's really anybody can take it. But the real question becomes the draft and the condition of the players in the server today. Obviously, you can say that about a lot of these matches, but today it's about just like any one of these players. If you start to fall off, I think that's the disadvantage that you go into it with. So all 10 players, or maybe 11, because Talon, the other thing is that they've been successfully managing the 6-man rotation roster.
That is entirely true. Lenny coming back in, coming in and having some moments where he's able to play that initiator role really, really well. And at the same time, that's the other thing, is the fact that Lenny used to be on Team Secret. There's so much between the two teams, and you're absolutely right, Will. I mean, it all comes down to how prepared, how ready they are for today's match.
And of course, we're watching some of the highlights from kickoff as well. I mean, that time Talon came out swinging initially on that breeze with the neon Governor, really letting everybody know that he deserves a spot on here, on Pacific, on Tier 1. But the real player I have my eyes on is right here, Jit Boys. I mean, he is absolutely the most consistent top fragger of Talon. No matter win or lose, he's putting up numbers.
Definitely putting out those numbers, so you can see it on the stat ranking right now. I mean, the way that he plays, although sometimes lurking or being a little bit separated from the team, he's always able to recover and come back to join them, or just to get the good reads and position himself for a lot of these impactful moments. And a lot of times, that's the thing that gives Talon their strength. Although Governor or Ban are the ones, tip of the spear, leading the charge, Jit Boys comes back in, and he's that secondary, wave of support. And it just means so much for the entire team, especially when it comes in tandem with Cruz's calling. So Team Secret, on the other hand, while we might have Borkum in some impactful moments, they aren't nearly as much as what Jit Boys has offered so far.
Yeah, Jit Boys has been consistently consistent for Talon. Frost has also mentioned he claims that they have the best Neon player here in Pacific. And I'm very curious if we're going to see that today. And they're going to continue using their borrowed comp from ZETA on Lotus if they end up playing it.
Yeah, obviously the map draft, that's where things get a little bit interesting, especially because it seems like both of these teams are going to be pretty prep heavy. Team Secret always has been known to be very prep heavy, but Talon, they've been trying to start to counter the antes against them. They're starting to try to make sure that they have some curveball compositions. So I'm curious what will happen. I mean, the permabans, on the side of bind and split, I'm not going to be surprised if those get banned out right away just because the other team also looking fairly successful on it. But things like the Icebox, right? Or even the Lotus, even something like the Breeze, even though Talon's been banning it out, do they go back to that to make sure that they can reclaim that confidence on that map? I'm very curious to see how that pans out.
That's really great. I really, really like that. Keeping Team Secret on their toes because they are such a prep-heavy team. When they have a lot of tape to study, that's how they kind of beat Paper Rex. So coming in today, the map picks, what's it going to be?
And then the Icebox as well, right? Icebox, a huge confidence pick for Team Secret. So while Talon hasn't really been avoiding it against anybody else, we'll have to wait and see. Do they leave the bind open for the sake of banning out the Icebox? I mean, we know how much Secret loves that map.
And Warbur's there on his very last page of his notebook. I hope he
he's
has
gonna buy
enough
a new
space.
one.
Yeah.
He's done too much prep. He's not going to be able to prep anymore if he runs
Way
out of
too much
space. What are we going to do?
Look at Frost's notebook. He's got so many more pages.
Yeah, Frost came prepared, man.
That's because he has 3 other notebooks.
Ooh, Sunset pick from Team Secret. Okay, so the Icebox ban does come out, but Secret surely expects this, and they've been looking better and better on that Sunset, a masterclass against Paper Rex on the ante that they prepared. What do they have to show against Talon?
Goes to something a little bit more comfortable. Lotus, Cruz has shown that he's able to call really well in this map before, and again, this is one where they can push and pull on all extremities of the map. Team Secret, they've shown that they are pretty capable on this as well, although sometimes it's a little bit, a little bit.
I mean, listen, they struggled against Zeta's Neon Comp, so now the mind game already begins from Talon's side. Do we play the Neon again? Do we go back to our old composition? Because Jesse, sure, it was his first game with the Fade, but the Neon seemed to really throw him off in terms of tempo. So Team Secret might not even know what's hitting them until they get into that first round. And at the end, it's going to go to Breeze, right where they faced off at the very beginning of kickoff.
So that's where it all comes down to. I mean, this potentially could be a 3-mapper, and especially if we go back to Breeze, like right back, we're going full circle, right back to where everything started. I am very curious about the Sunset, though, because that's exactly what we have. We've never seen Talon Sunset before.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. So what's the pick going to be? Obviously, you mentioned it, Victoria. Frost has been boasting how good Governor's Neon is. He's picked it up over on the Lotus. They've showed it on the Breeze. This is a map where the Neon can work. We've seen other teams, especially teams like Team Heretics over in EMEA, show it to great success. Does that come out to try to circumvent some of the aggressive power that Team Secret will show? Because then, what do you deal with the Cypher, right? You've got to have some extra layers here. I'm curious to see what Talon's cooked up.
I'm not only curious about what they've cooked up, I'm very excited to see this matchup. Both of these teams, you can just feel the passion coming from both of them right now, and I think we're just going to see excellent Valorant from both sides.
It has to be excellent Valorant, because if not, I mean, if they lose this map, then it's going to be pretty rough coming through onto the next ones, because you can bet that Team Secret has prepared it. Team Secret's Sunset is something that you don't want to scoff at. I mean, Envy on this Breach, the utility, the support that he provides, that Rolling Thunder is always so impactful. And not only that, Jeremy, even NDG, they have started to show up a lot more. Again, this is a map that Paper Rex has been pretty darn strong on, but they got knocked down by Team Secret.
Yeah, I think I like that you mentioned NDG, because I think this is one of those maps where you can tell by looking at the minimap, NDG is starting to feel comfortable to make his own calls on his timings for the lurks. Surely, that's something that Talon has studied. Here's to see how that matchup pans out.
Yeah, and we were saying this for the earlier match today as well. Last year, hero plays could win you games. This time, that is absolutely not the case. You can have the craziest hero plays. We saw some from Forsaken, for example.
T1 did just win with a bunch of hero plays.
They did, but even Rossi admitted, they're like, I don't know how we still won, but whew, he was just thinking, higher powers for that.
Agreed.
But that is generally not the case anymore, and it's great that, as you guys pointed out, the rest of Secret has stepped up. Jesse's just reading everything really well, and if the rest of the players play their roles to perfection as they have been, they could continue being really dominant. And you're right, getting that top seed, that's a really crucial spot, because when we go into playoffs, that's a single elim match, and that's rough. Now we got to talk about our predictions, because you always talk about predictions.
Okay,
we're going to first talk about Aserai.
12 consecutive correct predictions. That's actually
I can hear laughing from the casters.
Yeah, no, that's really impressive, by the way, with the crazy week we had in week 3.
Oh, yeah. That was A little unexpected here, and I have to say Paper Thin and I have not had the powers of Asterai, but it's always a 2-1, and we're usually pretty close. But tell me why you think Secret is winning today.
For me, listen, I think they're very evenly matched. I think both IGLs are actually really some of the best that we have here in Pacific, Jesse, Vash, and Cruz. But I just can't escape the thought that Jeremy has been really performing as that primary duelist. That's what I wanted to see coming into this year from Team Secret, and he is topping the charts across the board. Unless Talon can shut him down effectively every round, I think Talon's going to find some trouble.
That's where I kind of have a little bit more, because it's like it's Jeremy, but also Envy. Because that's the thing about Team Secret. While, yeah, we know that they're incredible with the calls, the anti-strat sometimes where they are really prepared, you have these two really young players who are very, very capable. If Jeremy goes down, Envy's there to back them up, and it's always something that you want to be so cautious about. And I'm not entirely sure, but my heart is kind of with Talon because they have so much potential.
Yeah, and if they qualify, this will be the closest they've made it to a Masters event. I mean, Secret has been there very close many, many times, but this will be the closest Talon has ever gotten, so I'm very excited for them. I think there's a lot of potential for Talon. There's a lot of fire under their feet right now, and they want to take down Secret. They've made that very known, and I think it's a very powerful force to carry them forward. With that, let's go to the stage and welcome our two teams, Talon and Team Secret.
Team Secret. Talon Esports.
Introducing Talon Esports and Team Secret. This is going to be a very heated matchup between these two teams. Secret has already qualified for playoffs, but Talon wants to join the crew.
Oh, you see Lenny, he kept his eyes on Secret during that walkout. He's here for the win. And the entire crew of Talon. Listen, I think those players are kind of sick of being underestimated. But quite frankly, Team Secret had to deal with that all year last year. And now they're here to continue to prove that they are on an upward swing.
And that's why it matters so much for both teams right now. Again, they faced it off in kickoffs. They had a lot to say against each other. And now it all comes down to this matchup. If they get denied, that'll feel bad. If they get the win, Team Secret goes up on top. So I expect them to come out swinging full force.
Now, Frost is the only coach, and they are the only team, Talon, who is still trying to make the six-man roster work.
Yeah, and with a six-man roster, sometimes subbing in Surf, you can expect quite a bit. It's a little bit interesting how they managed to make that work, but the other thing is you have to wonder about how that synergy on the side of Team Secret works out. They have been with each other for so long.
We'll see how that pans out. Obviously, on the side, on both sides here, I mean, both coaching staffs trying to prove that their players can translate. I think both teams have always proven that the prep work has always been there, but now it's up to the players to really continue. And more than anything, oh man, shouting from Cruz. He wants Secret to hear that they are here to play. You love to see it.
Oh, I love it. Everyone is out for blood today. This is going to be a spectacular way to end day 2 with this particular series. With that, we're going to go over to our casters, Paper Thin and Asterai.
Thank you so much for that one, panel. Here we are. Lots of things happened within the past few days, and now here we are to just bring it on into the action.
That's why we got to do it. We got to come out here and settle the score for sure, and I'm very
100%.
excited about it. I think these are two incredible teams right now. For Talon, obviously, the pressure a little bit more on them in terms of just getting to the playoffs, right? You got to win here to secure it for sure.
Yeah.
And then for Team Secret, you want to play for that potential at the top spot.
Yeah.
Overtaking Gen G, not a guaranteed, even if they do win, but anything's possible. So, championship points also always in play. So I'm really excited for this match. Yeah, there's some beef here, and they're going to settle it right now. So, and for the first time on Talon for Sunset, what the heck are you going to play? It's a real question. And it's not too dissimilar from, what Secret's going to do. It's just the Fade instead of the Sova. Yeah. Obviously being favored by Jesse with the Sova, with the information, the way that he works the map. We saw it against Paper Rex. And then on the other side, Talon, you know, with that fade, looking for some of those control over those tight corners that you have to navigate in Sunset. Really going to be an exciting day. I mean, Talon's going to have to come in here firing on all cylinders. And we know they can. We've seen it before. They did it to Team Secret in their first match at the beginning of the year at kickoff, where they stomped them in a 2-0. But then Team Secret came right back and beat them up in a 2-0 of their own. So now this is kind of the decider. And, you know, I'd love to see Talon in the playoffs, of course, but wouldn't mind seeing RRQ there as well, if I'm being honest. And, you know, but it's all on Talon right now. They've got their destiny in their own hands.
Hell yeah. This is the first time we're also going to be seeing Ban back on a more laid-back Sentinel ever since they lost, right? So I was looking at my notes real quick. They had that loss against with his when he was on the Killjoy. Then when they had that next series, he was on either a duelist, controller, or initiator. And then, of course, he had the chamber, but then that's different because, you know, it's chamber. But then now this is going to be first time we're going to be seeing him laid back here. How is this going to impact the capabilities of Ban? That was very much, I think, one of the big reasons as to how offensive Talon was in the previous series that we've seen them.
Exactly. And he was really popping off. So can he kind of match what we saw with NDG the last time we saw them on this map, you know, Team Secret versus Paper X, where he was such a nuisance to deal with? It's a big question, and you know that's why we're gonna play the games. We want answers. I mean, you know what? I take it back. You have all the answers.
I do not. All right, I have put this out in the
lotto numbers.
Yeah.
What else? What else can you tell me? Who's winning the Super Bowl next year? Like
someone tagged me.
Yeah.
How about who's winning with the Lakers? I do not follow.
The Lakers are screwed. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Anyways, no one here yet is been tightened with a Phillips screwdriver or anything. All right. Dad joke.
Wow.
Even though I'm not one.
That is a dad joke and a half.
Anyways, sorry about that. We're going to be heading on to the pistol in just a short while, guys. This has been something that everyone has been looking forward to. Talon TS, it's going to be a very close match.
No doubt about it. Really curious about the breaches as well, the role that they're going to have on that. You know, Cruz as that IGL on the breach, Jesse on the Sova as the IGL, but, you know, Inbeat has just been really good with his utility, really good with the shots as always. And I want to see Cruz navigate this map nicely, and a little bit Talon here setting up for some contact through mid, but it's a full 5-man push towards A for Team Secret.
Oh, already Jeremy's out into the contact. Governor gets 2-3 already. And this is just a stellar answer back from Talon immediately. Jeremy does get the clap back, as you can see. Damage be done. NDG's been dropped as well as Cruz comes in swinging from tiles. And, well, the lone duelist here for TS got to have to pick up that spike. 1 versus 3, and he's out in no man's land.
I love the protocols here from Talon. The idea is so good. Just stop them at the front of A main here. Buy a little bit of time for the reinforcements to come through mid. You had Cruz and Governor. Cruz gets dinked. What a shot.
Yeah, Jeremy's not going to know about the 2-man flank right behind him, though. So prepared about what's in front of him. Doesn't really read the backstab from Ban. That's a quick, stellar start for Talon.
Yeah, and this is just, again, you have a lot of ideas behind this pistol setup as Talon, so this is really well drawn up. If there is contact through mid, you have the breach util to set up Governor. If they try to push through, look how they get completely stunned up there by the fault line as well in the back of that site. That reaches all the way from Market down into there. That works a treat to give Governor enough time to get in there and do some serious damage. Nice start for Talon. Big pistol round win. And now they're going to spread the map, except 2 at B main. It's going to be noted by the camera. Oh, a lot of util bouncing in there as well. Governor's just going in.
Yeah, he is just a demon possessed at this point. Charging in for the 3K already, and he's one away off of a showstopper so quickly into this game. We're not even done with the second round, and he's already threatening them with the Boombayahs coming into the next one. And Talon, flawless round. A very well done statement by the Thai team.
Well, you can just see that Governor has got the adrenaline flowing. I mean, he is speedy right now. And this is just a great setup. Oh, what a readjustment with that blast pack, too. That's so good. Then the one-way setup for Cruz. Finishes 4 of them.
Let's go.
And there you go. Yep.
Asking
Good
already
start.
next one. Next play.
He's got that showstopper, like you mentioned, man. They're thinking about some kind of mid-hit, potentially, but there is the camera there to note it. He hasn't popped the showstopper yet.
NDG. Ooh. Well, TS, they allowed them to just kind of go in for that aggressive push, and Talon kind of fell into the hands of TS. That being said, though, Secret, losing these kind of aim battles. Envy overshooting, knowing that Lenny's going to be there in the corner. Borkum picks up the slack, and that's going to be only Cruz to remain. He's wrapping around, though, from what you can see right here. And the eyes of Team Secret might not be able to actually time this correctly.
He's giving up the spike to try to make a flank play to catch him a little bit off guard, but they ping it. I think they're aware that he could be coming from that angle.
Yeah.
So far, he's able to slip the net.
Now they pick up the spike. They have 50 seconds, so I mean the closest site is going to be B, but now they're moving their word towards A. Cruz, oh, this could be a hard read. Jeremy, are you even prepared? He's got everything. Oh, no. There it is. Yeah, what a read from Cruz. That is just vintage Cruz for you.
Unbelievably smart stuff there. Knew that he could give up the spike and just played it to perfection. It does not get any better than that. That is tremendous plays from the IGL.
Yeah.
He's so crafty. I mean, we've seen it all year. Just the patience there to wait, too. Unreal.
Absolutely. And he even pockets himself right there at the point where he doesn't get scanned at all. Just insane. Anyways, that breaks the economy here for Team Secret on their gun round. There it is, bringing in the payload. That's going to be a trade for trade. Lenny's still trapped here, but he's got the better weapons. Flash hits onto nothing, and he's going to be able to mow them down. Jesse Bash does get the refrag quite quickly. Cruz right in front of his face, does see the elbow, but Cruz very quick into it, and Talon sharp at the start of the series.
Well, you can already see Talon's game plan here on this defender side is to contest somewhere on the map, to put pressure onto Team Secret, and they're not like big, you know, 4-man pushes or something like that. It's usually a coordinated play with Cruz off of his utility, you know, whether it be to set up Governor this time around, just kind of holding for Lenny. Lenny does a great job with that spray, getting 3. That's not easy.
Ooh.
Yeah, an early timeout.
Yeah. They need to figure out how to deal with this. What is that, like straight paranoia into the fault line? They make so much noise, Team Secret starts to panic. You're talking about how aggressive, you know, they kind of get these zone controls for Talon. Definitely something to, you know, talk about here for Team Secret.
And in a way, it's pretty smart from Talon because you know that there's going to be a Sova. So if you can just get ahead of that utility a little bit, you've seen these recon darts like bouncing into main, right?
Yeah.
And they're just a step ahead. So those they don't even care about those recon darts so much.
Yeah.
They just are going to come in there and use that fade utility then as well, potentially. We haven't seen it too much, but that's another layer that could be added here, right? Because you want to take those close quarter battles. It's kind of like the Phoenix stuff we see with ZETA, sort of, but not exactly. You've got a lot more range with the breach to sort of harass and hamper Team Secret as they try to find anything. And it's a good idea as well because what makes Team Secret scary is when Jesse Vash can download what you're doing and then give the proper calls. They're just not giving them the opportunity. Talon's just ahead of the curve every round so far, and that's made Team Secret's life very, very miserable, and they're having a tough time reacting and adjusting. Now this round they are pumping the brakes a little bit, showing a different look. So this is, you know, playing off that conditioning that you've been doing, where you're getting aggressive early. But look at the way that Jip Boys is facing. I think they're going to try to crunch him in mid again if there's a spot or something. He's like looking like he's going to paranoia in there maybe, but no, it is just Van winning that duel outright.
Now Envy's going to have to step up. Need to get that -1 as quickly as possible. Lenny right in front. This is, again, him showing up how strong he can really be. Not just an IGL, but also as a player. Now, NDG creeping up slowly onto that B site. It's a battle between him and Ban. Oh, they're just side by side right now. Can he, just barely swings out and hits onto Ban. That's going to activate the neural theft quite quickly. Pings. First one comes in. That's going to be 3 players spotted all the way through A as Jesse Vash pockets himself into the corner. Tries to play tricky and antsy here. Yeah, Governor's not going to know about this. That at least mitigates some of the threat that Talon has at this point. And Team Secret plans to spike out in the open. They got some angles right now. If they play this correctly, this should be a round for them.
This will be really, really tough here for Talon. Jitboy's getting spotted by NDG as well, so got this crossfire set up. Got to clear main.
Ooh. That allows them to get a tap, which is pretty cool, actually. Jitboys. Okay, this is becoming problematic. NDG's going to have to run into this to the smoke because he's just going to get out diffused. There it is. What a contact play here from Talon. TS. Just pushed back.
I thought Team Secret had that round one, you know, with NDG able to sneak underneath Ban's nose, get the neural theft. You would think, okay, they've got all the time in the world, they can plant their feet, get the crossfire set up, but then Envy swings a bit wide, pays the price. You cannot give Jitboys those opportunities. He is too darn good. He has been so good all year.
Yeah. There's some hesitation right now we're seeing as well from TS, trying to control, you know, that positioning, that fight and everything. Governor just brings out the Judge at this point, reading as well. They are doing basically everything perfectly here. This is just textbook domination from Talon. There's going to be a neural theft counter right now from Ban. Gets that information. Jesse Bash throws out the Hunter's Fury. Cannot catch Governor inside of that smoke. Here comes the lurk from Cruz on mid. That opens up that mid controller right now for Team Secret. But they can't really push up. They go to B. It's going to be Lenny holding the angle, at least for now. Vash is going to be in that 1v1 just in case. For the moment, Team Secret, slow approach once again.
Oh, is he going to have any idea, though? I mean, he's slow about it. He's checking the angle, so...
He's not going to check this. Oh, there it is.
Bring them down.
My God. Talon.
Tripwire destroyed.
A whole different team. They just look possessed. There it is, another one. And not another one. That does catch the spike off guard here. Governor, no utility, no nades at all. Does have Jitboys by his side, so you want that help from the Omen. The double swing as well. Borkum comes into play. It's going to be a 1v1 right here and right now, but he's down to 6. No TP. Has the ultimate. Cannot try to step into a higher position. Does have a paranoia though, but as you can see, he's wrapping around. Lenny's already onto the site. He's going to be using the Prowler. Noise notifies Borkum, so he comes around here. Question now is he going to realize that Borkum is actually playing around the ring around the Rosie? Lenny's aware. He's so aware. Swings out, and he actually finds Borkum. What a read from Talon.
Yeah, I mean, even though Lenny invests the Nightfall here, again, the lack of information gives him the ability to understand that he is wrapped around behind me almost 100%. Even if he had gone to, you know, A main or something instead of towards Link. Great start there with the Judge. And Lenny, so smart. Of course, the former Team Secret player wants to get a little bit of revenge on his former team, no doubt. Jitboys there, not able to transfer, but Lenny's clean. I mean, only 6 HP for Borkum there, so
yeah,
just needed to land a bullet, and it was good to go. But now, that's okay that you use that Nightfall as well, knowing that you have the Rolling Thunder in this next round. Jeremy does have an ult, and you are one away from Envy's Rolling Thunder, so could see a bit of a combo play for Team Secret. They're going to need to dial up something to stop this bleeding, because it is going very much Talon's way so far. And this is Team Secret's map pick, trying to bully Talon, right, by trying to force them to play a map they have not played ever.
Well, that also just means that Team Secret don't know how Talon actually is going to be playing this.
Right.
Right?
Spike down.
And it shows, man. Like, every single position, Talon is just ahead by a lot. Envy trying to go for, again, this heroic plays. It's not going to happen. Borkum now trying to get a rile out of Talon here as he tries to reposition. It's all up into his hands right now, but again, Talon has just perfect reads at this point. Ban knowing that he can go for that rotation, tries to look towards spawn. This is just one of those games again. Everything going horribly wrong for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, Talon they're just holding back and holding angles this round. I mean, there isn't much else to this. Just a tricky position from Jitboys on top of that box. And then they just start winning duels. out in the open, just 1v1s, and they're in just better positions every time. And, you know, Frost is chilling. Him and Boy just vibing.
Yeah.
And that was a buy round, Team Secret. And they had a showstopper that they never got to use because Jeremy just died.
Bring them down.
The Spectre is going to be bought for Jesse. You do have some ults for Team Secret. You still have to worry about the counter Rolling Thunder from Cruz.
There it is. Massive little play there.
Oh, good
catch onto Lenny. Could not actually jump out of harm's way, especially with the fault line hitting him with the stun and everything. They could not pick up the weapon, though, but that's a 4 versus 5 as the round continues.
Still, that's a big moral victory for Team Secret in this round.
Yeah.
At least get one. See if you can use that showstopper now to continue to solidify your numbers advantage. You know, get that extra player down. And it is going to be Ban under pressure. Tons of money in the bank for Talon, but let's see what Jesse's got in store on this. But, I mean, if Ban can just get out of here, should be A-okay.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to be able to catch them on that rotation, too. Nice little follow-up flash as well to keep him at least satiated on the corner. Envy good on the first shot. They push out, but again, it's just being hit straight up from the get-go. Cruz gets flung back with Envy using the Rolling Thunder to push back the rest of Talon here.
Spike planted.
Now Governor's alone by himself. Duelist has to clear so many corners. NDG and Envy both low. Tripwire's right there, so Governor might have to kind of step up or jump over it if ever. Now here's it. Gets close, jumps over, there's the contact, almost goes for a 180, but not gonna happen. Trap set, trap sprung, Team Secret get one on the board.
Yeah, and that util dump onto Ban made him so uncomfortable. He was never able to, you know, really take an angle and hold it with any kind of confidence. That made that extra player much more viable for Team Secret to take out. Good early fault line, a couple really good fault lines from Envy that set this round up. Really good utility usage all around. Those are like the rounds you expect from Team Secret.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking. Now you still have that showstopper. Are we going to use it finally? It's been a couple rounds now.
Ooh, same play that we're seeing here for Talon. A lot of emphasis on that A control. They're pushing up very aggressively into this, but Lenny, oh my goodness, never mind. Actually, someone managed to go about it, back and away. Cruz cannot push through that. Oh, very good for Envy to push out with the aftershock just so that it stops Cruz from pushing as well. But aside from that, Talon still, I feel like, still has some control here.
Oh, for sure. And now with Team Secret getting the info from the Neural Theft, should be a little bit easier for them to come through and do this. Oh my god.
Wall bang.
Spike planted.
No damage. We're fine.
Just a little bit off.
Yeah.
Right here.
Well, no reason to really save just yet necessarily for Talon, given their economy, but they may just not want to give anything over in terms of alt orbs and, you know, any extra value towards Team Secret. But we'll see. Looks like they're just going to play for exits is what it feels like.
I will say, though, while they are playing for exits right now, I think Team Secret's also realizing that Talon likes to play like this. A lot of off angles that's really just right nearby you, right? So that they can get these picks. NDG, ooh boy. Vance is waiting for that free kill. He's going to be able to get it. There it is, and Envy gets swallowed up by the explosion too. Expensive round for TS, for sure.
Yeah, but at least it's another win. You need all of them you can get now to keep this half from really snowballing out of control. Now Governor has a showstopper, and Governor there, he thought he did some damage on his initial shots. Jesse gets the spot. His initial shots onto Jeremy. Re-swings the angle to try to go for the finish, but just can't get the aim down. Now we're going to watch Ban set up the old crisscross with that typical one-way up Cyphers love to use. Fault line off the rip.
Yeah.
Just to make them think about it. And Team Secret just playing it close to the vest. Not really exploring too much of the map just yet. Afraid to push that B main. You know, with how difficult it has been, those combo plays that Talon has shown with their breach utility in particular, it's made it really challenging for them. You're almost looking at this point to get the hell away from Cruz and just find a different angle to try to attack, because he's been a real nuisance.
I was about to say as well, Cruz already showed that he had the fault line on B, but now that Team Secret has, burned off enough time, that allows Cruz to also kind of just maneuver his way and get off of cooldown. So now they're going to be pushing in. I don't know when they're going to be pushing in, but this is still Team Secret not clearing any Cypher utility if they push B. Now they do. Okay, now I'm just taking back everything I'm saying right now because they're doing that exactly as I mentioned it.
Yeah, no. They're there. They're reading the map well. Cruz trying to hold.
Oh, this is perfect.
The ball line.
Okay.
You gotta play for retake here, Talon, right? SRI, you got the showstopper. Just wait this out.
Yeah.
Don't give up any free kills.
Aftershock.
That's such a good aftershock.
All right, 19 seconds. This is actually pretty good for Talon right now because now the post plant is going to take much longer for them. Paranoia to push back the rest of Talon. Now they know, or Team Secret knows that Talon is going to be close by. Governor close up with the showstopper, brings it out, gets the kill onto Bash. Oh, that tag onto Borkham is going to be terrible here for Secret. And it's Envy alone, gets picked off, and NDG's just too far from the situation. They know he's lurking all the way on B, and he can't really find that pinch as he's just too late to really do any kind of impact.
Yep, this is just good discipline play from Talon, knowing their space very well. Team Secret had a little bit of an idea on the setups, with that fault line catching Cruz, but after that, there's not much they can do to push space. They can try to buy a little bit of time with the Paranoia. Oh, that actually landed onto Borkham, but Borkham was able to recover. Good util from Lenny. Gets the reveal. He gets the finish as well, so Talon seems completely prepared for this map.
Oh, yeah.
And they are just doing something that Paper X could not do against Team Secret, and that's just make them look bad, to be honest. It's
That's a fair point, right? It's the truth anyways. And this is just, my God, how many days did Talon have to prepare for this? This is just insane.
Well, and it's really encouraging if you're a Talon fan. The X-Men door.
Oh, yeah.
Coming into the danger room here is Team Secret. They have no idea. Oh, no.
Get away. That is beautiful fault line for support there. Can't really push through. Ban's still alive somewhat. Borkham now creeping right in, but that smoke not allowed. Oh, okay.
What a Paranoia.
Paranoia allows him to pick up the weapon. Haunt coming in from Lenny as well. Knows here's the reposition. Throws out the Nightfall. 1 versus 1, but Borkham's holding his angle for the moment. 2 players from Talon coming in from B main as well. So Lenny's alone by himself. Knows out the C's, big flanks coming in, and they're overcommitting just to hit the IGL of Talon. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Envy loses the fight, all down to Bash. 7 bullets in a dream. Gets the 1, could go for the second, but Governor's just too fast, too swift.
And those are moments that Jesse was winning against Paper Rex and can't quite get it done there. I mean, what a nuisance. What a nuisance Lenny is in that round.
Yeah.
Just buying so much time for that rotate. Just absolutely beautiful stuff. Woo. This setup from Van is so annoying. I've never seen that one with that X at the front door.
Yeah.
That's so smart.
The audio cues must be annoying AF.
Well, there's 2 there, and you don't realize that, right? You're just like, oh, I cleared 1, we should be fine.
Yeah. And you don't break it with a shock dart too.
No.
Considering how kind of high it is as well.
But that's like one of those one and dones. You're not going to be able to get away with that.
Anywho.
Yeah, I don't know if you could shock. Yeah, I don't think you could shock dart that easily to clear both. If anybody can do it, it's Jesse, but.
Yeah.
Again, this B main control is so aggressive that Talon wants to take it. And instead, you got to send your forces over towards A, where this time we have Ban's utility set up to harass Team Secret on their entry potentially. Just depends on how Team Secret wants to play this. And, every time you're seeing new setups, and it's keeping Team Secret guessing. They're not able to just clear very easily with Jesse's utility. Ban's got an op, and he whiffs.
Cage trigger.
That is not what he wanted to happen here. Especially as he gets stacked down 30. Now, oh, I think he had the camera on as well. Maybe the reason why he wasn't able to dodge that paint shell. Any case, Ban out. No more Cypher utility to be afraid of. Envy trying to back away. That incurs the wrath right now of Vash's ultimate. Forces them back. It's a couple of tags. Not really good enough for anything other than just the one. The flashes come in. Paranoia as well. This is a great stagger of utility for Talon, and it is pressuring Team Secret, but they're holding on somehow, anchoring inside the site, leaving Cruz alone. 7 bullets. Pushes out. Jesse Bash ready, and that's going to end our half 9-3. Talon on the lead, in the lead.
Yeah. Just really, really nice stuff from Talon from the get-go. Reading Team Secret very nicely, putting a lot of pressure on them early, making it so that Team Secret never felt comfortable to work the map. Seems like every time they tried, they get shut down, they lose a player or 2 or 3.
I think it's safe to say as well, this is the strongest we've seen Talon be at, right?
Since their opening match against Team Secret in kickoff, I think this is the best we've seen them. Smiles across the board and well-deserved.
The reads, the plays. Sure, we had that one game where they played on Lotus that, the Governor was still kind of downloading how to play the Neon in that situation. Ban as well, trying to assist him as the Chamber. But this time, it felt like there's no lag time here for Talon. They are just... I didn't read that. I was actually just in my monologue.
Go Starry Buns BF, which is Ban.
That's his tagline. No. If we have the Punisher, we have the Banisher. He's right there.
It's the Banisher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, get it?
I do.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. In my native tongue, salamat, which means thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
All right. Enough of this hootenanny. We're gonna be
Now it's a shindig. Yeah.
Okay, we're stopping. We're about to start the second pistol. Come on, man. Anyways, back to the seriousness of things. Talon, as we have been mentioning, very strong on how they started on the pistol, especially with what we saw in their defensive posture. Now, with Team Secret going to be absorbing that impact, how does Talon play around this with a lot more bodies placed outside of A?
Yeah, and a camera to watch their backs
close.
in the trap wire. They get ahead of that one way.
Envy's just right in front of their faces. Catches them too as well.
Oh, that fall
Nade
line.
hits up. Good stun, at least stops them dead in their tracks. And this is just deja vu. We've kind of flipped the switch with this one. Ban coming into mid, and will lose the fight against Bash. Governor and Cruz, 2 remain. Spike dropped on A main here, and Cruz trying to do his darndest just to pick up that ghost for those long-range fights. Fever.
That was Spike down. I mean, good luck. It's so tough here. You have to win so many battles.
Yeah. Plenty of angles. NDG, he knows. Bash as well. Wide swing coming in. And NDG, bam and bam.
I saw your secrets.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you try to push through A main like that and there's a breach. Because they have so much ability to just stall and delay you and set up your other teammates for success. And Envy, just as soon as there was contact, it was, fault line. And knowing that maybe if a player got ahead of it and was able to push that corner, he's right there to back up Jeremy. And the crossfire, good to go. And that's easy money for Team Secret.
Yep.
At least able to find a pistol, a much-needed pistol win. They're going to have any hope of coming back in this one. And 4 Spectres and a Guardian is going to be the purchase. But full armors abound.
So they really want that contact play, right, with these Spectres as well.
Yep.
NDG going to get forced back right now as one of his trips not really getting those kills. Low on bullets on the Spectre, so he's going to get pushed right in here by Lenny, as you can see with the shorty. Still able to intercept and accept. And that's going to be NDG alongside Bash, picking up the kills. 3K for him. And just a swift round again here for Team Secret.
Yep. Not too much stress for them in that one at all. Just dropping one of those Spectres, and they're going to switch it into a Judge. The old Jesse the Jesse special. He loves this Judge on certain maps.
Yeah.
Usually it's on like Lotus, but here we go on to...
There they are.
Oh, great spot. Jesse's so good with his util.
Yeah. It looked like a mistime too on Ban's throw with the Cypher Cage, right? Especially when it bounced the second time, or the first time.
Yeah, I don't know who put rubber on the Cypher Cage, but...
It's got some verticality, that's for sure.
It's true. Oh, this is so annoying. Jesse looking to just hold one of these angles, whichever one Talon comes through, if they come through. But for now, Talon's content to try to get some information, trying to see if they can find some weaknesses. Gotta be so careful.
Oh.
Yeah, Borkum heard something.
Yeah, he might not be good in this battle. Yep, especially of how close Bad was. Nice little Cypher Cage will delay Jeremy. Envy just about to go for that swing, backs away immediately, as the rest of Talon might be a lot more confident to go A. Nah, it's gonna be B. Spike as well, as you can see. Trap is set though.
It's gonna be on Lenny to clear this with the Prowler. Nicely done.
Yeah. That is not gonna do anything. Oh, they had a pick or something, but it's not gonna happen at all. Governor's just, again, so confident in his
30 seconds
dueling
left.
capabilities. He just charges right out.
Spike planted.
Jeremy finds one though. All right, uses the satchel for a bit of that reposition. Trapped at Boba. And everyone else from Talon gonna be just hunkered down, triple stacked on B main. Jeremy's edging in ever so closely. No nade to force them back, so this is just gonna be pure contact. Sure, he's got a satchel, but that's just not gonna work.
And Governor has a bunch of util still, so it's gonna be very difficult for Jeremy. Ooh. Yeah, no hope.
Yeah.
Just no hope there. Well, good bounce back from Talon. Looked like maybe if Team Secret could drop another gun out of Talon's hands, it could be an okay round, but keeping 3 over is okay. Don't you dare pull out an Ares. I saw that. don't you dare.
This is just awesome for Talon. They know exactly the setups, right?
Yeah.
Tendencies as well. Could be a trap on the other side, just force them back. If there's anyone playing on the left, it's going to be easy for those already, holding the angle through B main. It's just clinical.
Yeah, they knew that Jesse might hold that angle. They were aware of it the whole time.
Yeah. 100%.
Somebody seems to love to play close quarters at that B main door so often. So, Talon, again, getting the advantage of seeing some of Team Secret's tendencies against Paper Rex and using it against them. So for now, again, information exchanged and just trying to spread the map a bit is Talon. Now making their way in towards mid. Tiles hold for Jip Boys. 2 more members beginning to push towards the door.
Yeah.
NDG trying to hold tight angle.
Got no traps, no smokes. He sees the cross though. That's going to be Envy alone for the meantime. NDG trying to make noise to at least give some assistance, and Talon a little bit lost in the mess of things. NDG's got to have to hold, which he does for the 2K. That's going to be huge. Transfer close from Governor, and now it's all down to Lenny. My captain, oh my captain. Are you going to be able to carry me through that finish line? Plants the spike, plenty of time, 1 versus 3. If he gets 2 more kills, that's going to be the Nightfall available. Sees as well, does not know about the oncoming flank through Markham. That's not going to be enough as Jeremy comes in for the kill. Team Secret keep Talon at 10.
I'll be curious if we're going to see a timeout now from Talon. They still got both of theirs.
Yeah.
So this might be a good time to take one. Just see if you can really prevent Team Secret from running away with this. Especially with the showstopper there, you might want to take some consideration. Yeah, you do have a showstopper of your own, but looks like they're just going to let it ride. That's okay. Borkum this time winning his battle. That's huge for Team Secret to keep that flank control. Makes the map a lot easier to read for them.
Yeah.
Just know that, obviously with the contact in mid that NDG was tracking as well. Not much confusion about what's going on in that round. And that's when Team Secret is scary.
Yeah, speaking of NDG, he's on 15 kills right now too.
Yeah, he's good on this map.
Yeah.
He's really good. Yeah.
Being said, though, this is important for them because right now there's a lot of separation that we're seeing from Talon. They really like to go for these 1 versus 1s. And, yeah, so does Jeremy. Don't forget. No! Oh, Cruz!
That's a crispy.
Bro, you nasty. All right, he's coming in. All right, he's tagged. Okay. If he gets another kill, I'll be 100% more amazed. Times 2. Lenny now gets the catch onto Borkum. That's a weapon in his hands, as well as the spike and the Nightfall.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, he's shown that he's willing to invest this Nightfall whenever he has it.
Yeah.
And it was a 1v1 last time he used it, but this time it's a 1v3, so Maybe could use it on the entry. Envy just going to be hiding. Is he going to be able to guess the direction? Oh, God, Lenny. Oh, he never looked.
Yeah.
Lenny slips by. Oh, my God.
This could get to catch up 2 of them. NVG spotted as well.
No.
Envy.
Gun out, gun out, gun out.
Oh, the trap is sprung.
No.
There it is. I mean, it was good for NDG to kind of split apart, for sure.
Yeah. He gets the information. That's all that matters there.
Yeah.
If he dies, it's fine. Because you just set up Envy. I mean, Envy can just wait. And that's really smart from Envy to not try to challenge that angle. You know, coming out of elbow. No reason to. You just hide there. If you die, that's fine. You've got 2 teammates coming for the retake.
Yeah. There you go. Air fist bumps for Jeremy there.
Now you start to think this might be kind of a must-win for Talon. Things have been sliding way too much in the other direction, I'm sure, for their comfort.
Yeah.
Only 1 round this half. That's it.
True. It did end into a 9-3.
Right here.
So Secret has been rolling in the dough in terms of rounds.
Yeah, they're feeling just like Talon did with a roaring start. Just saying, okay, yep, now we're on the defender side. This is our bread and butter. Eventually, I wouldn't mind seeing Talon try to go for one of those big ol' executes.
Yeah.
Just 5 stack it, just dump the util. But, you know, you got to worry about this. If you go over to A, you got to worry about Envy setting up his util for whoever is going to be around the corner. In this case, it's Borkum, but it does not matter which player it is. It's tough to deal with. But instead, they're just trying to get some attention, bait out a little util, maybe bait out a player or 2 to shift towards A, and then they're going to use the Nightfall to go on to B.
There's the nade again to clear that trap wire. The push in from Governor here as Ban finds Jeremy actually on the other side of the map. It's going to be on top mid. Governor now brings in the Joy. And NDG, oh my God. He's not going to get caught, but Ban is doing so much work on mid right now. Borkum also falls. 3 versus 5. Northleft comes in. Now Team Secret, they've been exposed. NDG fighting back though. Bash as well. Now they get their own neural theft. Jet Boy's caught in the action as the double swing comes in. TP comes to play. Gee. Ooh. I was about to say Envy might go for the full defuse, but yeah.
He needed to pull off. I mean, it was just going to be a continued swing from Cruz, trying to do what he could to save that round, and just barely for Talon. A good start. You know, had to use 2 ults to get there, though.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. I mean, that's great you're winning battles on the flank, but the fact that you gave up market control so easily to Jesse and they just started tearing him apart, I was thinking, oh boy, this is going to be Team Secret's round. And all of a sudden I was getting very concerned for Talon in this half, but just barely with that B main hold, they're able to get it done. And it's, again, so tough for people to clear that B main area.
1 or 2, actually, rounds to go here for Talon. Jeremy's just so close with the judge right now. He wants someone to challenge him. The double one-way smoke. Ban's gonna know something's up.
Bring them down.
And he's just chilling. He's like,
yeah,
I don't like this. I'll let my trap wire do the work here. That's totally fine. There's no reason, right? Just
yeah.
Oh wait, I take it back. He's gonna try to push it with the camera. Oh no.
Yeah. Probably thought that the danger was already done, right?
Yep.
That's why he wanted to just get that impact once again. He's been pretty confident for the past couple of rounds, and honestly, it's been kind of back and forth as how much control he's gotten. Speaking of control, Jet Boys now coming in. Jesse Bash throws out the Hunter's Fury. Jet Boys able to thread the needle. Envy's aware of this. Jet Boys looking. The noise from the Hunter's Fury makes him look at the opposite direction. And Envy, 200 IQ. Left. Lenny's back on it as well. The jump spot from Jesse Bash does catch him off of the position. 20 seconds and time is running out for Talon.
The awareness is just brilliant from Team Secret. Now it has to be a save for Talon. The money's too bad. They can't afford to throw any more guns over. They want to keep these Vandals for the next round.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just absolutely insane stuff from Team Secret. Like, so aware of the space they've given up. Envy holding it. Jesse then does the jump peek. I mean, that's so smart. Yeah, it's so hard to be that aware in the moment. Like, when things are chaotic and the game's starting to get a little bit intense in the middle of the round.
Oh, yeah.
Talon's trying to execute. Man, oh, man.
So now the question is Talon gonna bank on the fact that Team Secret has been, you know, putting a lot more resources in dealing with Ban and kind of doubling up on him? But for a minute, it looks like they're actually just gonna have Ban double up with them. No, they're backing away. Okay, I take back everything I said.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think they need to.
Yeah.
And it looks like maybe Cruz is going to help him out.
From the looks of it.
I thought at first you were going to ask if Talon is going to take a timeout. If they,
You're actually right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think they may want to consider it here pretty soon. We'll see.
Yeah.
If they lose this round, certainly there has to be a timeout coming.
Yeah. They're closer to the finish line, so they have a few buffer rounds, win or lose, right now.
Yeah, I need to see them do a little bit more to bait out some utility at A potentially. Go on and explore a mid. This didn't go so good last time, as it was checked pretty early by NDG. And Jesse, yep, again.
Caution
here. He's going to keep track of you. That's what makes Team Secret so tough.
Right here.
That composure definitely has gotten a lot better in the second half compared to what we saw with just Talon with the, I'd say a first half debut bonanza. Oh, Jeremy. Is he even ready for this?
Showstopper too, dude. Oh my god.
He just got to back away. No, he's not going to touch that at all. Everybody's pushing in through market here, though. Jeremy now brings in the payload. That's going to be Bash getting the kill. NDG helping him out. And Jet Boy's holding on. Okay, he's fine. Gonna re-TP just to make them think about something else in terms of that reposition. And they are actually playing this beautifully now. 2 versus 3. Spike in the hands of Jit Boys. He's gonna be planning it with 8 HP. Rolling Thunder to stop them dead in their tracks. Cruz is pinched.
10 seconds left.
And Jit Boys gotta go big. Oh, whoa, wow, okay. That's money in the bank.
How did those bullets not hit him? Yeah, again, tremendous awareness from Team Secret, just reading you every step of the way. Had the showstopper. You know, you basically got to sacrifice somebody as Talon in that round.
You're going to scatter from my stuff.
And surely we're going to have a timeout. I thought so.
Yeah, there it is.
Down.
I guess that's the reason why Jeremy also saved the showstopper, right? Because Nate more impactful on that top mid. If they kind of change the angle, at least he has a threat that will make Talon second guess that push onto market. That's teeny tiny bit angle, big showstopper. Gonna see how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what Frost wants to do. He's gonna let him know for sure how he thinks they need to readjust here, because you only need 2 more rounds. That's it. Just need to find him some way, somehow.
Yeah.
I think the economy's busted for him in this next round too. So it could very likely be an 11-10. And Team Secret, you know, the attacker side for them didn't look great, but this defender side is near perfect.
100%. They're dragging them back, by the way. Like, Team Secret is just, like, clotheslining them at the finish line. You cannot pass this.
It's like they're about to take that championship belt wrestling and then just gets
it's going up the ladder, and then just Team Secret just
rips them down. Now, Stingers, Guardian, Bulldog. Stinger, okay. So a lot of Stingers. It's just going to be some kind of fast hit from Talon. You got to suspect it as Team Secret. And quite a bit in the way of ability to slow this up.
With Envy also using that Rolling Thunder of his last round too, right? This is the perfect time for Talon to do these kind of nifty plays with the... But, I mean, Envy's so prepared for it. He has the assistance right behind him on Jeremy. So they knew something was up. Spike's been dropped as well. Cruz. Hello. Yeah. Another one as well. Jet Boy's good damage. And he wins the fight against Borkum, so maybe he opens up that position on elbow. Puts down the smoke. Can pick up the rifle just in case. And now Ban. Slowly going to be picking it up. Yep. They recheck it. It's already gone. Now they know that Talon still has some tricks up their sleeve with the players that's remaining.
If you could pass it over, you could go for a TP play, but Jit Boys is so weak.
Yeah.
And that's the best I can think of right now, is to try to give this spike to Jit Boys and just send him to the other side of the map and pray. But with NDG so close, you know his util's going to be there. It's so difficult.
Yeah, if Vash can survive, you know, just throws out a shock dart and Jit Boys is done for.
Yep.
Electrocuted.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're pushing through this.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
okay. Bash kind of mishandles the recoil control there. 20 seconds, and Ban, now he's got, I'd say, a good chance here if he can pick up the rifle. Sure, there it is. Now, looks at the back of the alley. Comes around the corner here, the high-low from TS. And Team Secret now into their own double digits.
Now looking so in control, or Team Secret on this half. You know, things looked like it was going to be a runaway for Talon, and Team Secret's having none of it. Just too disciplined on this map. Their util usage at A main is so good. They expect you to come around that corner. We saw it early in this half as well. They just shut you down. Set up those crossfire and get a good job, boys. For more birds as well.
Here. Gotta love it, right?
A little pat on the back. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, ooh, I hear it. Okay. All right. He actually bypasses the fault line. This is perfect. Sees Borkum at the corner, has an angle. Does not want to throw out the frag just so that. And Borkum, does he know now? Aftershock, reposition. Throws out the nade, pushes them back. No one pushing onto A main for the moment. Lots of eyes locked in on that elbow. NDG now being pressed by Ban. He's not into the site just yet. Lenny has the perfect time here to get flung out. Team Secret has got one. Governor trapped. Has the help from Cruz just in case. But they won't really overcheck this angle. Ban.
I must wait.
NDG, he's alone, but he's got positioning on the smoke, and he comes in big with the 2K. Neural Theft activated as well. Gonna be exposing the two players of Talon.
Oh, man. I mean, NDG so patient. Lenny there gets caught mid-jiggle when they swing the corner on him, and he pays the price. Can't get the aim steadied in time. Had the advantage of holding an angle, but just caught in a mid-step, it looked like, and that was enough to throw his aim off.
Yeah.
Now you have to save. That's it. That's all you can do is Talon, and it's going to be a tie ball game.
Left.
Yeah, 30 seconds, you know, pseudo timeout. Use that time to just talk things over while the calm before the next storm. The Team Secret's not gonna give them any kind of leeway as well. As you can see that Jeremy's actively looking for any players straggling right now.
10 seconds
Governor has
left.
the better pre-fire angle. Let's see how this kind of goes, and there it is. Swats away Jeremy. No, this is my rifle. Get your own next
You
round.
can't have it.
Mine.
It's like dealing with your younger sibling.
Which I do not have.
Oh, yeah? You don't?
Yeah.
I have one.
Yeah. How's that going for you?
Oh, it's great. She's awesome.
Ah.
My sister
Nice.
is. And I seriously mean that.
Yeah. For sure.
Do you have any older siblings, or are you?
No. I'm
the
an
only
only child.
Ah.
Yeah. Explains a lot of things, right?
No. You never struck me as one, if it makes you feel better.
Ah, thank you then. It does. All right.
Operator for Jeremy.
Truth. All right. Governor actually coming up on top of the site, or excuse me, B main here, just to check maybe if he can get that off-angle position. Not going to happen this time. Looking into the resources of Talon, you do see Jet Poison Ban.
I think they want to make a play for the other orb and try to get the showstopper, right? So Governor, they're going to try. I mean, I'd love to see just a big coordinated execute here from Talon. It's tough because it's so easy for a breach to just sit on site and harass you with utility. But showstopper could make it easier, and you can see Borkum trying to contest this angle. Jeremy knowing a bit of what's going on in mid. It's just, are they going to be ready for this op? Okay, it's going to be smoked off.
If they can bait the fault line, that showstopper is looking mad terrifying right about now. Jeremy's just holding on through the smoke here, but time is passing by, so it's going to be going down in just a couple of seconds. There's Cyber Cage to push as well onto Market. Jeremy throws out the nade to separate the players of Talon here. That's going to work, so a paranoid to follow up is going to be huge. Actually, that's a paranoia from the other team here as they actually hit each other. Jet Boys comes around for the flank. That's going to be him down. 2 versus 3. Has to readdress the smoke here on Boba. He holds the angle while Cruz comes in for the flank. This is going to be perfect. Now they know that Jet Boys is right in front of him. Gets a lot of information in, and that's going to be the trade that's good for Team Secret. Cruz now coming around, ring around the rosy. Borkum so aware of this, and Team Secret claim the advantage back.
Oh my. All tied up, and Team Secret has a complete grasp on this game right now. there is nothing that Talon can do right.
Yeah.
It's every step of the way. Like NDG there playing inside of his smoke, doesn't even get hit by the flash. And just as soon as it drops, he's right there mowing people down. Talon scrambling to react. That is a heck of a shot there. What an angle that Jeremy's able to find with that operator. Just holding. All of a sudden.
Ask, who hit the paranoia on the Talon players while they're pushing in? Was that Borkum? Because I was looking at the minimap and it didn't look like he was anywhere on site.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. It was from downtown, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure, right? And that kind of, for sure, confused Talon what was kind of coming up, and you saw NDG play perfectly through that, to that flash and kind of hit them
right
as they were coming into market.
I think the score is 11-11, by the way. I think our graphic down there is 1 round off, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I mess around on my score tracker. It's possible. But on my score tracker, we're on round 23.
Yeah.
So 22 rounds should have been played.
Probably all right.
Oh, wait.
No, it really
Am I wrong? I am wrong. I missed a round. Okay.
Okay.
It is 12-11.
Yeah. All right. So, in our defense,
I missed
this has been an insane first map. Lots of ups and downs, for sure. Any case, Talon, they got to bring it back. They have not used Governor's ultimate in a few rounds now, and it's been looking pretty here if they want to do something big, as you were kind of mentioning. Oh, no, Jeremy, the fly swatter! You don't do that to Governor!
Oh, that is so unfair. Unbelievable shot.
Oh, he even brings his own. Insult to injury here from Team Secret. Jeremy carrying the torch here. Jet Boys with the drive-by. Borkum quick on the refrag. And Talon is 11 all they get as Lenny, the IGL, gets pinned to the ground. And Team Secret somehow pick this game back up.
Yeah, I mean, just ridiculously good defender side from Team Secret. That's all there is to it. Just Talon never felt comfortable on any of their executes. They were stymied every time they tried to set something up. Anytime they tried to cut through market, try to push A main, it was just shut right down. And everybody doing a great job on Secret.
Well, we're going to pass it on to the panel. Guys, please take it away.
Team Secret taking their map pick of Sunset. That was an insane map because it did not look like Secret was going to win that at first. Talon was so sharp, so crisp, but then Talon on the second half had them red every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Talon really kind of tried to execute, it doesn't work. Team Secret really repeatedly, fortified their defenses around that B site. And so many times we saw it happen around that market area.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the beginning, Talon, what I liked that they did was that they were trying to take the tempo on that defensive side, right? To make sure, because a lot of times the attack has the initiative. So that works out for the first half. I mean, for the majority of it, for sure. But as soon as that swaps, I mean, Team Secret, their coverage is so good. And they do the same thing that they did to Pete Price, where they'll purposely leave certain areas of the map open and make you think that it's an open spot, make you think that it's a hole, and then they just know the timing on when to recheck it, re-clear it, and Team Secret has been so good with that through and through.
I mean, we saw it happen so many times. I think at times it was Envy or Borkum just kind of watching up around that elbow area around the A site. And even when, players like Jit Boys tries to go in for a look, they shut him down. And it was just so difficult for Talon, especially on that second half, to find any sort of headway, any sort of leeway. They just couldn't really make their way onto site. Band got shut down, Jit Boys got shut down. And when we just go back to, simple default, just straight execute into the B site, it doesn't work. There were a few rounds where Governor went absolutely insane, just diving in, able to, get a quick spray transfer, a double kill. But after a while, Team Secret really adapted to it. And I have to say, it happens because of NDG. It happens because of Borkum's smokes. They played around the cages, they had the one up around the side of market, and they knew exactly how to peek in and out of it just to shut down Talon.
Yeah, I'm really curious what future teams will do to try to shut down this Sunset, because what Talon seemed to be wanting to do when they were on that attacking side in the second half was obviously on a timing, Band starts to re-explore A, things like that. But Team Secret, they just never felt pressure to let go of that A main control either, because they're willing to just leave a spot open. Now, here's the thing. this is also why they were pretty good at Haven for a while, right? They would leave a site open. They would just ignore certain parts of the map and say, we just need to accept the fact that we've ignored it, right? We just have to know that it's an opening and just make sure that we re-clear it or we're aware of a timing, and they're bringing it right here to Sunset.
And it just works out so incredibly well, the way that they control the map or you know, lack thereof, and actually reading off of it. It's just so incredibly sharp. And I don't know if it's like credit to Jesse Vash's IGLing, but everyone is kind of performing all across the board. But the one that really stands out has to be, you know, if not Jeremy, NDG. A new pickup for the year, and on this map, especially right on this this Sunset on the B site, he's been showing how capable he is of anchoring this site. I mean, look at this clip right now. Having that cyber cage, putting a wall, you know, maybe he loses his life, but the damage has been done. And at that juncture, like, Talon really struggle with recovering. They just lost so many rounds in the second half. Even the last, like, 11th hour timeout from Coach Frost couldn't really save Talon. And it makes you wonder, like, what all went wrong? Like, how did this happen? Team Secret were just so darn good, and you have to admire how well they played it. And not to mention, I mean, that breach also provides so much value.
Now we are going to go to Lotus next. It almost went into an overtime, even though you're right, the last couple of rounds looked very convincing in Secret's favor. Lotus will be so interesting between these two because, you know, the few times we've seen Secret play it, we've seen a very different kind of Secret play, all those times on Lotus. And Talon as well, like, are they going to be, which comp are they going to be playing?
Yeah, I mean, I've got my eyes on Talon, right? Because I got to believe that Secret, they're going to stick with the fade for Jesse Vash. Otherwise, it's been the same, right? The kind of meta composition here for Lotus. And while, yes, it had that rough showing against Zeta Division, they've cleaned it up. Now, my question for Talon is you saw Jesse Vash struggle in that first game of Fade. Was that just first game jitters on the Fade on Lotus, or was it specifically because of the Neon? Because the Neon timing, if you're not used to it, it catches you off guard. On top of that, Jip Boys seemed to actually a lot more in sync with the rest of the team when they were playing that Neon comp, even though it was less prepared by Talon. I mean, Jip Boys in their previous comp, sometimes in the meta comp, he's off a little bit too far, right? He's a little bit too late. Sure, his firepower is still good, but I'm curious to see if they just think, all right, listen, the mind games are already out there against Team Secret. As a team, our communication, our sync seemed a lot better with this Neon chamber. Let's stick with it.
Really have to wonder, and I'm kind of somewhat hoping that they do go for that Neon, because just the idea of it working out that well, the idea that it could, you know, throw off that timing, and maybe Team Secret might not be able to adjust in time for this. It's something that could really bring us that third map.
Now what might be interesting, guys, news just came in, Lenny is subbing in for Surf for this map 2, Lotus. Does that change things for how you guys foresee this playing out?
So Lenny was playing it the last time that they were playing the Neon. So that's got to tell me if he's staying on stage after that first map, then that tells me that they have to be playing the Neon composition, right? So if Lenny is staying on, then I gotta imagine that it's going to be the Neon.
Yeah, that's most likely, unless they've completely cooked things up, and that's not out of the realm of reality. And now we are getting a correction. It's Surf actually coming in for Lenny. So now, does that mean we're going to the other comp?
Okay.
Okay, so if it is Surf subbing in, which would make sense, right? Because Lenny was playing that first map. So if there is a sub in, which I assume, you know, production got told that there is a sub switch out here for map 2, it has to be that first comp, or at least a different comp, not the Neon Gecko chamber, right? Because I mean, sure Cruz could play the Gecko, but it really seemed like they were relying also on the secondary calling there from Lenny when they were playing that composition, Cruz's comfort with the Omen, things like that. So, or with the Viper, I gotta say. So I'm imagining Surf, he's been very good as that lurker with that Viper, with some of the Sentinels. I think he's coming back in as the Viper. That leaves Cruz to be the single initiator, in which case I think you go all the way back to what you've been playing previously.
And the question is, like, how does that fare off against Team Secret? Because, you know, they've played against this composition probably many times before, but does Surf have that edge up against them?
I do think it's rather interesting anyway. Frost did say that this Neon comp was originally just for T1. They wanted to surprise T1 to have that sort of advantage of surprise because they were expecting that original comp. I don't know how that's going to play into going against Secret, like you guys said. Now, we're going to find out if Will also returns to the board today because we have our guessing game. Which team will have the player with the highest ACS?
Oh, which team will have the player with the highest
that
ACS?
does change things.
Okay, not total ACS, player with the highest ACS. All right.
Oh, we don't have much time. We got to pick. Oh! Viewers, do I stick with you? No. No. All right. Who do you think is going to be the player? Who do you guys think is going to be the player?
Jeremy.
Jeremy, of course. Okay.
100%.
I'm saying governor.
Governor? All right, we're going for the governor. Let's see how this goes. We are going to see the agent picks. And, we're going to see if this comp is going to be the original comp or a brand new comp altogether. They had some time to kind of figure out a new comp on Lotus, so let's see.
I mean, a little bit.
A little bit. It's been done by other teams.
But I mean, obviously, already for Secret, you can't think too much into this. It's going to be hard to read which comp's coming out now with Surf coming out on stage. That should give them a bit of a better idea, right? That, okay, there's a good chance it's not going to be the Neon comp since Lenny was playing there with the help of the side calling alongside their current IGL crews. Curious to see, though.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, they go back to it. Yeah, Governor playing that Raze. It's still going to be, Jip Boy's on that Omen. Surf comes back as the Viper. Okay. Now, okay, a bit of the switch up, right? So Ban's sticking with that Sentinel on that Killjoy. So Surf's going to be sticking with the Viper. So he's really digging into that Viper role here for Talon Esports.
And being able to, kind of go off with the pack and just kind of try to find some sneaky lurks. I mean, Lotus is a 3-sided map, and if he is able to find some of these openings against Team Secret, they might just be able to make something happen. But at the same time, like you mentioned before, Will, Team Secret have a really interesting way to control the map, sometimes leaving intentional gaps. So, again, although Surf comes in, how does this fare off against a team like Team Secret?
Well, Lotus is one of those maps. The first half won't really determine who's going to win the map. So this is going to be a very exciting map 2. We're going to go to our casters, Paper Thin and Asarai.
Thanks for that one. Here we are, coming in. Map number 2, Talon and Team Secret. Best of 3, so this means that TS is up on this series. For now, we'll see how this readjustment from Talon works out.
Yeah, no doubt. It is a different look, and you kind of wondered if maybe they were going to stick with the Neon, considering how much difficulty Team Secret had against ZETA with it, but
yeah,
it is going to be interesting. I mean, Talon is happy to change comps based on their opponent and based on their reads, and see if they can get it done. Crew's just going to back off, set the turret up for a contact play here at the front of seat, and they're just going to sneak in.
There it is. Prowler being thrown out. Surf already should have an easy time here, especially with all of those low HP players on TS. There it is, quite quickly, deals with it. NDG's a little bit too far from Jesse Bash, so might be waiting a tad bit there for that response. Surf, as Jesse Bash does pick up the spike, actually just is able to back away. So, I mean, they do get that spike back, but the damage be done as they're down to 2 players.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a bait there from Talon, just saying, yeah, we're going to give you that door for free, we swear. Come on in. There's nothing scary inside this house.
Oh, Jit Boys hears this.
Yeah, he just needs to wait.
Yeah, muddy footsteps and everything.
Spike planted.
They're all coming through spawn though, so it's going to be a single direction attack, and he tries to go for it, and Jesse just shuts him down.
That's one paranoia away as well. So now that big retake utility is out of their hands, Jesse Bash now coming around the corner. He spots out 2, plays around the tree, and he is Groot. NDG now in a 1 versus 1 has the turret to actually work around with the spike here as well. He's going to activate everything. NDG pockets himself first, and that puts him down to 1. That is just so much damage, and Cruz, pressure be done. Team Secret pick up the round.
I was just about to say, Cruz, you could die to the turret if you're not careful there. He was so low on health, and out of the jaws of victory, Talon finds defeat. I just wish Jit Boys hadn't swung this.
Yeah.
He needed to wait. And then they're all just coming from the same angle, and Jesse picking up where we saw him on you know, against Paper
face.
Rex. Yeah, I don't know. A little bit labored from him, but
yeah,
I think that's the biggest smile I've seen out of Jesse.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, it's just, it feels like Talon now, the pressure's starting to get to them. You know, they get this win, they're in the playoffs. If they don't, well, then it kind of depends on what happens with Gen G and RRQ.
Yeah. Do not want to leave your fate in others' hands, no. Now coming into this, Jesse Bash playing with the Outlaw in attack. So he's looking for, I guess, that value. He's been one of those players that we've seen. I think he's one of the top 5 that we have right now with the Outlaw kills, alongside, I'd like to say, Polvi and Forsaken. Oh, 5-man peek for Jeremy here. Spots out one. Might know something's up, but they actually cross into 3. This is huge right now. So if Jeremy doesn't read this properly, that could be the overwhelm that Talon are looking for, but he books it out of there, knowing that, again, there's a little bit too much of what's happening on Mound for him to kind of deal with alone.
Yeah, and Jesse's got an Outlaw too,
Oh,
so
sees it.
yeah, huge. Get out of there. Oh my God, he stuck around for 2.
He wants some kills. Now, that juicy little Guardian out in the open, you know that Talon wants to pick that up for that extra firepower here on the exit. It does work perfectly here for Team Secret as they do pick up the kills. Jit Boys abandons that play and goes around with 35 in the Classic.
Probably just gonna die to Spike.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the ultimate goal. But yeah, I mean, Team Secret reading this round pretty darn well. I mean, yeah, Jeremy dies, but whatever. It's not a big deal. Losing one player on your anti-eco is perfectly fine. That's a nice round for Team Secret. Talon goes for the gamble, and as it so often does, doesn't really pay off. And now you look towards these buy rounds. Cruz is going to go for that Odin very quickly. So that round 3 Odin, going to find some damage early. See if they can snowball a few rounds on the back of that.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe hoping that A is going to be the direction. That's usually where these Odins end up. See if you can get some value out of those spams, out of those wall bangs.
I think he's kind of doing the same thing as well with the Guardian. Cruz can trace it back to the sender, but I think he's already out of there.
Face your fear!
Oh, okay, very early use onto the Nightfall. But, I mean, this is perfect. This clears up the entirety of the site already. It forces back a lot. Jeremy uses that satchel to boop him right on top of the site. So he has that nice little vantage point. Cruz. He can't find Jesse before the spike gets planted down, but that's a good kill onto the IGL. Now it's a 4 versus 5 on the retake. Every single player now holding in. Envy might be a little bit too close for comfort. Gets shut down by Surf. This is why you want to bring him in. His fragging capabilities is out of this world, and he's going to be set up for that ace. Surf? No way. He's a tidal wave, a tsunami, and Team Secret gets overwhelmed.
He's definitely riding a wave that round for sure. And hit that great wall bang to start it off. And just wrapped in there, and you got a smile on Cruz's face after that round is over.
Yeah.
So able to hang on to the Odin. You only drop one gun. That's frankly giving up a plant that, you know, okay, essentially losing one player on the plant, but and only dropping a gun here for Talon, that's awesome. You will take that every day. Just getting that one way, using it against them.
Yeah, Viper Spit also out right now for Surf, so lots more resources here for Talon to back up on. Ah, here it is, another setup for Talon on that Rubble play. They're going to be bringing in the double satchel as well for Governor, but Team Secret, oh, it's going to be a fight between the 2 of them. The nade onto Jeremy. Just somehow manages to take the brunt of the damage, save himself up. Governor gets somehow survives. It's Jit Boys offered his life for the cause. Gonna get the pick there for Ban. Backs it up.
But they're giving up all this space. They're expecting this rotate over towards B. This is a hard read from Talon, thinking that this is what Jesse usually likes to do in those situations off of contact at Rubble. There's a good season there from Cruz, and that's why Jit Boys went deep on top of Rubble. Jesse.
Ban.
Oh, my.
Yeah, he went for the wide swing there to counter out Jesse, but tracked it a little bit too well. Now Envy gonna get refragged quickly by Borkham here, but now Talon knows B is open. The smoke actually kind of weirdly set up here for Borkum, so there's that teeny tiny position for them to just swing out, but now, yeah, Stick is going to go A.
Governor one away from a showstopper, but may not come into play.
This is alone.
Planted.
He might actually not be able to escape. Going back into tree.
There.
Doesn't even decide to do that. As now Borkum whiffs on the first shot, and the Governor's going to be in the 1 versus 1. Spots out where Jesse is. There it is, playing with the showstopper. Vash tried to go for the preemptive strike. Not going to happen this time. And Talon strikes back.
Yeah, did end up having to use that showstopper. So, I mean, in some ways, that's not too bad for Team Secret, but of course, you'd rather get the round win. Yep, there you go. They saw that. I'm pretty sure they saw that C's connect and thought, well, let's go for it. And it was enough to get one. The trades were good for both sides, honestly. A little bit whiffy there from Borkum.
Yeah.
And, you know, Jesse did what he could. He knew that he had to just try to kill Governor while he was in the air.
Yeah.
You know, then the round is his, even if the showstopper connects. So Spike's already down, but just can't quite get it in time. And now it's going to be a save for Team Secret. The Viper's Pit still could be in play for Talon, but they're trying to contest this mound. And that TP from Borkum.
Yeah, Borkum's going to try to at least creep his way in. Not going to happen. As Jet Boys does get that vantage point on top of the box, so that high-low setup, right, as you can see from Talon, really helps out the control on Mound. And I mean, if it goes awry, you still do have Cruz to open up that door, maybe just shoot through it with the Odin that he has.
Absolutely. They're pushing space.
Ooh. A-main as well exposed. Vash.
One enemy remaining.
And the G's
Spike
alone.
down, attacker spawn.
Well, let's see if he can find any value with this Sheriff. Yeah, he can.
Looks around the other way. Paranoia right up into the space. And that's going to be that. Good control for Talon for the most of that round.
Yeah, I mean that the rubble play, or excuse me, the mound play thwarted the top position or Jit Boys. TP's up on top of the box.
Yeah.
That makes it pretty easy there to counter that little TP play from Borkum. Well identified, well read by Talon. And now looking to see if they can continue to string some defensive rounds together. That Odin has not left the hands of Cruz. Still looking to lay down that fire. And this time they're playing a little bit further. I was going to say they're playing a little bit further back. They weren't using the Cruz utility necessarily, but the Haunt set up to take rubble control. So now you know, okay, they're definitely not coming A just yet. So that sends the reinforcements over. Yes, there is the pit there as well. So, but nothing other than contact for Surf to play off of in there.
I mean, they do have Prowlers to maybe, flush out Surf.
Right.
Yeah. But no, they're bringing in just NDG to go for that very far away lurk. It's the classic 4-1 split here for Team Secret. Baby door opened up. Borkum now throws out the Paranoia. Jit Boy's trying to escape. And actually does smoothly through the other side of this wall.
At least able to bait out some utility and buy some time here as Jit Boys. Smokes are coming down. So this could be either way. Counter smoke from Jit Boys. I could see them cutting through Baby door here. Making their way in. Has to clear that Haunt. Governor just going to try to hold a crossfire with Jit potentially. Oh my god, yep.
Oh.
They gotta go through Baby.
Yeah, Cruz, 30 seconds. Team Secret really pressed to actually make some plays happen. They opened the door for a little bit of that, I guess, second guessing here. Not gonna take too much damage. Ban shut down by Jeremy as the rest of Team Secret flood right in. Surf, good contact, but Vash is gonna be getting the upper hand on that one. Governor only has the boom bot in hand, so he's not going to be able to do any kind of flashy things. No satchels to utilize. And this is going to be a very difficult retake for Talon. All going to get started by Jit Boys if he can, but NDG's got the tight little angle at the corner right now. And does not want to fight, especially with Governor falling.
Just going to have to save now.
Yeah.
It's the little things that Team Secret does, like opening that door breaks Cruz from being able to hold that spam towards Baby door and gives them the opportunity to go in there. And Talon just trying to take, contact plays. Okay, well, that's
Is
one.
they trying to stab him?
I think he was just trying to bait him out for his teammates. Yeah, they are going to get him in the end, and that's fine. But the money's bad for Team Secret, so I'm a little surprised they went hunting. I guess they have a lot of ults.
Yeah.
And Jeremy's going to grab a Judge with the showstopper, so maybe just try to bust in through B. That's or C. Judge can be good on C too, but yeah, I mean, this is just very well handled by Team Secret. Working the map nicely, winning battles, winning their 1v1s, setting up themselves for a pretty clean round. Now you've got huge ults, Jesse Vash with yet another Nightfall. And that 0 kill on Fade on this map has not phased him at all. He has come back with a vengeance.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of 0 kills, I don't think we've seen a kill from Cruz with the Odin. He has 1 kill, but I think that was just on the pistol or something.
There.
I can't remember one with the Odin, yeah.
Yeah, right? It's just been a lot of suppressive fire here, just to kind of, you know, herd shepherd TS around the map, but TS has been pretty good at not taking any damage from what it looks like from that Odin spam.
They're wise. They're wise to it for sure.
Yeah.
Just trying to find value is Cruz. But they're leaning in towards A still. But it's actually more of a C hit. Yeah, you've got 2 players there. And all the pressure now looking like it's going to be on Surf and Ban. Let's see what they can do. Here comes that Nightfall. Oh, they're going to dodge it.
Oh, Jeremy's bringing in with the rocket. They back away smartly, not wanting to fight against that. Envy very far away, and Doremi! Sorry, that's not an O. Surf gets the refrag quite quickly there, and okay. I am taken aback by that play.
I am too. I'm just sitting here staring at my screen like, what just happened?
He thought that maybe he was on the smoke for sure, and then the 180 is just marvelous. Anyways, lots more bodies here for Talon to throw out in this retake. Jet Boys now with the Paranoia to get things started with. That does get the blind onto Borkum. NDG coming around right now for the post. They come right out, bit by bit. And it's actually working out somewhat here as Governor falls down. Cannot go for the full defuse as Jesse Bash with a single HP hand in hand with the newcomer. Clutches the round for Team Secret.
I mean, just tremendous discipline here from Team Secret on Mound. Just never over-peaking an angle, just taking a couple shots, backing off, taking a couple shots, backing off. Yeah, you get the space cleared. Disgusting. Oh, disgusting, Jeremy. And there's a numbers advantage for Talon. Oh, the Haunt got the spot as well, but didn't really matter too much. I mean, they were just holding that angle. And Team Secret is just so fearsome on this map right now. There is no pause since they took control of Sunset. They're right back in it.
Yeah. Talon stunted on the plays that they were kind of hoping for. Did look as well, though, that with the smokes that they kind of had, didn't really help the post plant from what it looked like.
No.
Yeah.
There were still the angles off of Mound, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. That was their Viper Surf, because Envy got caught early.
Yep. And it makes it so tough. I mean, if you're not winning that battle against Governor there, against Envy, that's so tough.
Yeah.
And then again, but Team Secret plays it so well in that Mound angle. Like, again, some players will just like hold that angle and just spray down, right? And just try to go for value, but instead they just keep peeking,
Yeah.
And that's what makes them so good is, you know, Team Secret's fundamentals are very, very good.
It's locked and loaded.
Bring them down.
Now it's a eco for Talon. Just seeing if they can scrape something together here, tie the scoreline up. You do have a showstopper for Governor.
There.
But he is solo holding C long here, so
yeah, you know,
wants to threaten with the ultimate just in case, and maybe even the satchels, you know, just a quick getaway.
Yeah, and you never know, like, they try to overstack that angle or something, and you get like.
Did he spot him?
Oh my god.
He's trying to run away, but Cruz. Oh no. That's going to haunt him for days as he tries to reposition. Governor gets caught by Borkum as well. Nano swarmed by Ban to delay things, but he's alone on the site. Now Jet Boys is going to be doubling up with him, but they know something's up. They can always just back away now that they've picked up 2 players of Talon.
Oh, this is Ban and Jet Boys going to have to go huge if this is going to be an A hit. I mean, it could be a pivot towards B, to be honest. That's kind of what I'm sensing that Team Secret would like to do. They're just looking to see if anybody's going to get little over-aggressive off this lack of information that Talon has, but instead they're mostly planting their feet. Surf looking to try to reaggress his angle. Borkum's got it red.
Yeah. Patience is key in this situation. Jit Boys, conversion, cannot pin down Envy in that point. It's all down to Ban. It's good for the first, that drops in on the spike, tries to reposition right now as that smoke, so still at least separating the two players of Team Secret, not gonna happen this time.
They're so good, man. They're so disciplined right now.
Yeah.
Not giving up anything, just waiting.
There.
Just seeing if they can find those moments when Talon eventually starts trying to make a move, because there's been so much time ticking down. Of course, that pick on a cruise is nice. Governor
30 seconds left.
didn't read that Borkum was going to be over on that angle.
Spike down.
Huge stuff, huge.
Sorry, may kalaban dyan. Nakalaban na.
Okay, I was trying to listen in on what
I
he
know,
was
I
saying.
was waiting for you to translate.
Okay. No, I was just saying like there was an enemy there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I just like look over you, I'm like...
no. You weren't saying anything spicy or fancy.
Answer, I please.
There.
You could have lied. It just like made something up.
Oh, that's true. But I mean, we also had like Filipino viewers. They would call me out.
Yeah, they would
call me out.
Yeah. All right.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry you were being honest. Like, God.
Okay.
Well, you have a lot of ults for Talon.
True.
It kind of feels like it has to be this round if they're going to change the momentum, get their money back into a decent spot. You know, you've got everything in the kitchen sink to use. Envy's one away from his pit, though, as well. So, you know, you kind of want to see if you can contest these orbs a little bit. I mean, look where the nanos are, the alarm bot at A, right next to this orb.
The thing is, Cruz throwing out the Prowler like that, they'd figure out where he was kind of positioning his Odin. All right, so they're going to be a bit aware of it. Anyways, great catch from Surf here. There's going to be Envy with the first pick. Lockdown used by Ban. Spike should still get planted here, though. Borkum now hearing the reposition from Governor. That being said, though, 20 seconds. Borkum, does he have an ultimate? No, they're going to be playing in for that A side. Okay. There's going to be this fight. Jeremy backs away. Wall makes it difficult for him, and he gets picked off. Now, these are shoots through the Viper's pit. Borkum having to use his From the Shadows. Regroup with Envy here, as Envy uses every single bit of advantage the smoke gives him. Pockets himself into the corner right now. Good position of Talon. One opens up the door. There's push out. Envy playing around the corner here, spots out two, only gets one, and that's going to be Borkum pinned, and Talon with the retake.
Oh, man. I mean, this is a really good idea from Team Secret. Just wait out that lockdown and then immediately place your Viper's Pit. It's just they lose a bunch of battles on the fringes of the Viper's Pit to start.
Yeah.
And then they just flood in, and they can start taking some pretty favorable fights. Surf with a huge one on NDG. NDG's been having a little bit of a tough time lurking around the map on that Killjoy. That's a nice find for Surf.
Oh yeah.
Took a page out of Devi's book and went fishing. Caught a big one. But now you've got still the showstopper in the Nightfall for Talon, so you didn't have to invest a lot in that round. Just the lockdown and you got the win. That's huge. I mean, that keeps your ult cycle very much in your favor. Yeah, Team Secret also has Nightfall and a lockdown of their own, but goodness, you really needed that win. That keeps your economy stable as well, and now it's Team Secret's economy who's a little bit in the dumpster.
Yeah. Governor's just so confident with how he just, swings in and out.
Yeah, and how often
here.
do you see a Raze just hold Mound like by themselves, I mean, that's a lot of confidence they have in him.
Oh yeah, but because of that, right, it allows Talon to get so much more map control on B as well as A.
Yes. And that's a read on the way Team Secret usually likes to play this map. They're a team that'll play for Rebel control and then shift over to B, shift over to A. We've seen it a lot already in this half, so it's a good read. And now you've got Surf coming over, give a little bit of assistance. I think, Team Secret's starting to feel like, okay, we can't let Governor just hold a site by himself for free. It's a little bit too much given over to Talon.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can punish it, maybe. We'll see. But now they're changing direction again with how far that Envy's gotten over there.
Governor. Okay, he's going to get hit by the ultimate right then and there, so he's not going to be using his showstopper just yet. Ban! That is just sickening. Now, Borkum opens up the site. has to go to that B right now, and he just jumps into Jit Boys. This is going horribly wrong for Team Secret. As NDG tries to go for the wraparound, not going to work out this time. 12 seconds, Vash trying to go cross up. That spike's right in front of his face, and Cruz throws it out, chases him down, and the Odin gets the value.
All right, there we go. Now Talon is making it tricky for Team Secret to get a good read. You know, you feel like eventually something's going to happen at C where they've got a trap set up for you, but it's actually just them just putting enough pressure at C that Team Secret has to go to the other sides of the map where the traps actually are. They're just players hidden in spots they are not ready for. That is snappy, Jit Boys.
So much.
Preemptive spray there.
Really good round, actually. Good job.
Yeah, exactly. That
I
was
agree,
a good
man.
round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right there with you. That's going to force the timeout of Secret. They want to find more value out of this attacker's side.
Yeah. Team Secret's really respecting a lot of this old threats that we've been seeing here for Talon. They realize, Ban's here. Or, excuse me, not Ban, but Governor backs away, tries to go around. But the thing is, these aren't really rotates that makes Talon freak out in that sense, right? They've just been holding the angles. And I think Team Secret right now are getting a bit too much into their heads in terms of how they just kind of move around their own side of the map.
Right. Oh, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's sort of funny to watch Team Secret on the map because they're all over the place. And Talon's just kind of vibing.
Yeah.
Like, Surf will slide over if Governor gets pressured to help him. But otherwise, they're just, they're just trying to hold their angles, trying to hold their positioning, make it tough for Team Secret. Team Secret did a good job addressing it in the beginning, but now kind of been second-guessing themselves almost a little bit.
Yeah.
And now you can see there's a change from Talon where they're starting to put a little bit of Killjoy utility over onto C. Fast hit for Rubble control taken by Team Secret. It's a backpedal for Talon. They don't like what they see. Too much pressure. Don't want to give anything over. Now you've got Jit Boys and Governor sitting there on the A site. And it just continues to be pressure from Team Secret. That's given up a ton of space. Look at all the information that Talon has. They just got to hold and wait for this timing on the execute.
Yeah.
And they can just slam into Team Secret.
As long as Baby Door's not open too, Cruz can wall bang for days. And this is going to make...
God.
Oh, yeah, this is hurting. They're going to try to cross in onto him. He's got the C's to delay. There it is. Gets hit by an own. And he's just going to, again, just waste the bullets. Actually, no. This is perfectly used. Now it's going to be Borkum. Hearing all of this rotation, and Governor's not going to fall to him. Maybe even a plant just for the extra money, but Surf's not going to allow that. This is my site. Get out of here. 6-5.
Last round in the half.
It's so clean now from Talon. Like, they have completely addressed their problems. And also, the quick rotations here. Knowing the economic situation, knowing that Team Secret was probably going to just have to press for whatever site they make contact at first. And even if they don't, you've got a gun advantage. And you can try to take advantage of it. And Cruz looking for that Odin. Did get it back. Showstopper for Governor. Lockdown for NDG. Could be an opportunity here to just throw the lockdown right outside of Mound.
Yeah.
In front of C. Take that site and then try to play for post plant. You're one away from a showstopper for Jeremy as well. So grab the orb. Throw the lockdown. It's going to be tough for Talon to clear it. Doable, but...
They are looking to prepare for it. They've brought Jit Boys into this. So if we do see that double satchel, Paranoia isn't really far-fetched to be used as a kind of, response tool here from Talon. And they're actually bringing in Governor to the party as well. Team Secret just back away from this one too. Oh my God, Jeremy brings it out, actually backfires as Cruz and Governor go undetected. Cruz picks up 2, and now Team Secret thought that they had it in the bag, actually blows up in their face. Envy now as he comes into the site, Ban still holding it. They open the door. They're trying to look for him, but that wall is making it 100% difficult. And then Vash just picks up a kill.
Oh my. Oh, Envy, he hears all this. Oh, the timing though. Governor was just watching it.
Oh, NDG also gets caught. Now Vash alone by himself. The lockdown destroyed. Positioning. Do they know that he's going to be somewhere on drop right now? Are they looking towards tree? That's the thing. Vash, he's at the smoke. He's just going to play full control onto this one. Yeah, Cruz was... he knew something was up. His back was like, his backer's like, ooh, something's right behind me.
Joe Button.
He's got those ninja senses, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
What a half.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, that's... I mean, you're the one who's, like, got the clairvoyance, dude. Like,
No.
You're reading my mind. Not only can you see the future, you can read minds now, too. This is bogus.
Unlocking my full potential.
Yeah.
But this game has... It felt like Team Secret's got, a few rounds in the bag, and then Talon just starts to get value off of specific things. I think one of them being, that pressure that Cruz was having on the Odin. Team Secret was okay with how they kind of circumvented that moving forward. And then somehow Team Secret just not really able to find the traps right now. We were seeing the aggression that we saw from the Sunset map here for Talon, where they're getting these forward off angles, and Team Secret's not ready for it, at least here in Lotus.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, now the big question for me, SRI, is the attacker side did not look great for Talon on Sunset. Very different map, though.
Yeah.
Right, is Lotus. It's a little more attacker side favored, for sure. So now are you going to be able to execute well? Team Secret's Jesse Vash is getting it done in the kills department. Now is he going to be able to maneuver his chess pieces, go for that checkmate?
Be fair, Talon has been pretty good on their attacking side in their previous Lotus maps.
But sometimes that was with a Neon.
Fair enough.
Which, to be fair, it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah.
On the comps in this map.
I mean, that was also with Ban on the Chamber, so...
Right.
Yeah. But he's been pretty good, honestly. I was, again, thinking about how his impact has gotten, with the more defensive Sentinels here. But so far, it's been still pretty good. Was that a tag onto Governor? Yeah, it was. He's down to 34 already.
That doesn't feel good. It'd be brutal to lose this pistol. You don't want to give Team Secret any hope of coming back, of course, but
yeah,
Team Secret's been already won one pistol here in this map.
Look at how forward Ban has placed his turret on B main.
Just waiting for the smoke to come down. Yeah, this turret cleared at least by Governor, but he's so weak. Clear for NEG, trying to set up for Envy, but it's going to be a pullback from Talon. They don't like what they see. Too much contact off the util. Weren't able to find the nano.
Yeah.
So now you got to wait this out and try a different direction. But I think that turret you pointed out earlier did get cleared, or at least picked up. But that's going to change ideas for Talon.
Oh,
Jeremy. Oh.
They still have a paranoia, by the way. They're running for dear life here, though, so they do not want to go for that straight up just 5v2 fight. Talon now realizes this as they back away, immediately pull the trigger on this B site. C is going to be used by Vash as well as the Han. C, is anybody going to be on the site itself? Not going to happen. One more Nano Swarm here for NDG, and they got to force this 20 seconds. And Talon, they've exhausted all options and a lot of all of their abilities right now. Governor coming into the site right here, but they're all injured up. They're all tagged up. Can their aim at least help them out at this point when they still have the numbers in their favor? Envy and NDG splashing around the waterways here. Jeremy comes out as well. Cruz and Jit Boys might need to push in onto the smoke. Vash comes around the corner. Jit Boys is big. He's huge. Cruz 1v2, but Vash gets that refrag. A systematic retake here for Team Secret.
I mean, just a brilliant setup on every side of the map. You're playing for contact on A Rubble. You've got Jesse there with the C's on B. You've just got that classic Killjoy utility on C.
Yeah.
And you're just forcing Talon, trying to find a way through. And then when the time is running low, you've still got the snake bite. And the turret comes back up so you can get that extra help for NDG and Envy to do their job. Very, very well set up by Team Secret. I mean, that is, even though it comes down to the last player, I love the way that they set that round up. That is so tricky to deal with.
They really...
look at this force buy, though.
This is something I think we saw from Talon before as well, no?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Did NDG get a whiff of it, though, as to why he's backing away quite a bunch here? There it is. Pull up the trigger here right now for Talon. NDG gets caught up, spots it out, but that's a snake bite. It actually stops Talon from coming in around bend, so they're going to just get caught here. That snake bite makes it easy for Jesse Bash to deal damage, and this is expensive for Talon as Ban gets caught by Envy. No. That is just going to be money down the drain, down the bank. They get reset, and Team Secret's going to have a lot more to use here.
Yeah, I don't mind it from Talon in a way, but it does not fool Team Secret. They were hot to trot as soon as there was anything going on at C. As soon as there was anybody trying to hit this site, there were players rotating in quickly.
Ooh.
Jesse almost paid the price. That second shot is nasty.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Love what I'm seeing from Team Secret.
Yeah.
Their reactions are so good. The comms are great. Talon just trying to do anything they can. Threw the kitchen sink at him. That was thwarted. That was broken. Now you got to dig even deeper as you're going to be in an even further hole. Of course, there's just Guardian, 2 Spectres, a Stinger, and a Sheriff for Team Secret. So it's not too much of a stronger purchase in some ways. 2 Sheriffs in there for Talon. So
oh, that Nanoswarm's not going to activate. Now it will, but they somehow managed to get through. Ah, yeah. All right. Ooh, okay. That was just kind of dirty. All right.
You sound like you just got done eating a good meal.
I mean, my eyes are full.
Ah, fair.
Because it was so good. Like, Nanoswarm was eating up Governor alive, so on and so forth. All right, hold on. Serve.
Standing.
Sheriff's not going to get himself any picks there, unfortunately. Ban. Not this time. Not this time.
Yeah, it's a consequence of, you know, going for the force buy. Doesn't quite pay off, and let's see what Team Secret can scrape together now. These nanos staggered so nicely.
Yeah.
And it just like, poor Governor tried to tuck in the corner, and he's just mauled, just chewed apart.
Yeah.
And NDG just, okay, yep.
I was about to say that, oh, maybe Cruz actually got past all of that defenses, and then, oh yeah, I forgot. There was a turret right there on the box, so was not going to go undetected at all.
Oh, now, Jeremy, so pacey here. Again, love having Rebel control to Team Secret. Here's that Odin for Cruz again. He was able to hang on to it for most of that first half. Part of the reason they're able to claw back into things. This one, a little bit more difficult to get value on the attacker side. Sometimes, depends on who you are. I mean, Forsaken does a pretty good job with it, but it's a grenade. Clears both nanos, one had to be popped, but
yeah.
Just continued C aggression. I don't expect this to be a C hit. I think Team Secret kind of knows it too with this 2-1-2 split.
Yeah.
Just got to worry about Jesse. How are you going to keep him uncomfortable from throwing that C's in there? And he doesn't have the C's, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, wouldn't be too bad though to re-hit that C, especially when they heard Nanoswarm use and maybe broke the other Nano as well, right, with the nade. Jeremy's just getting traced right now by Cruz, none hitting. Backs away, and that's going to make them a little bit hesitant. So yeah, C doesn't seem too bad here. But of course, there's the util that we see from Envy. Double satchel in, actually works in their favor. Envy now backing away smartly as he's going to get overwhelmed. Ban as well. Nice little work onto B main, and this works hardly into the favor of Talon. Not losing a single player. Borkum just running, actually picks up the spike. All right. What was that? They can't plan it for extra money though. That was a good
There you
round
go,
for
yeah.
Talon.
There you go.
What was that?
That was, yeah, I mean, the gun advantage helping out Talon there, but the shots were on point. Just taking their time on this one, really trying to feel the map out. That's a ridiculous, ridiculous shot from Governor. I thought he was dead. But he wins that battle and able to hold the angle on C. How's that guy there? Good question. Oh, you have the showstopper. One away from it is Jeremy. He's got that op.
Yeah.
Gonna hold down that B angle. Saw this earlier with Laz. He's got some support from Envy.
Ooh. Slowly picking it up. They know something's up. I love how Cruz is just bringing in the Odin to the fight.
He knows,
actually
dude.
tags Jeremy down.
He knows. The fact that they cleared that Prowler with a gun, you know, with an assault rifle, just led them to believe that that was a bait and switch attempt. Good out for Jeremy. This doesn't take any damage. may have had an opportunity with that op, but
yeah,
just wanted to make sure he played his life.
Oh, that forced NDG to pick back the item there. Alarm bot, I mean. Governor. Oh, NDG. You know what? You've been coming into my site like thrice in a row now. Not this time. And I think we have a metric of how many times Governor has been like swatted away, right? When he throws out that showstopper, ADKs, comes it in to the site. NDG's the boss, and he picks up the 4K.
Yeah, and there was a lockdown in Ban's back pocket, but he never opted to pull it out. Instead, that cost them an expensive round for Talon. Looks like they're going to try to invest in another Odin. That is dumb. Just unfair. Oh my god,
Yeah.
NDG. And yeah, other player there. Easy money, and NDG now getting some smiles out of him. Some big rounds. Talon going to have to invest another timeout. They're out of them. And they're going to have to be in cruise control, and Frost is letting them know.
Oh yeah. I'm just like in awe at how animated Frost is. Probably one of my favorite coaches just to listen to.
He's got energy, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
I wish I had deep energy.
I think you do.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Plenty of times.
Yeah.
Anyways, this
It gets a little warm on stage sometimes, and I start to like, the heat drains me a bit. But
yeah. This game though has been energizing so far.
Yes.
Look at how close this has been after 18 rounds. It's 8-9 right now. Similar to what we've seen in Sunset. These two teams just not really letting it up at all.
And look at this ult cycle for Team Secret, man. They're one away from the Viper's Pit, one away from the Showstopper. This is so scary for Talon. You do have the lockdown, but you got to get comfortable enough to use it.
They're trying to trace each other back
Oh my
with
god.
the Odins.
Yeah, just the Odin duels. The Odin jousting.
Who's got the better line?
Ye old Odin jousting. Jesse just waiting. With open arms with his Nightfall. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is so scary if this is where Talon goes.
He's waiting for it though. It's going to be hitting about 3 or 4 players. Lockdown has been used as well. Trying to trace back with the Odin if they can. Not going to happen here. And now Borgum's just going to back away for the meantime. No one pressing up onto B main. Because of that ultimate from the Killjoy from Ban, that's going to open up the site. Spike's going to get planted to the left side of the site here.
Spike planted.
So for the moment, that means that at least Talon, if they play that post plant, they can play a bit of more angles than by default.
And they're trying to shut down any lockdown angles.
Yeah.
They're trying to push these spaces.
Smoke's going down. Here's the first contact. He unleashes hell, and here comes Team Secret. They gotta be prepared for this. That lockdown is already in the faces of Talon. Pushes them all the way back outside of the site as well. Now, Jit Boys, gonna be going for the From the Shadows strike. I like this. Governor as well, staying onto the side. Jit Boys also gets caught! No way! Now, it's all up to Ban. Defuse coming right in. The stopper. It's halved. Someone's gonna have to go for the defuse.
Oh, no! Ban with the ace! Did he have a nade? Or something to stop them so they had to push him?
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How does that happen? This is just brilliant. I mean, I thought this was Team Secret's round. They do so many right things, but there was just enough time. I mean, they go popping around the corner with the shorty, but doesn't really connect much. It's a little bit too far. Oh me, oh my.
And is halfway already back to the lockdown too because of that play.
That was insane.
Oh, Jeremy. Rocking the hard place here. He's got to have to back away for the moment. They caught him lacking on Rubble. There's no time to actually just dissect what happened here because now Talon knocking on the door on B. Jesse throws out the Prowler. No contact right now. So maybe something. Full confidence from Ban. Destroys a turret. Now we get a bit of breathing space.
Well, I mean, they just kind of lined up for Ban a few times, gave him some easy ones. Ooh, nice tags for Jeremy with that Guardian. Gotta love that high penetration.
Oh, hell yeah.
I love the Guardian. When the game first came out, that's all I used. Then they had to go and nerf it on me.
Oh, here it is. It's straight up into the site, though. The prowl of the... Oh, Envy's going to be having a gorgeous time right about now. But no, actually gets spotted out. Still somehow managed to pick up the first kill. And they come in to the Jeremy Borkham tandem.
What am I watching?
These punishes.
What are these rounds, dude?
Envy doesn't get spotted up until the boom bot comes back.
Yeah.
He doesn't get any kills because of the smoke.
He got one.
He got one, sure.
But he could have gotten more, it felt like. It was, and then they just swarm in. I mean, it's a brilliant position.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the showstopper there. And then it's just a massacre. Oh my god.
That probably made Talon panic too. The
oh, for sure.
Not scanning out Jeremy, or excuse me, Envy. Governor now hiding behind a wall as he pushes right out. Wants to go for the punish here. Throws out the nade and Jeremy backs away. This is 3 players of Team Secret right now. Talon wants to go for that fight. Both Jet Boys and Governor getting those information with the jump spots. They might have to smartly back away from this one.
Well, it's only one sheriff. Otherwise, it's Talon Classics.
Oh, yeah.
That's not ideal for sure. Envy there. Oh, Envy got vulnerable. A headshot, aim punch, threw him off, and Ban was able to get the best of him. So that's a nice win for the side of Talon. They're not going to be able to pick that gun up. Jesse's already there to make sure of that, but you'll take what you can get.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, you find another kill, you can get Surf and Orb, you could put a Viper's Pit down and make this a very winnable round, frankly. For Talon. Ban's close to that lockdown. Like you mentioned earlier, he got right back into it after that ace.
That's insane.
30 seconds left.
Now, with the separation of the smoke that we see from the Viper wall, right? This is still good because NDG's alone by himself. Gonna have to do a lot just to kind of fend them off if he could. Ban still hot and heavy with that Sheriff, and they're coming around the corner here. Jesse Bash gets the Colat through the wall as well. So Envy at this point, now going to start to just defuse that spike. Jesse Bash holding as much as he can, and just going straight for the defuse. What is happening with these rounds, Paper Thin? It just keeps happening again and again and again.
What is going on today? It's been wild, dude.
Oh,
it's just been absolutely insane. Just when you think that Talon's going to rip a Thrifty away and turn this into a very close match again. I mean, that's great from Jesse. Then Jesse gets a little bit whiffy, but doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All you need to do is hold, and
easy. He's not even believing what just happened.
Hey, he knows that he probably thought after he whiffed those shots, he's like, oh, I beefed it. This round's over. We lost.
Oh, yeah.
And then they just held it and won.
Big commitment again on utility here from Team Secret. Throws everything just so that rubble's going to be clear for a matter of seconds. But now, dust settles. Bit of calm right now. Jet Boys really want to rip this paranoia into play, but no one's biting it, at least from Talon's side. NDG. Could be a fight there between the two Sentinels. There it is. Nice paranoia as he catches onto Governor. Can't really get the kill as Borkham plays a bit of hide and seek. Great haunt coming in as well from Cruz as Surf picks up 2.
Insanity there. Jesse watching the door. Good for 1. The double swing, triple swing from Talon. Going to take him down. All down to Envy and NDG and a pit to have to deal with. Not going to be easy.
Oh, Governor's like, nah, I'm not messing with this at all. Backs away. Snakebite not going to get any kills whatsoever. As Envy gets closer and closer into contact. Does fall. NDG gets that information. Backs away here. Now tries to find where Governor was, but that was only 5 seconds ago. This is now. And he falls. 10-11. Talon not giving any leeway right now to Team Secret.
Yeah, so little room for error for anybody. Borkham tried to do what he could to buy time and get some kills behind Rubble, but because Surf deals with Jeremy, he just swings right over and takes out Borkham. I mean, that's crazy good stuff from Surf. then Pit's down and just trying to walk into it, trying to find him, but Talon had taken unexpected angles inside of that pit. Made it too difficult for Team Secret, who's now lost their economy. They're down to Sheriffs and just one Hero Vandal for Jeremy. And this push out, shut right down by Governor.
Yeah, Borkham wanting to go for that fight. Jesse Bash brings in the pain with the Vandal. Envy gets that fight against Bad. Ah, yes. My redemption, my revenge arc. With the Sheriff in hand, Jesse Bash pinning him down to the wall. Now dropped down by Surf. Borkham tries to escape. Does he pick up the Vandal? Yes, he does. Envy's also low. In terms of HP, Talon has the advantage, but positioning might be a bit too far for now.
See what Envy wants to do. I was curious if he's going to keep pushing, but he just tucked himself in next to Rubble. He's going to wait this out. So for Talon, it's a call to just hold A, hold C, and if they go B, well, then we'll try to crunch them from those angles. I think this is probably about the best you can do here as Team Secret. No guns available like you were talking about for Envy. He'd have to wrap all the way through spawn, which maybe
not a bad idea.
Yeah, I thought he might just go for it, just based on the situation. Now he is.
Yeah, especially as they hear the spike being
planted
right now on that B site. He's going to be able to pick up a rifle here, so pretty good as they come they come closer.
Just got to shoot him in the head.
True.
Easy.
Valorant. Smoke coming up for both Envy as well as Borkham here, but obviously does not want to cut off that positioning as Envy gets caught. Nice smoke right now from Jit Boys. Borkham has no chance other than just to push right out. He did have a little bit of that wall maybe, but Jit Boys gets the wall bang, so that's going to be a quick little trade here for Talon, equalizing 11-11.
Okay. Crucial, crucial round for both teams right now. Even Ban going to grab an operator. It looks like huge play from Governor. Ban's been snappy.
Yeah,
he loves this map, man. He is, doesn't matter what agent he's playing. He's got great reads, great timings, and I can't even imagine what it's like being in that coach's booth right now.
Oh yeah,
this is so nerve-wracking for Talon. Oh, they did not take the operator. Just gonna grab an Odin.
Ooh, Jeremy risking his life just to get that ult charge. It's a good ult.
It is.
Yeah.
it's pretty good. I've heard good things.
Governor, ooh, very early on how he uses that showstopper, thinking that maybe someone was exiting outside of Baby Door. And now Jeremy on his own as well. Who's here? Who's hungry? As he brings out the rocket. Governor's just so damn good. Picks up the 2K already. Jesse Bash stops him dead in their tracks. No spike planted just yet. And now Talon has the numbers advantage, but they do lose a little bit of that map control. Opens the doorway. Envy now coming around into the site itself. Does not know that Jit Boys has gone through on spawn. So Jesse Bash might get flanked around, but he's doing the flanking himself. 2 versus 3. And now Talon so close into pushing us into match point.
Last player standing.
Cruz. Oh, and then she falls. Oh, Bash as well. And Talon, one more round to go.
Just phenomenal stuff. Just getting onto the site. Yeah, the showstopper doesn't connect on anyone, doesn't matter. Jeremy there just can't see anybody. Governor had been hiding himself in the smoke. Found a great time. As soon as he heard that second satchel, that's when he steps out because he knows he's got the opportunity. But it's very unlikely that his opponent's going to be able to react in time. So a timeout for Team Secret. They got to at least get one to push overtime. Then we'll see from there if it gets there. But Talon, seems like they're pretty much in the driver's seat these last couple of rounds. I mean, ever since that sneaky defuse,
yeah,
they haven't had many problems.
They've woken up. One more round to go here. Last time out, as we do see from Team Secret, calls not really working too much in their favor at this point. They really want to disrupt that push that we see from Talon, especially now that they kind of know that, oh, once they start, planting that spike, that they kind of like to go somewhere in front of the side, somewhere at the back, so they can hold maybe a lurk. Talon's just so quick to react.
Yeah, and it's really tough when you're trying to disrupt their plants and they just shut you down too.
Oh yeah,
it's been tricky. Talon's really got a good read on the timings that Team Secret likes to use. So now you sort of look towards Team Secret to make a bit of a change, and I'm sure that's part of what Warbirds wanted to talk about. Probably my guess here is play more for full retakes if they're going to go B and, you know, contest Rebel, that's great. They're going to seed it over this time, but nobody really wanted it. Too much util both ways.
Yeah. He just basically dumped everything.
Yep. Ping out in the back of Mound. They're a little wary. They might have seen the alarm bot. Not sure, but orb to be grabbed. Nobody with an ult in reach, though.
Yeah. And he's been alone on C for the most part right now. And I think Talon realizes this, so they've been kind of just okay with, you know, pressuring him if ever. He's gotten some stellar rounds, sure, but now at the later stages, hasn't gotten that same value.
Right. It's been a lot of B and A for Talon. They didn't like getting just bullied. There's that alarm bot. There you go.
They really wanted
they had
to
to use a boom bot. I know. They're so desperate to clear it. They finally had to go, oh, let's use a boom bot to make sure it's safe. Right before that poison cloud goes down.
They still got the double satchel.
Yep.
Governor can throw out that paint shells to break the first nano swarm as well.
Look at that second nano, though, right on the plant spot, but it's going to be cleared by the util, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
30 seconds left.
Dealt with the Killjoy util for the most part. There's the turret on B, but now they're rushing over to try to play off this.
I mean, this is actually looking pretty good for Talon right now. Wait, they're backing away again. Wait. Okay, Cruz, spotted right now by NDG. If he can get NDG here, this is the C site. No one's going to be able to stop that plant coming right in. And Cruz is somehow managing to pick up all these kills, jumping in front of the faces of Team Secret with an Odin. He gets another one. 4K for me, please. Borkham gets caught as well by the ultimate, and we are going to map number 3. It all comes back full circle as Breeze is on the horizon.
I mean, just tremendous tenacity from both of these teams. Surf is fired up. He had a great map, and he lets them know it. I mean, what a back and forth. So many just rounds that just left your jaw on the ground. And hopefully Breeze delivers as well.
Wow. Anyways, we're going to be passing it on to the panel. Guys, got a map number 3.
Deep inhale, deep exhale. That was a breathtaking game, guys. That was crazy, and I have to give kudos to Ban, especially on that ace. That was a beautiful, beautiful ace by Ban, and you mentioned it, William, that was sort of shifting the tides a little bit more in Talon's favor, but this whole thing has been so back and forth.
Yes, I mean, very, very close game overall in terms of performance. Talon really picking up in the second half, but that ace was really, I think, what locked it in, where Talon, surely that's when all 5 players felt, oh, no, we can actually secure the win here. Like, it's not close anymore. I think that's when the confidence absolutely surged for them.
Like, they definitely skyrocketed off of it. I think at the start, you know, maybe Surf got the ace as well. They were feeling pretty good, but then, you know, you see players like Jesse Vash popping off that way. Surely it gets shaken a little bit. Even the timeouts that you see from Coach Frost, he's like kind of yelling at them a little and just getting them fired up. He's lighting a fire underneath the entire squad of Talon, and at some point, Ban, you know, managed to lock himself into the game. Cruz was able to lock himself into the game, and the whole team just surged with victory.
You know, I honestly feel like Jesse Vash, even when the game started to slip away, Jesse Vash individually had some great reads. You could tell that he was keeping things in the back of his mind. He was aware of all the possible options that Talon had. But overall, it felt like Team Secret started to just go for these challenges against Talon as it started to slip away. They felt like, well, we were supposed to win this game, and they started to just go for these duels where Talon's overwhelming them, swarming them in the site, things like that. And at that point, I mean, Talon, the momentum carries them, the comms are there, and even that last round, I mean, not just committing to that B site, still digging deep with that Odin. I mean, Cruz single-handedly opens the entire thing up.
I mean, a lot of these like great reads coming through, or even just great strats being called to kind of throw Team Secret off your scent. It works out really, really well, and it's such a fun match to watch overall. But that said, I do want to give a little bit of credit to like players like NDG, for example, because there were some rounds where he definitely he was able to kind of keep Team Secret within the game. But at the end of it all, you know, Talon just, it's like a whole new beast. They're completely fired up, even when it looks like they're almost, you know, done with the game. They ended it with a 7-5 first half. They had the lead, but then Team Secret came back. They just never, ever stopped throughout this entire map.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest differences that we see is that Jeremy got completely shut down, right? He wasn't really able to go on a streak. He wasn't able to go on a heater like he sometimes does. Meanwhile, Governor's still able to stay true to his job as that main entry for Talon. And again, with that ace, Ban able to climb all the way to the top of that scoreboard, and he starts to really hold his own even in some of these post plants.
Yeah, we're seeing some beautiful plays from both teams on this particular map. I mean, we're expecting to see some peak Valorant from Pacific here, and honestly, we've been seeing some really good stuff from both sides.
I mean, this was all 10 members firing on all cylinders for sure. But Surf, I also want to give credit for the fact that you had to sit out game 1, right? And sure, I'm sure you're warming up backstage, but it's different. Having to come onto the stage, just cold onto game 2, and then to not only hold your own, but lead the team to a certain extent and be able to carry the team forward in this game to make sure that you go to a map 3. Absolute heroics from this guy.
Just awesome stuff. Again, you know, you just come into the game and just let your gameplay speak for itself. I think that's really what it is. You know, although they struggle a little bit at times, I felt as though Ben wasn't really reacting fast enough in some of these one-on-ones at the first half of the map. But at some point, really, everything just started to click. I mean, all of these players started to, pop off and find these moments where they're able to read the map, position themselves for those perfect kills, and at some point, even like really, I don't want to say like lucky, but like just they managed to stick defuses, like the clutch rounds that come through. It's just magical what's happening on the server right now. And if you think about how this shapes up for Breeze, where everything started, the rivalry between both teams, it's just going to be even more explosive. And I do hope that it's really going to be like all 10 players fired up for even more.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure they are. Look at them. Look at Surf. They are definitely fired up. Today is just
I want to see
great.
the one where Ben, stood up after the ace.
The ace, yeah.
I
No,
wanted
he
to see
popped
that clip.
off. Yeah, he popped off for sure.
He said something for sure. I don't know what it was. Probably like yay, but he said something.
He said in that clip that they shared on social media, they asked some of the pros, like, what's your go-to trash talk? And Ban said it's, what are you doing? So I'm just going to go with, he said, what are you doing?
Sir? Sirs. Anyway, it was a very close guessing game. Jesse Vash, as you mentioned, was phenomenal this map. And
what are you doing? This is my moment. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Van came really close. He just needed to pick it up. 15 ACS points there. So, you're back to bronze. Congrats.
Oh, this is my redemption arc. This is my redemption arc. And listen, I just wanted to set myself up for the Iron to Radiant run. Oh. All right, I'm starting my streamathon. All right, Iron to Radiant. Stay with me, chat.
Subathon.
Yeah, here we go.
Chat, you are in bronze. Wait, is Chat get it right?
No,
Yours got it right.
Wow.
Oh, we are reunited. I told you we would be reunited at some point.
It would be so funny if
Together.
Chat actually gets the highest rank of
It's likely.
It's possible. None of us have reached Radiant yet. I do know the Korean side is tragic. It's like they're all down here except for Dongjin, who's like way up there as a Radiant guy. But yeah, this is, we like to stick together, the Pacific English crew here. I mean, would you have guessed it would have been Jesse Bash? Because we were talking about Jeremy, we were talking about Governor, and it was neither one of them.
No, I would not have guessed it was Jesse Bash, just because it's really tough in the current meta, I feel, to get the top ACS as an initiator, right? You're usually, you're getting some assists, but usually it's either the controllers because you're the second line of attack, or it's the duelist, right? And now and then, obviously, depending on which Sentinel you play. So all props to Jesse.
And it's the guy whose ACS, the first time he was playing Fade on Lotus was only from his Prowler. So this is a huge improvement all around.
It's just like me. It's just like me, for real. The redemption arc.
Just like you're just like Jesse Bash.
Go all the way up to Radiant.
Well, now he's got to keep this mouse that he's using. You can't.
Oh yeah.
Don't
Seriously,
give it away.
Yeah, no, that mouse change was huge. But of course, it didn't get them the win, though.
Yeah.
So not good enough just yet.
But with that said, even though they did not win this Lotus, this is definitely peak Team Secret. I really like what I'm seeing from Secret. Now, we were talking about this backstage. If this is a Secret that's going into playoffs, the other 3 teams have a lot to prepare for.
No,
they look
yeah.
tough.
I mean, I think they consistently show the peak, like you said, right? Both individually and as a team. However, Talon started to get the read on them. And once he got the read on them, you could see that the force there start to come out, right? A little bit of fluster, a little bit of ego peeking, things like that from Secret. And Talon started to really just rail that home because you saw even in the highlights, in the later part of the highlights, Talon starts to just plant people in. After they execute, they don't actually go for the spike plant. They just hide people in the site, and you know Team Secret's like coming in for the fights. And Talon just waits for it. So if teams start to get the read on you like this in terms of your own tendencies, especially your emotional tendencies, that's a bit worrisome for Team Secret.
Ooh, you got a great point, and you can definitely see that in that last round as well. I mean, the pump fake, Cruz just firing off on that Odin. They wanted to trade. They wanted to challenge him, and yeah, you have to imagine that sometimes that happens due to your emotional tendencies, like you mentioned, Will. So, coming into the third map, they have to go in for that reset. Again, Team Secret, they have looked really sharp, like you're mentioning, Victoria, and they can be a contender for that top 4, top 5, teams of Pacific.
And I just want to say before we go into that next map, now while we're talking about maybe the emotional tendencies being a bit of a weakness for Secret, all props to Talon, because that was something we all talked about when they were at kickoff. The overheating, things like that. They look absolutely in control right now.
Absolutely. And now let's recap a little bit what happened the last 2 times these teams faced on Breeze, Quack. Because this, like you said, this is like a rematch on this particular map.
Again, I mean, starting things off, we haven't really seen this talent squad all too much before. Maybe just one match. And then starting things off and kick off. Wait, hold up.
Okay, so they're sticking with the Yoru for ban. All right, so the Yoru is continuing for ban on Talon.
Okay.
Yeah, and Governor's going with the Jet.
I do not mind this. I really like it.
Yeah, I think it's a stable choice for sure, right? You still want a big flash. You want something to be able to deal with NDG Cypher. Now, obviously, back at kickoff, it was a Neon on Governor.
First time, too.
Yeah, there were some crazy things going on. But then Team Secret answered right back in that decider match of the group. So I think Talon's sticking with something that has a little bit more of an option.
Oh boy, guys, every moment just gets more and more heated between these two teams. We're going to know the last map of this series, Team Secret and Talon. Let's go over to our casters.
You know what happens when it gets too heated? You go to the beach, and here we are on Breeze.
What? Isn't that the opposite of what you would do if it gets heated?
That's what
I don't like going to the beach when I'm warm.
I mean, that's the only thing I could do as someone from the tropics.
Well,
when it gets too hot.
I'm from.
You want that beach breeze.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
that makes sense then. I'm from I'm from an area that has no beaches, so
okay. we have not
snow.
Go the way I expected it to go.
Yeah, no. When I'm warm, I'm just like, get me out, get me in the aircon.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, little contact there. Cruz taking the worst of it. Just barely, though. And now the Halls push from Jesse. Cruz hiding behind the door. Just going to wait this one out. But, yeah, I mean, these teams have gone against each other a couple times on this map, so they know each other relatively well. But with that Yoru in there, like Will was talking about on the desk, it's going to have that extra layer of kind of confusion, potentially, for Talon to utilize.
Remember how Frost is...
Oh, no.
Just our player that just does everything. If you can make that happen with the Yoru, that's going to be big. But Jesse Vash, picks up the kill. Now Ban trying to trace him back. Pushes him back with a hand cannon. Governor gets a little bit too close for comfort, but that is just a beautiful adjustment right now from Jit Boys. Snakebite in the perfect position.
I have the spike.
2 players of Team Secret remaining. Wall falls down. It's all about that contact, and NDG's going to get overwhelmed. This Ban is just everywhere with 3K.
Yeah, it's a nice play early from Jesse to get the advantage, but then Ban just claps right back. And then the hold at the door. Great readjustment here by Governor. There's a snake bite to back him up as well. Good protocols here. And that's a huge opening pistol round win for Talon, who managed to take Lotus despite losing both pistols. Not something that's very common that you get a map win and you drop both pistols, but no force buy from Team Secret, just the Sheriff. Otherwise, Marshall, Outlaw, a couple Spectres, so looking to try to take advantage of those long-range battles you can find yourself with on this map. You're going to have Ban with the Marshall holding down mid, but he gets overwhelmed.
Yeah, no time for him to actually activate that Great Crash through. So what's going to happen right now is Governor's going to be holding. He does spot that nobody actually went through on Tunnel here. Bash now sneaking up all the way through the end way of Tunnel, of Halls, excuse me. but he can't push any further because of that tripwire that we see from the Cypher. And now, it's a bit of a guessing game here as Vash is making a lot of noise. Could get the Ryle out right now from Talon, as you can see the Secret is about to go for that push. Surf does know they're coming in onto the B site, but Wall makes him guessing where's going to be the first contact. It's going to be dropping in a couple of seconds. Here's the fallback from one of the players, but 4 players of Team Secret have hunkered themselves down on this B site, cannot find Envy, and this pistol is going from bad to worse for Talon. 2 players coming in from B main. Have to enter the site, but it's going to be a left and right. Jit Boys gets the contact first. Great on the first, and Borkum actually gets sticked on the head. Snakebite right in front of him, but they still have access onto the site itself as they start defusing that spike. Great use on 2 these. Okay, hold on. Governor's hitting some nasties. There it is. Loses bullets. Now has to bring out the classic. NDG has been the hot-mid classic player. 1 versus 1. Time has been bought. And Jeremy pins Cruz in the 1 versus 1.
Unbelievable. I mean, the way that Team Secret just works the map. Just coming right underneath Ban. No hope for him with just a Marshall there. That many classics bearing down. And then it's just right back over to the front of B. There's nothing Surf can do. He's stuck here, trying to wait, trying to buy a little bit of time, trying to survive. And then they can just start jumping up and down behind this wall with these classics, using those right clicks. Insanely well thought out from Team Secret.
Yeah. I don't know our classics work like that.
They do not.
Yeah. Anywho, very close use of Snakebite plus the Shock Dart there too. Thinking either Governor was going to be close or there was going to be a trapwire there. In any case, it works in their favor because it pushes them back. Envy finds Governor hiding in the middle of the pyramids. The catch-off could be good for Jit Boys here. Not going to work out, but Jeremy finally gets shut. As Ban is on the site. Cruz now helping out his teammate who's stuck orange. And Borkum just makes a zesty play. Surf now alone. And he's going to be going up for the wraparound. He can circumvent the tripwires here, but I mean, you can see that already NDG's aware.
This is so difficult for Surf. I mean, there's just almost no way going up against a Vandal.
Yeah.
NDG even pings it out, he knows.
Yeah. I mean, he knows, but okay. I was about to say, no buts.
No buts.
No if, buts, or whatever comes after that.
And?
Yes, thank you. English is not my first language.
I got you.
Thank you.
Well, it is going to be the op for Governor. Wow, even after the aim punch there, to be able to bring it down and get the headshot, that's filthy from Borkum.
Oh yeah.
Yes, great map awareness shown once again by Team Secret. Looking to see if they can continue this momentum. The operator going to be holding the A door from behind the pyramids. Oh, he got the spot, but he was not quite scoped in enough to get the punish.
Drone, though, he's got to spot them out. Governor now cannot dash away, so he has to hold the position here. Feeling confident, and he's going to be not able to hit the shot against Envy. Jeremy comes in for the pinch, and that's going to be Jet Boys down. A-side taken. Null command well used. Envy might get a bit too antsy on the contact there as he does fall to Ban. Cruz does get the kill. Surf coming in alongside Ban here as he presses all the way through double door.
Here.
Do you like the repositioning from Jeremy because that's going to be a bit too much for him to handle.
They got to save.
Yeah, no, back away. NDG was the one on double door.
It's nothing they can do. Man, lucky to get away with his life off that gate crash. That was just a nice hit here from Team Secret, just smelling that they maybe had an opportunity. That whiffed op shot, and that's where they just say, go, go, go.
Oh, yeah.
Hit those W keys and just run them over. There's just not much you can do. You have a dimensional drift now for Ban, but the economy is lacking here for the rest of Talon. Gonna have those Vandals that are saved over, but otherwise starting to look a little bit dire. And Team Secret's able to bank up so much money right now off those 3-round wins. Gonna have plenty of investment for a while. And my eyes are on Ban in this dimensional drift. Looking to send his gate crash out at the start of the round so he can pivot if needed.
Yeah.
Mid gonna be thought about by Borkum, just using it to send the poison cloud to cover the doors.
They are aware of that. You see just Team Secret holding back, right?
Yep.
All the way nearby their spawn, so...
They're worried about that dimensional drift. They're worried about some kind of combo play.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, it's more of a patience play for Talon. Setting up to hold. Ban's making a bit of a move, but that camera is going to deal with that, so no threat, at least for now.
And the question is, do they know that was Ban that broke the camera before it actually got a gander at him?
They might have an idea, right? Because he's been playing in that vicinity for most of the rounds.
Fair enough. Jesse Vash now triggers the first trap. There's a secondary around the corner here, so if Suppress ends here for Surf, he could actually go big. Oh, where did he get the 3K? Did he just collide onto Envy? Or, excuse me, Borkum as he was coming onto the site? Either way, that was huge coming in from Talon right now. Ban finding Jesse Vash as well. NDG alone. Tries to reposition, has the neural theft, but they're already on the site itself. This is so many angles for him to try to deal with. That is a fake. He understands that as he gets the pick onto Ban. Governor now trying to wrap around here. NDG trying to go big. Neural theft as well. You can see the Jet Boys coming in closer and closer. Spike planted around the corner. And it's going to be a guessing game from both of them. NDG understands the situation, but jumps up and gets faked by Jet Boys.
Whoa, that's so close. I mean, NDG has been good today and almost rips another round away from Talon. Ready for that push from B main door. The Jet Noise giving it away, makes it a little bit easier. Surf here. Just got a bullet to connect through the smoke while he was transferring. It's ridiculous stuff.
Oh, down to 22.
This goes here.
That was close.
Oh my god. I mean,
yeah.
How many of these rounds today?
Right?
So many hero plays, the Ban 1v5.
Oh yeah.
It's been just absolutely wild.
Close blade right there. Check out the nearby angle. Ban's holding a position right here. He still has that dimensional drift just in case they want to go, a bit far forward for safety and information, or information while being safe.
And it seems to have at least gotten Team Secret, since the dimensional drift didn't come in the previous round, that they're a little bit more comfortable to say, okay, we're going to take a little bit more space early, see if we can, get this ultimate out of the way so we don't have to think about it anymore. But for now, it's still just a hold. A little bit of contact. Borkum going to try to sneak in. Cruz might have the timing. I think he just missed it, so he's going to have to check with the drone. Smart stuff there. Counter drone. Here comes the dimensional drift.
Yeah. Ban has a bunch of flashes to actually throw it as well, so they have to be careful about this. He actually exits it out. There it is, the flash out as well, but he took damage pushing through this, and Jesse Bash pins too. Now, where's that Halls player? Borkum actually backs away as he wants to at least get that long-range position. Throws out the snake bite, so they can't really push through Halls at this point. And Talon looks like they're just going to exit out and, again, concede the A site.
Yeah, you just used a big ultimate. Didn't get anything out of it. Team Secret, again, so aware. They immediately start hiding in places where those flashes can't do too much damage to them. They keep pushing on the back of the first one. The second one, used through the toxic screen by Ban, doesn't really catch much. He had taken a lick of damage when he came out of the dimensional drift.
Yeah.
What do you do from there? And it just has to be another save. So Team Secret just, even though they dropped around, they've been in full control of this map, it feels like. They do such a good job understanding their situations. Governor? Nope.
All right.
Fine.
Maybe they had the money to maybe risk it.
Fine.
No kill. No dice.
They have the money to risk it for sure to Team Secret.
Yeah. What?
No more secrets.
That's
Ridiculous.
the POV?
Ridiculous.
Yeah. It's not a point of view, it's a point of Vash.
We've had some good Bash moments today, that's for sure.
Hell yeah.
He's really channeling his inner Trigun.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is I don't know if a lot of our viewers know what we are referencing here.
They might not. Well, I mean, there was the new one that came out a couple years ago, so maybe.
Fair.
Yeah. I mean, I was a big fan of the original, but
I've only seen like a few episodes.
oh,
Yeah.
the original's really good. You're
I
missing
was
out.
so young back then. I'm still young now.
I'm gonna make you watch like all the old school stuff, man.
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. Anyways. Moving forward into things. Bit of a trouble here as well for Talon. Right, because I think one of the big takeaways as well is I don't think we've seen Van or Governor actually hit an op shot that got a kill.
No.
He's been challenging a lot, sure, but it's been risky and it hasn't been paying off as well.
Yeah, and they're gonna give the op over to Ban this round because the Blade Storm is available for Governor.
Yeah.
And the funds are lacking for Talon overall.
Don't worry.
So you're gonna have to go try to get some value out of that powerful ultimate. There's the Hunter's Fury for Jesse. That's always scary because if he gets a tag onto you, he's gonna make you pay. Or if NDG gets a tag, the cam does get cleared. Van is playing such a tricky angle here.
That's his last gate cache too, so
oh my god.
He's gonna just be threading the needle here on the knife's edge. He's about to get on the swing against Jeremy right now, but man, the duelists here for Talon just not lucky enough to really find that timing. They're gonna be hitting onto that B site, but this is where Surf could really do some damage now that they're seeing the Cypher traps come into play. Surf is doing a very good job in circumventing this drone. Smoke drops right now. Blade being thrown, or sorry, not the Blade, but the Recon Dart being thrown, and Talon, Team Secret just baits out so much utility. Like they waited like a good 10 seconds before they really come into the swing. Hold on though, as Governor, Blade for Blade.
Oh no.
Who's gonna be dicing who? One more in the pocket. Tries to wrap around, maybe to just check an angle or something. Picks up the weapon and falls down to Jeremy. So unfortunately, these Blade Storms not really gonna get that value. At the end of the day, it's gonna be Jet Boys to remain and Team Secret holding that B site.
Yeah, I mean, this is just good awareness by Team Secret off of the lack of info that likely the players are on the other side of the toxic screen to the right-hand side of where they're entering the site, and they're just so ready for it.
Yeah. Look at these trips from NDG.
Yeah, I mean, just tremendous awareness from Team Secret. The way that they sniff things out is just so good right now. These last couple of weeks have been just tremendous for them. Really have gotten their heads back on straight.
Yeah.
And this is the Team Secret that we thought we'd be seeing after how well they played in kickoff. You know, almost beating Gen G, who then went on to, you know, get second in Masters. Certainly you had higher expectations, and now they're living up to it.
100%. Man, these heroics for Talon, they're just one like frame away, right? And look at this.
Second timeout.
Yes, span of 7 rounds. This is very early for Talon, but the desperation, you kind of feel it right now from the players.
No doubt. And Frost trying to rally the troops, trying to give them the best speech he can. It's going to have to be a good one. Because right now, it is all Team Secret, it feels like. It feels like every move the Talon makes gets shut down. And
oh, yeah.
If it wasn't for the pistol and then a hero round from Surf, this would be a dire situation.
100% agree. Team Secret also has the time right now to call out the plays here for Talon. And we're kind of missing something right here that we saw on Sunset. Again, that uber aggression that we saw from Talon, not really possible here on Breeze. That being said, though, you know, we've kind of recognized as well that Ban likes to play that mid position on Breeze on the previous Breeze maps that they played, but we haven't really seen that too much here. He's been playing around elbow a lot more, sure, but that hasn't been, you know, bearing too much fruit for Ban at this point.
Yeah, it's been shut down. I mean, Team Secret, anytime they seem to run into Ban, there's at least 3 players there.
Oh, yeah.
And they just make quick work of him. That time, I mean, in that previous round, it was just Jeremy getting the better of him.
Governor charging out. There's like 2 players right here.
They heard you.
Yeah, they want to go for that aggression, but NDG immediately gets a whiff of it. And that's going to be the call for Team Secret to go for this A site. Nobody's home. Ultimate being used by Vash, and he picks just a tag, and then some. A push out as well. Spike's going to get planted down here. That snake bite beautifully placed, so that's going to flush out the rest of the team as Cruz answers right back. They're using the commotion of the Hunter's Fury to also push with the rest of Talon, as we do see Jeremy falling down. Response would be...
Oh, what a shock dart.
Yeah, through the snake bite too. Or excuse me, through the Viper's... What? And Governor! Where did that come from? They're falling down little by little, bit by bit, but Team Secret still has the crossfires set up into motion, into play here. drone for a bit more of that extra contact. Recon dart as well. Surf is good on the first. Envy's going to get overwhelmed by the 3, and Talon pick up that defuse.
Huge for Talon to be able to do that. And a great reaction there after the Hunter's Fury to send one out of their own and to push on the back of it. That, Surf. That's a great angle.
Wow.
Borkum just, what can you do there? I mean, all you need is one bullet, and that'd be a very different round. But he was not able to react in time.
Yeah.
That's just crazy aggressive stuff. I mean, you don't expect it after that shock dart, right?
Yeah.
It landed right on the edge of that Viper's pit, and you're like, oh, surely they're not going to come from there. But they did.
There it is. That's the talent we were kind of looking for, up in your face. They got double duelists, and they're using a lot more of that aggressive offensive posture.
But that early aggression down halls to make sure that they've got control of that space is really important. Like with the halls being opened back up on Breeze, it is so crucial for both sides to maintain control of it because it opens up so many extra angles onto A. You know, whether you come from the bridge or come from the door or even wrap back around to your own spawn. I mean, it is such a huge pivot point of the map.
Fair enough, right? Especially with, again, NDG might have been wanting to push through halls as well, so less of an angle to also deal with here for Talon.
Exactly. Got the tag, but doesn't give you a ton of info.
Is this going to reach up until the exit? If it does, Governor might be forced to just back down. But no, Jet Boys is going to break it for him, like a true bro. NDG on the lurk right now. Does get a bit of contact, spots out the other Sova, hiding outside the back of B. Surf also, again, showing that he's got that trap.
30 seconds left.
Okay, I thought that was an angle. The Pan's going to get spotted here by Jeremy.
Yeah. Able to hide in the corner. Jeremy with this op.
Oh, he's here to drop there.
Yep. Oh my god.
Yeah, he really wanted to risk that 1v1 if he could. And he does get the kill onto Surf here, though, so we've kind of stabilized the numbers for now, 4 versus 4.
You don't have any mollies. You're going to have to use flashes to clear this backside and the recon dart. Now, Team Secret, a bunch of them get revealed. Nobody cleared it.
One more flash for Envy, though. You get that push. Oh, the double swing as well is beautiful. NDG's holding the long angle for as long as he possibly could. Jit Boys gets the pick as well. Governor converts the 2K. Madman indeed. Now Borkum in a 1v1. Governor's going to have this, which he does. Goes in for this full swing if he could, but Borkum controls the spray in the nick of time and saves Secret the round.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous from Borkum. Had to basically aim at his opponent's feet to get that spray to come under his control.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so close. But, I mean, great job here by Team Secret, selling the fake with Jeremy with that op on the other side of the map. That gives them the space and time to make this plant and to get a little bit more comfortable. Give Borkum that extra time. Warbirds loves what he's seeing. For sure, it's been a very good half so far for Team Secret. Can Talon do anything? Back to Sheriffs, back to a weak buy. Ults, yes, but what can you get done with this? Seen that, you know, that dimensional drift just doesn't seem to be comfortable on this defender side. Oh, the spot. Oh, no.
Yeah, he's I mean, he's tagged down, sure, but still has Sheriff in hand. It's surviving. Jit Boys, always someone that's going to be good to convert. Governor right now has the Vandal in hand. Hero plays. Smoke to separate the rest of the team, and he's coming closer and closer. Envy finds fight. That's going to be good for him. Flashes right out. Cruz finds the lurking NDG, and this is still going their way. The damage from the Sheriffs is just too damn good. Surf right now, as Vash comes back into the site itself, he's doubled up with Envy for the moment, and they're forcing them back. That Recon Dart exposes the last player standing, and Cruz cannot come up to the occasion as Envy picks up the 4K.
Yeah, I can hear the Team Secret players all the way up here in our booth.
True.
They are fired up. I mean, look, Talon does some damage, but you're getting to the point where it's kind of too little too late. Your economy's still in shambles. You know, you really like to win this round. Ooh, that's just crispy. Envy.
Yeah.
KO's even telling him, man. Keep it going. Yeah, that's what I heard.
And you kind of leave the two players of Team Secret that you're sure to have like a high clutch percentage too.
Oh, God.
Right?
Yeah, Envy in particular, and Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
So smart. I mean, that's the thing about Team Secret is actually tons of players are good at clutches. It's tough to deal with them.
That's the play we're kind of looking for Bandit mid-control. But it's the one-to-one. Jesse Bash rips out that showstopper. And Surf managing to just play and jump over it. Nice catch from Governors. Picks up 2. Wow. Huge sure right now for Talon.
What an adjustment.
Yeah, Spike's being brought on mid now. As NDG gets close onto contact on Cruz. Does allow himself to cover the space. All the way on Nest. There's only 2 players right now from Team Secret with the 4 of Talon. They smartly back away here. They want that numbers to really play in just in case. And I mean, they're holding pretty good angles at this point.
The timing, though.
Borkum.
Oh, my God, Borkum.
He's looking at the site.
Played with fire.
Has to clear so many angles. Gets the first one, though. Surf not able to readdress the angle in time. And it's Borkum that's going to be planting the spike. So NDG's going to be holding nice and pretty here on Tetris.
Oh, he held the toxic screen till the end of this round. So he's able to place it and cover off the entire site to make sure that they've got a little bit of extra safety. And look at what NDG's doing. He is just waiting by this door. Oh my God.
Just making sure, right? He's dropping down right now. The vantage point is just not to his advantage. Disadvantage point at this point.
Insane. Just great stuff from Talon.
Yeah.
Winning some big duels. I mean, that 2K from Governor was insane.
Yeah.
Those were some nasty shots. That's what Talon needs. They need some bailout. These things have been tricky. I mean, okay, the 1-for-1, so be it. That is so good.
Yeah.
Nice, good retake, guys. Good job.
It's not an ego. It's not an I go. It's a we go peak.
Aha.
Aha. I mean, they did, right? Multiple players. Yeah.
Absolutely right. I'm just taking all that comment you just said in and trying to run it through my brain. It's been a long day today.
Oh, hell yeah, it is.
We were feeling like we're going quite a bit into this breeze for sure. Ban, though, trying to get his way back over to site. No command popped, so any of that util not going to be available. Just trying to spray him down.
Okay, no pulses from the dart there, so they keep their positioning covered for the moment. German Envy gets the pick. NDG now trapped. Rocking a hard place, can't really get away. Cruz does pin him down, 3 versus 2 at this point. Jit Boys wrapping around. They know that they picked up NDG, so no anti-flanks as of the moment right now on A main. So this wraparound from Jit Boys is going to be good. You do see that Envy's aware of it, but that shock dart actually hits up onto 2, softening up the players of Team Secret. And Cruz is giving as much space as he can here for his teammate. Jit Boys, that is a beautiful timing on the snake bite, and they just take it back from the grasps of Team Secret.
I mean, this is just a huge comeback for Talon. To get this to 7-5 is, frankly, monumental, because it looked like it was going to be all Team Secret. But they started playing for retakes. You know, they tried to take some angles on those stairs to cut off players at Pyramid. They kept them trapped there, and Team Secret never felt comfortable to make any moves, and then they started taking damage from the Sova and the util. So good, setting up Jit Boys nicely, and Team Secret just never really accounted for that main push.
Yeah.
And it cost them dearly.
Envy was kind of looking at it, but then Jeremy was the one that was the most exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, couldn't really get that refrag, and then Jit Boys just played it perfectly, especially with that snake bite that forced Vash out in the open with the vulnerable.
That's like the worst player you can give opportunities to on this team. On Talon, he is so good late in these rounds. Just absolutely bananas what he can do sometimes. Think back to that GE match. Warbirds fan. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You don't get to see many people with a jersey with the coach's name on it, but that is nice to see. Warbirds does a great job with Team Secret.
Oh, yeah. It's been one of the, I think, like, glue that has, or one of the brains behind how Team Secret does their mid-round calls.
For sure.
Yeah. Anyways, last time we saw these two teams on Breeze, it was a 1-1 for the Pistols. Time to break the balance right now? Talon?
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already won the first pistol and then promptly dropped the eco, but look at all these sheriffs, though. I mean, Talon is just... They're looking to go Wild West.
Yeah, they know it's a name duel that they can always win, especially on the offense, right?
They're comfortable in the shootouts.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And what is that, like 2 body shots on a sheriff and you're done for? If you don't have a shield?
Yeah. Or just click heads.
Also true.
Oh, no, that flash was so good.
Oh, they're whiffing both of them.
How is Cruz alive?
Yeah, he's down to 45, but he's now got the help of Surf. I'm here for you, buddy. Cruz doesn't need it, though, as he pins down Jeremy to the ground. Headshot, good. As Vash comes around the corner here, tries to go for the punish, but Jitboy's just too quick into things. And Talon, they are... Okay, this is just pure aim fights coming in from Talon, all straight up. Jitboys finds Borkum repositioning. It's all down again to the rookie, NDG.
And a classic.
Yeah, not able to pick up any upgrades along the way.
That's going to be tough. I love the way that Talon thinks about this pistol, though. They just say it's Breeze, dog. Like long range fights. Let's take the guns that are good in long ranges.
Yeah, they'll think about the setup. Yeah. There you go. Gets pinned down. Tries to rush right in, but I mean, yeah, no one from Talon was going to take those individual fights. They wait for one another, and that's going to be one more round for Talon here as Team Secret grasping at straws from the pistol.
That is... Borkum had some good shots in here too, but
enemy remaining.
Borkum just caught in a very, very difficult position with those flanks. And just a nice, good job, because that was very, very good. Keeping one of those sheriffs. Otherwise, it's 2 Vandals and 2 Guardians. What an investment here from Talon. They're going big or going home.
Yeah, they really want those long-range fights as well.
Yes.
And to be fair, Ban is a monster on this Guardian. Numerous times of highlights with the rifle itself.
Yeah, he's really, really darn good with it. I'm sure Surf is no slouch. And this is starting to get really spicy. All these maps have been so close today. I mean, you could see how important this is for every team today, right? Like, it's so intense.
Slingshot here for Team Secret to hopefully push Talon into that B site where the 4-stack is waiting. It seems like they're not biting the bait here, as Vash has been throwing a bit of his darts here and there. Hall's a bit exposed, but not going to be checking that one out. Recon Dart does not find anything, but now he's kind of second-guessing what's happening here.
Well, ideally, I think at this point for Team Secret, you don't want to give too many orbs over.
Yeah.
Just try to play, let them plant, wait it out. Although Jesse's content to make some noise, but
30 seconds
with
left.
that reveal, he knows he can't do much else. And here comes the rest of Team Secret. What's going to be the game plan? Are they actually going to try to go for this, or is this just going to be a face plant into the spike? Well, that hurts.
Yeah. I mean, they've only got really the classics, and that animation takes a bit too long. Jeremy gets access into the back of the site, but he gets tagged for his troubles and can't really do too much with the pickup on Ban's weapon. That's Talon striking back 7-7.
I'm a bit surprised they go for it, but I guess, you know, if you kind of sniff out that there's some big guns in their hands, you might think, well, if we can do some damage, we can hurt their economy. But oh my.
Yeah.
That gate crash takes a while to pop. Takes a little bit longer than the rendezvous.
Not instantaneous. Cruz is going to be technically the only one on the bonus, as I think he dropped his weapon there for Ban. In any case, Secret's going to be on the gun round. 3-stack on that A site. Orca's going to be on the first contact here, as Governor's already prepared for this fight. Quick little pick, as you saw. There's like 3 players wanting to go against Governor here. And Borkum, does he really want this heat?
I'm amazed Governor stuck around for as long as he did. I was like, oh man, playing with fire.
He's going to be able to cross? He does!
Oh, the timing on that.
They're not going to know about this. Look at this. Ban's just already on the flank. NV, bang. Yep. Another one. Ban is just so smart. They did not respect how that trip could just been circumvented from the fake out. And now Jeremy's alone by himself, separating some fights here if he can. Cloudburst gives him a little bit of leeway as he tries to 180, not going to hit anything. And NDG, again, the sole survivor here for Team Secret.
The tech so brilliant from Ban. That is just a absolute masterpiece. And now NDG just going to have to chill. And, well, that big buy up in the anti-eco, huge value for Talon.
This is it. Talon's back into the hard reads against Team Secret. You do see the intent that they're kind of going for, and Team Secret's just not really up to speed for this round.
And, you know, Team Secret is left scratching their heads because you've got just Governor kind of flirting with the front of A door, and then to back off, and then you're not really getting any info on the rest of the map. And then it's that one play on the trapwire where you assume, well, the trapwire didn't get cleared, so we should be fine.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. And then it's just madness.
100%.
And just look here. I mean, Morcom just has no idea. He's like, what? You died? How? He just assumes maybe he got shot from the front of A, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there was a spam or something.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
He's him.
Just brilliant. That's all that's all that is. That's brilliance.
Time to jump. I'll take down
Sheriffs and a Vandal. And a Marshal. Okay, I was curious. Oh, 2 Marshals. This is Team Secret. They like Marshals on this map. You'll see this all the time where they'll take those over Sheriffs. Jeremy loves this angle. So off the dart gets a hit. You'll take that.
Yeah. Puts down Ban to 49. Gonna make him second guess himself if he tries to go for those lurks anymore. He'll be doubling up for with Jit Boys, as you can see here.
Love the combo play with Jesse there. Sending the dart. Try to break some crosshairs. Set Jeremy up. At least gets the damage. Real pressure. Looking like maybe it'll be on A. But Surf just playing with him a little bit here.
Yeah.
This is just to buy time and attention. Well, really, so far B has been the focus. But Jeremy gets a headshot on the Cruz. That was Spike.
Yeah, they're now going to start to scramble. There is 50 seconds on the clock, though, so still some Oh, what? Okay, that rope turns into a noose.
Oh, my.
Gets flung around. Jit Boys now trapped here. Or are they trapped with him? That's the question. Door has been opened. Jesse Bash playing around right now as he knows that he's trapped. Well, Governor has to plant the spike. Now, Governor decides, I'll help out Jit Boys for the moment. Have 30 seconds on the clock, but time's passed already. That spike has yet to get planted down. Now, Team Secret balls in their court. Jit Boys playing ring around the Rosie as Vash is aware of the reposition, gets the headshot. And is this going to be another Thrifty as the blade actually hits onto Governor? Now they know he's trapped middle of the pyramids. And it's a place where you can get buried. Is Governor going to get smothered by the bullets right now as he spots out the first contact onto Envy, baits it out as NDG comes in for the backstab.
Huge bounce back for Team Secret. I mean, using these Marshals so well. Just holding those long angles. You can see why they are willing to invest in those instead of Sheriffs on this map.
Yeah.
Winning that battle towards B window. So huge. I mean, they're right back in it now. Crazy to think. You know, you thought, oh, they're on the Thrifty.
Ooh.
It's disgusting, Jeremy.
He's so fast with it, too.
Oh, Borkham even getting in on it. Let's go.
Governor just could not find that rhythm. Those 1-by-1s, right? Team Secret just play it to perfection here. Now both teams neck and neck once again. Talon still has the money. Ban one away from having his ultimate as well as Cruz.
Look at him watching that angle that Jeremy was holding in the previous round. Just like, if you're going to go up there again, we're going to punish you, but wisely. Not going to be up on that box is Jeremy this time. Cruz going to do a little check in to see what's going on. Jeremy out in the middle. Wins that battle and gets out.
Ooh. That's going to be Governor too. So no more spear tip. Cruz did pick up an orb, so he has an ulti, but can't really get anything here. Jit Boys, very confident about this contact. Sees about 3 of them coming in. Tries to go around the corner right now. Spots out, but Jit Boys just too damn good. See Bash finding Surf. Now the Viper Spit's been used. Ban close right in front of Jesse as he gets that pincer in. Dimensional drift for safety as a 2 versus 2 ensues. NDG should get spotted here as he gets scouted by Ban. And now they're coming in closer. Ban has to be the one to assist Surf or Jit Boys for as long as he possibly can. And it's a 1 versus 1. 14 bullets. About 20 seconds right now for Jeremy to make things happen. Pushing inside. And it's a game of cat and mouse. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And he looks at the wrong direction. Jit Boys is an absolute master.
He's so darn good in these clutches, man. I mean, no one else you'd rather have in those situations. Reads it so well. Just knows the exact timing. It's like as soon as that spike gets tapped, that's when the Viper's pit is coming down, and you're just screwed. Just unbelievable how Talon could take this round. I mean, it looked like Team Secret was going to win it. The back and forth is just unreal between these two teams. Everybody makes such good plays, such good adjustments. I mean, Ban's having a whale of a map right now on this Yoru. Having huge impact on this attacker's side. Now this timeout coming through, the first one from Team Secret. See what the adjustment is going to be. But it's just good map awareness from Talon. I mean, and Jit Boy, it helps that Jit Boy is cracked out of his absolute noggin.
Fair enough. There's a bit of cracks that we're seeing here from Team Secret, though.
Yep.
I'd say there are some rounds where, you know, Ban gets in onto this specific position, so on and so forth for some of the players here for Talon. And then they kind of just over-address the angles when they have the numbers advantage for Team Secret, right?
Right.
That's where, you know, players like Jit Boys, like Ban, they like those odds because their confidence, their ability to aim duel is just, again, next level.
When you could see that Jesse's a little bit uncomfortable as that IGL in rounds like that where he's caught with util in hand.
Yeah.
Because you know that he thinks he's safe, he thinks he has a good read on the map, and turns out he doesn't. And that's difficult rounds. That's when Team Secret kind of falls apart. But they are going to use the Viper's Pit early to take control of A main. So it is going to be a lot of presence at B. You do have NDG there. Lined up that util. Hunter Fury to try to clear it. Jeremy has to turn the flash, trying to get out of there. NDG gets 2!
Ooh, Governor gets 2 in return. And that's going to be the push onto the site, but Spike's been dropped. Crew's going to pick it up. Governor now on top. Jesse Vash is going to be spotting him out with the Sova drone. And Borkum not going to know about this. Jit Boys just timely with his lurks. But they know it's still the B site here. It is a numbers discrepancy right now for Team Secret, but Talon still aware that they cannot give any free kills, especially when Envy and Jesse Vash are still into play. Envy gets closer, gets the first pick onto Governor. Cruz gets the refrag in turn. Recon Dart comes in. Vash repositions, 1 versus 1 for the moment. Gets tagged as well, so now they're aware. That's the wall bang. This has to be a big one for the captain.
Spike planted.
Getting in closer around the corner. Double up's going to be good. Now knows that it's him and Cruz. Is his 50-50 guess correct? You don't really know where he's going to be coming through. Cruz as well has to be in that position.
Jesse.
Jeez.
Crazy good. Did you see Jesse down in the camera? He even looked like he couldn't believe it.
I was about to say, he's just ice cold here from Bash.
Oh, he's the most veteran as veteran gets in Valorant. Guy's been around since day one, has been playing esports for forever. ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
NDG. I mean, Governor responds, but they're, you know, like we said with Jit Boys, no one you'd rather have in a clutch. And Jesse, look at him. He's
Thank you for that production.
Oh, Jesse.
Wow.
Amazing. Well, now he's got a Hunter's Fury to boot. You have the neural theft for NDG too, so any picks if he finds them on B or something like that. And I love what Talon did, you know, leaving that lurking player, hiding players behind that pillar.
Yeah.
So many smart things. It's just they got outgunned. That's all there is to it.
That's a threat that you know both teams actually have in spades, so can use it, use it. Ah, Fake Out's not going to reach until the end of the line here, so no more plays like that from Ban. But play was just make noise as he doubles up with the rest of the team. Here it comes. The 5-man push. Jeremy actually backs away, and Governor pins his head to the wall with the blades. Jesse Bash with the Hunter's Fury on the double kill. NDG stops Governor dead in his tracks. He was confused what was happening to the rest of his team. But there it is. Lightning strikes twice apparently in the same position. Shock Dart puts Surf down to 29. NDG does get knocked off his boots, but thing is, he's trapped. Spike's out in the open, and he's got no more smokes to really play around with. Sure, a neural theft, but at this point, do you even want to use it?
Right. This is so nasty for Surf, dude. I mean, he's got to get the spike. And
Borkum?
Borkum.
There
oh,
it is.
Yeah, good timing.
Still has his back against the wall here, so maybe he has an angle to isolate, but no. Envy pins him down as well. Why does Vash get these Hunter's Furies? That was already a good entry from Governor.
The dude got A's in geometry class, man.
Oh,
like, he's just... He's incredible with these angles.
Timing as well.
Is brilliant.
Ooh. So I'm assuming the second kill was because the decay was there from the smoke. From Borkum.
Could be.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Because it didn't tag the other player from Talon coming in.
Well, now look at this. The economy weak for Talon. They're trying to get that Marshall to get a little value. And...
Oh, they want Cruz.
Oh, my God. Cruz is like, nope, nope, nope.
Just get away.
Yeah. Just get the heck out. He still have that neural theft, so he can find the pick, but nope. Guardian in hand, and Surf gonna meet his maker at the hands of his opponent, Cypher. Man going for a bit of a journey. Oh, boy. Okay. Able to stabilize, get that aim under control, but
oh yeah,
it's like he was maybe a little. Oh no! Oh no! What is going on?
Yeah.
How did he get there?
Gun.
And nobody knew.
Jesse Vash now. Ow! Oh, nasty! Just as the wall was coming up.
What is going on?
I was about to mention that Team Secret was somewhat aware of the timing here for Talon, especially how aggressive Ban has been pushing in, but it doesn't matter. He just shrugs the opposition.
Cruz just walks into B site. I don't know what's going on over here. NDG just completely tunneled in on mid.
One enemy remaining.
And I mean, to be fair, that's where Ban is, so I get it. And Ban is popping off this map. Now you got to take the last time out for either team in regulation. We're getting ominously close to overtime.
Yeah.
Truly unbelievable.
Is the Banisher. Yeah. Gets that 3K. No, this is the last timeout too from Team Secret. Those two early timeouts for Talon, you know, well used. Because if they can force out a timeout for Team Secret, that's their own timeout too.
That's true. That's true. I guarantee that would be what Frost would tell us about those two timeouts.
Yeah, they're like
guaranteed. And the trust you have in Cruz as well, right?
Yeah.
Like you know that's another player just like Jesse, who's basically been here since day one.
Oh yeah.
Has tremendous game knowledge, tremendous game sense. You know that he can lead the troops in your absence. You know, he's a human timeout. Can take advantage of those situations. So Team Secret, now they're back on a Thrifty. So is it time for them to win a round? Because that's what it feels like. Turns out when you have weaker guns in your hand, Asarai, that's when you have the advantage.
Right here.
That's when you show
Jesse is a shorty.
Who's the real boss. Where is he playing at?
He's in 2. He's in our hall.
Oh, Talon's not messing around though. Actually wants to go in for that dimensional drift play as you saw, but gets caught with the KO blade from Envy.
He's got the null command too.
I mean, are they gonna really risk it on this pistol,
I mean, you
right?
doubt it, right?
Yeah. There it is, Governor inside the smoke. Borkum chasing him through. Not gonna find him for the moment, but Governor's just too quick on this one. And the fadeaway on the Jeremy swats him out of the sight. That's gonna be Talon picking up the A here. As this should just be the escape of Team Secret.
Oh my God, no.
Ah, there it is.
Jim
3
Boy's,
kills.
Oh my God, Jim Boy's
Cruz
got a
for the
Jake
last
there
one.
too. Goodness. I'm just expecting Thrifties, but this time around it is going to be Talon taking that round. Now the buy round, the no command. That's what Team Secret has to play with. You do have the Hunter's Fury and the Neural Theft for Talon. Me oh my. not just the name of the player when they get kills on their own screen. It is unbelievable, the back and forth in this game. I mean, every time one team gets a read, the other's just there to punch right back. And even with all that info gathered off that 0 point, didn't matter. Talon was like, yeah, we're just going to fight you. Good luck.
Here
We're
it is.
feeling it.
They
Yeah.
want to go for this aggressive push right now on A. Jeremy now tucks himself at the lower portion of the pillar, a tower on mid, so he gets a lot of information that no one's lurking at this point. Vash using the drone. Does not know how close Ban is, and that it is. Bait and switch. Envy now by himself. Neural Theft catches them off guard. He's not going to be able to escape on this one, and this is just clinical for Talon. Team Secret, one more round away from losing the series, unless maybe Jeremy or NDG wants to test their fate here. Looks like that's going to be a no.
And Governor has been coming alive in these last couple of rounds. He has just been popping heads, just breaking Team Secret's back. On the back of some great plays too, but that little bait and switch, I mean, that's something a lot of teams like to do, and Jesse, I think, might have sort of been aware of it, but Ban was just too fast.
Yeah. NDG now. 1 versus 1, gonna lose the fight against Jin Boys.
Huge.
As Jeremy tries to save the weapon in his hands, backs up into window. This is an important Vandal to keep alive, especially with all of the money not just being good anymore.
It's insane.
Oh my god,
He's
he brings
insane.
in the short. He really wants to take that away from his hands, doesn't he? Not gonna happen though. And Talon knock on the door. Match point, series point. Against Team Secret.
It's just, I mean, you can see that ever since Talon kind of got their heads on straight after that Thrifty, it has just been all them.
Yeah.
I mean, Governor even flashed. He's just so accurate right now. What do you do against this? I mean, you got to throw everything you got at it for Team Secret. The economy was just not great. At least you were able to put a couple Guardians in here.
There's a dash.
Oh, Jeremy, though. God.
Catches Governor, forces the dash away because of the tap. The tag from the tripwire, or excuse me, from the recon dart. The TP out. It's a fake. Borkum spots it. Ban coming in. Oh, the shots from Borkum just not connecting. That's going to be the A side taken. And Ban's just pushing the advantage right now. He's feeling it. The hard carry of Talon. Top fragger. Top player as well. And now he's bringing Talon to the finish line. 3 players of Team Secret, as we do see here. Viper's Pit all up in their face. And Ban, he's setting himself up for the ace as NDG shuts him down. But it's too many players right again. Neural Theft activated. Around the corner is going to be Surf, and he ends it. Talon picked this up, 13-10.
And Talon has to be beyond thrilled. What a run it has been for them. What an absolutely grueling day to come through here and get the win against a very tough opponent, and they will find themselves in the playoffs. Talon, tremendous stuff here today. Gritty performance. And Frost has to be thrilled. I mean, Cruz is bigging him up as well. You saw it from the opening team huddle at the beginning that Cruz was there to keep them in it no matter what.
Yeah.
I just, so many great things to talk about. Both teams today. Team Secret played their hearts out. But what an important game for Talon to win.
Speaking of Talon players, Ban, when Talon needed him the most, he did not vanish. He showed up every single time, every single round.
Both duelists played great on Breeze.
Absolutely. Now they're here right in front of us, happy as can be, taking that victory picture. And as you mentioned, they're here on the playoffs. A statement play from a statement team. What an incredible performance. What an incredible journey we've seen right now. It's not over, of course.
No.
And it continues.
But you gotta like what you're seeing. Surf is thrilled.
All right, we're just gonna pass it on to the panel. Guys, series done.
Series done. I can hardly hear you guys because this stage, I think it's people in the audience, they are going mad right now. And Talon indeed qualifies for playoffs. We went So far, I almost thought we were going to go to overtime again, but Talon secures this match.
I mean, Talon really just focused in, and mega props to Ban. So many of these last rounds, Ban just makes sure that he knows exactly how to keep that win condition alive for the team. But overall, everybody, I mean, Team Secret had some nutty rounds that they had no business winning throughout this breeze, and Talon never gave up despite some of those rounds going the other way.
I mean, such an incredible match. Both teams just giving it their all, but at the end of it, even with like timeouts called here and there, Ban was the one. You said it all, Will, because he exactly knew how to make use of his Yoru. That round, especially when he made use of his trip, came up behind, infiltrated enemy lines, and got that 3K. Team Secret, you know, most times we expect Jesse Vash to come up with great reads, and he does sometimes, but how? How do you read something like that? It's just something that, you know, he's not there. It's a little bit difficult to get a prediction on how Talon might perform in this fashion.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, there's rounds like that, right? With the Hunter Shuri,
Shuri,
you just completely lock them in. So whenever Talon would try to just bunch up in a death ball and go for one site, sure, Team Secret has a good read when they're on the defense. But now and then again, Team Secret continue to leave parts of the map open. And on a large map like Breeze, that ends up getting really risky, especially when there's a Yoru on the other side. I mean, we talk a lot about how Izu is such a force to be feared on the side of T1. A lot of teams banning out the Breeze against them. But you gotta remember, it's been a while since we've seen it, but Ban's Yoru continues to be just as strong here on this map.
Look how happy
they're yelling.
This team is. This is
Cruz had to reel him in there at the end with a high five. He had to bring him back in. I love that energy from Surf, though, right? Because he's also had to step away from that Tier 1 scene for a little bit. Now gets a shot as the 6-man coming back in alongside Lenny onto the squad, and he is performing right there with the rest of the squad.
Every single round was absolutely gripping. Of all 3 of these games between these two teams right now, you can see exactly why both of them have qualified for playoffs, Quack.
I mean, they had these rounds where it would just seem as though, okay, maybe Talon now will be able to find a lead because they've got the momentum. They pulled like a fast one up against Team Secret. And then Team Secret just answers right back. It was so neck and neck, you know, even in the second half, that at some point we were all kind of wondering, is this actually going to maybe go into overtime?
Yeah, I mean, it was very close. And also on the side of Talon, like Governor continuing to get so many clutch double kills in the first half as well. Like every time you thought Secret was getting the momentum, Governor answers back right next. The first kill is just a double kill on that jet. Everyone really performing up to par here from Talon. And we talked earlier, you know, after that first map about how, or after the second map as well, about how Team Secret continues to look pretty scary going to playoffs. But I think Talon is that story of a very steady upward swing, right? And really growing as a team, not just individuals.
Oh, 100% agree with you on that. Now, all 10 of these players stepped up today throughout all 3 games. But we did end up, you know, unanimously deciding Ban was our MVP pick for today. Why is that?
I mean, just the performance overall. You know, maybe it was a little bit like a steady upwards trajectory, but you take a look at map 2, that Lotus, the way that he got that ace clutch coming into this map now on Breeze with that Yoru play, you know, being able to sneak behind, find so many like one-taps here and there. He was incredibly sharp, incredibly accurate, and he definitely, you know, performed like a madman.
Yeah, and also continuing to be a very valuable one of those flex players for Talon, right? He's going between the Sentinels, now onto the Yoru. Sometimes he's playing the KO on other maps. He provides so much value to his team. You cannot underestimate that.
Oh, 100%. Their coach was even saying he was a non-believer in Ban, but like now he does, and you can see exactly why. Now we're looking at the scoreboard, the stats between these two teams, and how close, so close between these two.
Yeah, I mean, everything going right neck and neck. But again, Team Secret, they needed some of those clutches to try to hang on. Whereas Talon, a lot of the wins were more so in that overall kind of team movement, overall taking over the map, taking better control in the post plants, things like that. So, you know, it's not the greatest of differences, and I'm not trying to make it sound like Talon absolutely just smashed their way through this map. It was a tough match, but Talon just edges it out because they stick together just a bit longer.
Yeah, exactly like you mentioned before, Will. It's all about that map control, and Talon, you know, coming in together, having that teamwork to watch each other's backs, or even trusting in each other. You know, there was that round where Jit Boys tossed that snake bite from a cave, and he knew to trust in Cruz to come up for the kill from behind. It's moments like that that really show you what Talon is capable of, what the kind of teamwork and trust they have in each other. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, it's definitely there as well, but from a macro standpoint, like strategy-wise, they kind of tend to leave things a little bit open, maybe, intentionally sometimes. On a map like Lotus, it works out wonderfully. On a map like Breeze, when you have a guy like Ban, it's going to be a different story. 26 kills, 304 ACS. Although the first kills are evenly matched, Ban was just on a whole other level on this map. He was on a tear.
Yeah, and to have the 5 first kills as Euro, that tells us that he was taking the right positions, right? Because a lot of times, you're tasked with opening up the map, opening up the site, going behind enemy lines, things like that. You're not always going to be good for that first kill, but Ban delivers here on Breeze. And you have to wonder if now, in preparation for playoffs, if Team Secret maybe goes and retools their composition a bit, because if they're going to continue to play with that Cypher, on a map like Breeze, again, you can't leave certain areas open. Like some of these rounds, they just leave elbow entirely open, but you can't pinch on that as quickly. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and you know what? The other 4 teams have a lot of tape from today for these 2 particular teams that really pushed it to deep into every single game. Now we finally have our 6 playoff teams. How are you guys feeling about this? Is this what we expected here in Pacific?
In all honesty, I don't know if a lot of people counted Talon to be a lock-in for playoffs. A lot of people hoped that they would perform. Sure, they showed potential, but we only saw a brief moment of them at kickoff, and they didn't make it into the play-ins or the playoffs. So this is a bit of a surprise, I think, for most people.
I agree. A little bit of a surprise, but a welcome surprise nonetheless. I mean, I was kind of wondering about some of the other teams. I think I had G at some point for Alpha Group. But overall, to see this sort of improvement from Talon, the bigger names, we can expect them, sure. But yeah, it's like a huge improvement from kickoffs. We saw that they had that potential. They were very impressive with that Neon, Governor, Band, Jit Boys even, and Cruz with the calling. Now you've got this 6-man roster, Surf and Lenny pitching in as well. They are, a contender in this entire playoffs.
And I also believe this means that Alpha Group, the seeding should be locked in, right? Because even if Gen G loses 0-2 tomorrow, they'll still have the map differential. However, Omega Group, that Bleed versus DRX game still could have implications for that first seed between DRX and PRX. So we're not quite done with the playoffs. And of course, championship points always on the line.
Always. That's true. And what these teams also need to work on, because all of them have upgraded, including Secret and Talon today. Clearly, both of them upgraded their Breeze game and brought us so far into a very long night. They also need to work on their stamina. Speaking of long nights, all these teams are going to be contending for finals. And Gen G, Sentinels, when we saw them in Masters, we saw the implications of not having that mental stamina, the physical stamina, to last a full best of 5. So they're going to have to work on a lot of things besides reworking their comms and just competing amongst themselves here in Pacific.
Yeah, I think that's a good call for Secret as well, right? That's one of the reasons they were always so close, yet not quite making it to some of those big events last year. Meanwhile, on the side of Talon, Cruz has been there and done that. Even on the international stage, he's gone to crazy overtimes and actually brought out upset victories. So I think they might be in better hands in terms of where they're starting. I'm also just excited to see how far this Talon can go. It's such an interesting story to see this squad get this redemption arc. We have 2 players coming over from Challengers in North America, and then you got some of the Thai talent rising back up from that Challenger scene as well. It's an absolute redemption arc here for Talon.
It's incredible. I mean, again, the win against T1, for example, was something to behold. The fact that they, will have that chance to go up against teams like Paper X, DRX, even Gen G at times. But, I'm also kind of wondering if it's going to be another rematch again against Team Secret. That would be interesting.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to see it. Now we're going to go to Cruz, who I think has a lot to say in this interview.
Now with this win, Talon Esports qualify for the playoffs. I am joined by Cruz on stage now. Massive congrats, Cruz. First of all, from the walkout to the very end of the game, you guys were all fired up. I don't think I've ever seen you guys this fired up. Just a huge ball of energy as well. So, what got you fired up?
To us, this was a very important match because during kickoff, some of the players said some unpleasant things in a different language, which we didn't understand, but one of our staff understood. And then I think that was very disrespectful to us. But I just don't want that kind of actions to be replicated in our ecosystem. So I just wanted to win this, to actually come out and say it. I'm not mad, but I just don't want it to be replicated. And I will tell my boys to not replicate the same actions because I think it's not healthy for the community. And it might have been a mistake from them. We don't hold grudges, but I just want to set a good example.
All right. Hopefully you guys can hash it out. But you guys won today, made it to the playoffs. How proud are you of your boys? How tough was it today? It was really, really close.
It was very tough. Props to them. They are a very good team, and every round was very important. So I would say it's a very good win for us because we've grinded very hard throughout the season. So it's good.
Can you specify on the amount of workload you guys had to go through? Because I was shocked to hear.
So we do like 6 days a week, like 10 plus hours every day.
How do you hold up with that? How do you deal with the stress and the pressure?
You don't. You look like this. Yeah.
You look fine, man. You look good. But let's talk about Sunset because Lenny was on the Fade. And we were kind of pleasantly surprised because Lenny's usually on the Sova. He's really good on the Sova. We don't really see Fade on Sunset as well, maybe for DRX, but that's not the stable pick that the teams usually go for. So why this pick?
It was a pick that we already had worked on for the past 2-3 months, but we've never gotten a chance to play it. So it was nothing new for us. We just played it for the past couple of months, but we didn't get a chance to show it. That's all.
Okay. Now, lastly, you made it to the playoffs. Finally gonna get some rest, you think?
Nope.
Okay, but tell us about your mindset heading into the playoffs. I'm pretty sure you guys want more.
Yeah, definitely. Because of the amount of work we put into, we really want to make Shanghai. I think everyone is fired up from this win, and everyone really wants it bad. So I want us to just play our game, be confident, and just head into the next match with our game plan and just be ready for everything.
All right, I'm pretty sure you guys are going to keep the momentum going and come out with the result that you guys want. But, good luck, best of luck. We'll see you in playoffs, and thank you for the interview. Hope you get some sleep tonight, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that was Cruz with the post-match interview, everyone. And that's all we have for today. And tomorrow, we're going to have the last day of week 4. Now, tune in because everything's going to be super interesting. We got Bleed facing DRX and also Genji facing RRQ. So we'll see you then.
Player standing.